is not on. Okay. Right, it means we're ready now. The online is on board. We'll be receiving ministers. Thank you very much, technical team. I didn't want to leave people online out when we start with the meeting. It's important to have them on board as well. I'm sorry about that technical glitch. Sometimes the inanimates do this to us. You prepare many days in advance on the day that you're supposed to start. Then the inanimates just decide to revolt. But thank you very much. We've got a capable technical team at the back. Thank you. We'll now be receiving ministers. They are coming any moment and we'll be starting. I'm sorry, colleagues, to keep you waiting. I know you've been here very early. Some 8, 7, they were already here. We'll catch up. Colleagues, would you help me to welcome Deputy Minister, Minister of Science, Technology, Innovation, Minister of Higher Education and Training as they come in. The DM is the first to arrive and others are on the way. Welcome, DM. Let's give DM a big hand of applause. Well, we're just waiting for the minister. I'm told the Minister of Higher Education and Training, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation will be receiving them later. DM and Minister decided that we must come and start with the meeting. We're just waiting for the minister to come in, then we start. DM, I hope you have settled now. No problem. Ushers, please help people to empty chairs. There's lots of empty chairs on my left as well, and tables. No, you can.
I said I'm not okay to bend back.
President will be coming at what time? 11? Yeah, I'm told he'll be coming around 11. Ushers, can you please help us get everybody in? We're starting now. Colleagues, would you please join me in welcoming the Minister of Basic Education in the Republic of South Africa. Together with Minister Nzimande, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. Siyabonga mphathiswa. Inkosi. Minister, we're ready to start, and I know that the paparazzis have kept you quite busy. No, the generator is kicking in. We should be fine in a moment. Yeah, I will still talk about paparazzis. Minister had interviews that she had to honor. So I'm happy that they are done and we can start now. The mics are not working. Can we just sort out the mics? Yeah, we are just getting the system back on track. Okay. Ons is gereed. Baie dankie. Right. Thank you very much, ministers and deputy minister. And I also want to thank all the international guests who are here, international organizations, local organizations, and leaders from broader civil society, officials of our 10 departments of education, NGOs in the sector, including Deaf SA, who are in our midst also, Minister, they are here. And just to indicate, before I call Deputy Minister to start running the program, the Lekgotla has grown over the years from just being an event to plan for curriculum, teacher development and assessment to an international event, reaching out to an array of stakeholders in the country and outside the country. And we've been holding this Lekgotla. It's almost our annual pilgrimage, where we stop and reflect and look at what is happening in the sector, in the world, in the space of education, and get the opportunity to listen to an array of experts, local and international. And we're looking forward to a very interesting 3 days. The program is out with speakers. We'll be starting immediately when the Deputy Minister takes over. Thank you very much to everyone for coming. Can you please join me once more in welcoming our one and only Deputy Minister of Basic Education in the Republic of South Africa to steer the proceedings for us.
Thank you, Tichi. Miss Lulama, where are you? Lulama, where is she? She's outside. Tell her that in future, when she prepares the program of the department, this department is part of government. This department is part of government, and we must start with a national anthem. It must be in the running order. Let's stand up for the national anthem. It is there. Yeah. And we know the protocols of the national anthem. Men, no hats, arms sideways. You look up straight, you don't turn around when the anthem is running, and we join the music. We don't just listen, but we sing also. It's a pride of our nation, the national anthem.
Sounds the call to come together.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you very much, Tichi, for this opportunity for me to be standing in front of this collective. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome you all in this special gathering of the Department of Basic Education. A very warm welcome to our own minister, Ms. Siviwe Kwahube, and want to appreciate also Minister Emmanuel Nzimande. Emmanuel Nzimande. He knows why I'm calling him with this name. This name says God with us. So when he's in our midst, God is with us. He's a communist, but God is with us when he's here. Let me also extend a special welcome to our MECs online. Most of them decided to join online, and a special welcome to our heads of department from the 9 provinces, our DG, our district officials, and other officials from the departments, the mother body, as well as provinces and district. We further have in our presence, both physical and virtual representatives of the teacher unions, the chief executive officers of our entities, higher education institutions, and our key stakeholders and partners who share our interest and goal of providing quality basic education to all the children of South Africa. A very special welcome to our local and international speakers who are experts in their respective fields and are here to share their knowledge and experience. For our speakers and presenters, please, the chairpersons and facilitators, let's manage time. The time is allocated in our programs. We see the time, and you know we have been given 15, 10 minutes, 30 minutes to present. Stick to that time. I know that some of us were so experienced that the content is overflowing, but share what you were requested to come and share. So, I further wish to inform all delegates of the house rules, which should be adhered to. All participants to actively participate in the deliberations in this Lekgotla. Provide contributions based on their experience and knowledge in the specified field. Please observe the starting time and duration of the breaks and return punctually. And for our virtual participants, videos and microphones to remain off during the discussions, because they will disturb here. If you open your video or you open your microphone, you cough like I'll be coughing, then you disturb the running of the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have pleasure to present to you the host. The host is the Minister of the Department of Basic Education, a very intelligent young woman, vibrant, who has come to shape and change, to work on the foundations, of course, that were laid by her predecessors, but redirect the education to the new dynamics of the changing world. Her name is Siviwe Kwahube. Shall we all stand up and welcome the minister as she comes forward?
A very good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for being here this morning. The President, President Cyril Ramaphosa, who will be joining us a little bit later this morning in his absentia, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Dr. Bladen Zimande, Deputy Ministers who are here, MECs of Education, members of the Diplomatic Corps and representatives of multilateral agencies, leaders of teacher unions, SGBs, and leaders of our education sector, representatives of institutions of higher learning, distinguished guests, and our lovely MC, the Deputy Minister, Dr. Mhaule. A very good morning to you all. This is the 10th Basic Education Lekgotla, and it is an essential platform for our collective reflection, engagement, and planning for the future of our education system. This Lekgotla has played a pivotal role in shaping the trajectory of basic education in South Africa, and I'm honored to address the 10th edition today as we continue our mission of improving education outcomes for all of our children in our country. Over the past several months, we've been engaged in intense and deliberate process of defining the 5 key priorities of the department, but also of the sector for the 7th administration. We took these 5 priorities at a strategic session in September, where we laid the foundation for the new strategic reorientation of the basic education system to strengthen foundational learning. We then went through numerous iterations in our management meetings, engaging in extensive discussions to refine our strategy and this department's annual performance plan. And while those were internal processes, this Lekgotla represents an opportunity to extend the conversation to our partners, to extend the planning to you, our partners, the experts in the field, so that as we are shaping the education system going forward, we not only have your expertise that have made an input, but also we are walking along with you in this journey so that you can enrich the process with your insights, with your expertise, and in some instances, your resources. As government, we cannot do this alone. The task before us to improve the quality of education in South Africa is a national imperative that requires collective action from all our stakeholders. Colleagues, we must acknowledge the pressing reality that we are operating in a fiscally constrained environment. The current economic climate is forcing difficult trade-offs across all sectors, and education is no exception. Budgetary constraints are a growing challenge, impacting our ability to expand infrastructure, recruit and train teachers, improve learning resources. Provinces have retained the same basket of posts for the past 5 to 10 years, while the number of learners enrolled in the schools have been increasing, and this has led to an average teacher-to-learner ratio trend upwards in the wrong direction, threatening learning outcomes. Despite these constraints, our commitment remains steadfast to ensure that every child in South Africa has access to quality education. To achieve this, we must rethink how we mobilize our resources. We have to be able to do more with less so that we can make sure that we leave no child behind out of the 13.5 million learners in our system. The private sector has an essential role to play in alleviating the financial pressures we face. We must build strategic partnerships that leverage private sector innovation, investment, and expertise to supplement our efforts. This is not just about outsourcing education, and this is a very important point to make. This is about building partnerships. We are not saying that as a department we're not taking the lead in being able to provide the basics of education, but we are saying that having partnerships along the way is going to be able to assist us in being able to deliver a quality product at the end of the day. It's about enhancing our capacity to deliver the quality learning experiences of millions of children. The recently launched World Bank Country Update recommends that we review our school funding models and that this work be assigned and this work will be assigned to the soon-to-be constituted National Education and Training Council. We also want to impact investment initiatives that can inject much-needed capital into the sector while ensuring sustainability and accountability. The reality is that the future of education cannot rely on the state alone. Our purse is overstretched, and we need partnerships in education. We need to be able to be bold. We need to be able to be creative in how we unlock additional resources to drive positive transformation in our schools. We are navigating financial challenges and operating within the complexities of a government of national unity, bringing together 10 different political parties, each with its own value system, priorities, interests, and this has required unprecedented political maturity, resilience, and adaptability. Governing under such conditions is no small task. It demands a new kind of leadership, one that is anti-fragile, capable of withstanding and even benefiting from the shocks and pressures. It requires us to move beyond traditional political divisions and instead work towards a coherent, unified approach to governance. For our education, our policy direction must remain clear, unwavering, even as the political environments shift. The imperative to improve literacy and numeracy, to strengthen early child development, to ensure that no child is left behind, must transcend party politics. It must be our national priority that binds us all together. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the Basic Education Lekgotla, an occasion that calls for celebration and reflection. Through the Lekgotla, the education sector has been able to engage with leading experts like yourselves in this room, researchers, practitioners, and to ensure that our policies are informed by evidence and innovation. We have strengthened collaborations between government, between civil society, the private sector to drive meaningful change in education. And most importantly, we've remained steadfast in our commitment to placing the learner at the center of every single thing that we do. Looking ahead, we must build on this foundation. The lessons we have learned over the past decade must guide us as we navigate the next phase of education transformation. We must continue to challenge ourselves to do better, to think differently, and to push the boundaries of what is possible in basic education. As we move forward, I want to extend my deepest appreciation to the organizations that have generously given their time, their expertise, and intellectual property to the Lekgotla. The education sector does not only need financial partners, it also needs thinking partners. We need collaborators who will help us analyze trends, interpret data, and make sense of a rapidly changing world. We need institutions, researchers, and policymakers who bring fresh ideas and bold solutions. We need partners who share our vision of a thriving education system and who are willing to invest in the knowledge and the creativity of making that vision a reality. To those who've walked this journey with us for the past 10 years, and to those who are joining us for the very first time, I value your contributions and look forward to working together to build an education system that truly empowers every child in South Africa. Colleagues, partners, and friends, education is the foundation of our nation's future. The work that we do here today, in the months and the years ahead, will determine the trajectory of millions of young lives and indeed the trajectory of our country. The challenges we face are significant, but they are also not insurmountable. There are opportunities that lie ahead of us as well. As we celebrate the 10th anniversary of this Lekgotla, let us recommit ourselves to the goal of quality education for all. Let us be bold in our ambitions, collaborative in our approach, and unwavering in our commitment to our learners. Ndiyabulela.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our minister another good round of applause. In 2019, she was among the youngest members of parliament in the Republic of South Africa. And when she debates, you could hear and understand her broad understanding of issues in general, and his eloquence and articulate way, the way she articulates on issues. That's why the president decided, even her party decided to make her a chief whip, to whip people that are older than her. And the president saw this dynamic woman that this one I can appoint to be the Minister of Basic Education. She will drive the education into the right system, into the right direction. So thank you so much, Minister. Indeed, we agree with the president. Our next speaker is another young woman, but she joined us virtually. I think wherever she is ready. Her name is Sophia Ashipala. She serves as the head of the Education Division within the Department of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation at the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. So let's welcome, is she ready? Can I get an indication? If she's ready, can we welcome Sophia Ashipala to address this meeting virtually. Let's do that. Yes, thank you, Sophia. Over to you, Ma.
Thank you very much, DM. A very good morning to Honorable Minister for Education. I recognize all the high-level government officials, a representative from agencies and all the partners. It is indeed a great thing to be here and to be with you in this very wonderful conference. My name is Sophia Ashipala, and I am the head of education at the African Union Commission. I think I can still be heard. I think there was a blackout somehow. Please indicate if you can hear me, and let me try to share my presentation.
Yeah, you were muted for some few minutes. You can start from the beginning. Now we can hear you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister. As I said, this is my second time presenting at the Lekgotla. I presented also last year. I joined in last year, unfortunately still online, and I was looking forward to join in person this time around. However, circumstances did not allow, but it is still a great thing to be here and to share my presentation with you. All right, I am trying to share my presentation. I hope it's coming up in a few moments. So my presentation, if you can see it, is going to be on championing the Continental Education Agenda, the lessons that we have learned from the 2024 African Union Year of Education, and on some insights on the G20 Education Agenda. This is the outline. I will just share with you briefly on the introduction on the objectives of the Africa Continental Education Agenda, the lessons that we have learned, the insights on the G20, as well as then I will conclude. I'll try to go through it briefly in the time that is allocated to me. So this is the presentation examine the African Continental Education Agenda, which is focusing on the African Union 2024 Year of Education. As you already know, that last year was the Year of Education. A number of initiatives took place there. What did we learn? What was the outcome and where we are going from here? And then the G20 education agenda. So the objectives of the Continental Education Agenda, the focus actually is really on the development of human and social capital through science, technology, and innovation. And the goal of this global or continental education agenda is to see to it that there is access to quality education, ensuring that there is quality and relevance in teaching, and there is healthy and a conducive learning environment. Because if we don't have quality, we don't have equal access, and the education that we are giving is not given in a conducive environment, the learning will not take place at the level that we want it to take place. And obviously, to see to it that there is an integration of ICT. So from the year of education, there are a number of lessons that we have learned. Looking at the roadmap that we had a total of 10 objectives that were focusing on different areas in education. And the first one was on the encouraging of the teaching reform, encouraging the teaching profession reform. And a number of dialogues, a number of conferences, lectures and commemoration took place during the year of education, which was addressing these particular objectives. And most of the outcomes that came out is really to say that we should implement the African Union teaching standards and qualification framework. Those frameworks that were developed at the continental level, we need to implement them at national level. We should address this thing of teacher wage disparities, because the teachers are not compensated equally. Some are compensated well, some are not compensated well, even though doing the same amount of work. And we should also try to improve the working conditions of teachers to motivate them, for them to keep on doing what they are doing. It's something which is important if we want really to raise the standard of teachers in Africa. And on the second objective, which was on accelerating the implementation of TVET and higher education strategies, we have the Continental TVET strategy that we also embarked on reviewing last year, which was endorsed by the Specialized Technical Committee of Ministers last year, and it was also presented at the Assembly of Heads of State this year in February. So with that strategy, which was reviewed, we need to align the TVET curricula with what is in the local market, with the local market, labor market. So whatever we teach in school should respond or should answer the need which is in the market. We should promote TVET through public awareness campaign and establish partnership to support skill development. The skill that we have, we need to keep on developing it, and also enhance policy dialogue, increase collaboration. I believe this is also one of the platforms that we should discuss things like that. Knowledge sharing also. When it comes to the teaching of investing in the STEM education and foundational learning, there is a need to implement evidence-based approach to improve learning. These were some of the outcomes that came out of the conferences and the number of seminars that took place to speak to these particular objectives. And we need to establish clear national literacy and numeracy standards at national level, and also expose our learners to STEM education. While on the strengthening and the accelerating capacity to teach African history, we had one symposium only at the continental level, where it came out that there is really a narrative in teaching the African history. See that there was another maybe blackout. I will try to continue as fast as I can. And on the implementation of digital solution in schools, a number of discussion also and online platforms took place during the year. And what came out is that it is important to strengthen teacher training in digital literacy and also to have while on the promotion of health and conducive learning environment, the increase of budget for early childhood platform, and then we need also to leverage on technology to expand early childhood education so that it can be accessed the most rural areas in our communities or in our countries. The enhancing and the protection of the rights of the marginalized groups, including girls' education. We also saw a number of conferences and dialogues and a number of collaboration that took place during the year. And what came out also is to promote gender responsive financing policies. We need to create a safe and inclusive learning environment that include all the children, whether from marginalized community, whether it is girls' educations, and invest in training opportunity for young people, especially girls. This specific objective really was looking at how can we empower those children that are coming from marginalized communities and those that are coming from disadvantaged communities. The enhancing of the ME system and labor market when it comes to data collection, this one should be a priority because it is data that will guide us to make the right decisions and also to promote equity in education spending. So there should not be, we should prioritize all the components of education equally, and there should be equity in budget distribution as well as in spending. When it comes to the strengthening and the establishment of multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder partnership for education, it is really important to strengthen our partnership, and there is a call for increased global funding for education in Africa and also for rehabilitation and transforming of education, of teaching profession, call for accelerating African decade of education. We saw that when we had the year of education, it was not enough. You will agree with me that with all the 10 objectives that we had, some of them we only managed to do maybe one initiative, one activity, and we could not even reach out to all the member states. So when we presented to our specialized committee, these are the ministers of education in Africa, this is what we have proposed, to have a decade of education in Africa, to scale up all the best initiatives that took place, to learn from one another and to keep on collaborating. And this was also presented to the heads of states during the assembly. And I believe it's one of the decisions also that has been passed. The strengthening of resource mobilization, we need to prioritize education financing. So as we are doing now, to still continue engaging, but also that we do not move down. We do not consider education less, but we keep on prioritizing it because it is the mother of all professions and it is grooming our children even to excel better in all the other professions. So moving further on the inside of the G20 education agenda and how they align with the Continental agenda, we know of the priority, the quality foundational learning. This is the role of early childhood care, the role of early childhood care and how it responds to Agenda 2063 on aspiration, every African child to access and achieve highest standard basic education. This is what Agenda 2063 is calling for, and it is really encompassing of literacy, numeracy, critical thinking, and essential life skill. This is our global agenda, Agenda 2063 for the African Union. And when you look at how it aligns with this priority, it is really speaking to this priority. While in alignment with the roadmap for 2024, Objective 2, as I have indicated earlier, is emphasizing on investment in foundational learning. Foundational learning is really, really important. And during the year, we launched the end of learning poverty campaign for all. Is an initiative of the African Union together with some of our development partners. And we have 25 member states that are part of the pilot for the end of learning poverty campaign. We really want that there is no poverty. Learning poverty is brought to an end, and we are determined to push this campaign to all the member states. When it comes to the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, that is CESA 16, we also launched the review last year, and the new strategy is beginning next year. We have the ECD cluster, which is also focusing on improving equitable access to quality education programs and services, which is also enhancing policy, advocacy, and communication, and in improving the overall quality of ECD systems, programs, and services across the continent. So there is something in relation to all this that we are doing, which is addressing quality foundational learning. While on another priority for the G20 education agenda, which is the mutual recognition of qualification and skills mobility, when we see how it relates to Agenda 2060. Acceptable of professional qualification and in African continent to be recognized and valued in another. This is what Agenda 2063 is calling for: promotion of regional integration and economic development. So at the continental level, and also what the department is doing through the CESA, there is a higher education cluster, and it has developed the African Continental Qualification Framework together with some partners to harmonize qualification and encourage mobility. If our qualifications are being harmonized and are recognized throughout the continent, this will encourage mobility. Where there are more teachers, they can move throughout the continent so that they can share their expertise. With regard to the roadmap, Objective 4 of the roadmap is on accelerating the implementation of the higher education strategy, and among others, ACQF, among others. This is the one which is also developed under CESA. While on the last priority, which is education professional development for the changing world, Agenda 2063 calls for creating a skilled workforce equipped with necessary knowledge and abilities to drive innovation and contribute to sustainable development across the continent. While the Continental Education Strategy is an objective on teachers, which aims to revitalize the teaching profession, teacher development cluster, which focus on the formulation and the implementation of teachers' policy. So there is really a correlation from the G20 initiative to Agenda 2063 to what we are doing at a department level of the African Union, and what we did during the year of education. We have Objective 1, which is encouraging the teaching profession reform, and initiatives like the Continental Teacher Award were introduced, which is aimed to raise the standard of teachers and also teaching to be a desired career. Just also to add here that we have sent out a call to invite teachers to participate in this Continental Teacher Award for 2025. I believe it will reach all the countries in the coming weeks. To conclude, is just to say that we need really sustained commitment in everything that we do. Every little effort that we are doing, we need to sustain what is it that we are doing good. Advancing the Continental Education Agenda requires continuous collaboration. We need to continue to collaborate with each other as member states and as partners. We need to invest, and then we also need to focus on innovation. The key lesson that we have learned from 2024 year of education, we need strong policies. The policies that we have, we need to domesticate them. We need not only to reference them, but we also need to integrate them into our national policy, strategic partnership, community engagement. This is one thing to bring our community on board, to understand the value of education, and to drive transformative education reform. While on the G20 side, global cooperation is really needed. It offers variable framework for equitable, inclusive, and future-ready education system in Africa, because we need to learn what the international world is doing, what we are doing in Africa, how we can learn from them. And on the way forward, we need to align our national effort with continental and global priorities. We should not, there should be correlation. What is Agenda 2063 saying? What is the Continental Education Strategy saying? And how we can integrate that one in our national policies. And global priorities will accelerate progress towards sustainable, high quality education for all. Thank you very much. I believe that together we can champion education as a foundation for African future. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Deputy Minister. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ashipala. Thank you, colleagues, for doing it before I even request you. Thank you so much. She just presented to us the lessons from the 2024 AU Year of Education and the insight on the G20 education agenda. I hope we have taken notes, and it's very relevant for this Lekgotla. So we want to thank you. We know that it's not easy, even if you join online, to be part of us here in South Africa, but just to make time for us, we acknowledge that commitment on the side of education, on your side, Ms. Ashipala. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, who is going to talk to us about the role of science and technology and innovation in enabling basic education, is a former Minister of Education, Higher Education, and is a former Minister of Transport, and is currently the Minister of Science, Technology, Innovation. His name is Dr. Blade Nzimande. Let's welcome him on stage. Let's do it better as we encourage him taking steps. He's a veteran in education.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, as our Program Director. Let me start by greeting the Minister of Basic Education, Mrs. Viwe Kwahube. There's only one person I used to call Tisho Mkulu, that's former Minister Nglesi, because he was General Secretary of SATU at some stage. Now that we are Minister of Basic Education, we are another Tisho Mkulu now. Let me also greet other ministers and deputy ministers who are here, as well as MECs of education, senior government officials, heads of schools and colleges, heads of academic and science institutions, educators and union representatives, leaders of business, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the honor of inviting me to take part in this important gathering, whose focus is one of the most potent instruments for the development of any human being, which is education. Your chosen theme for this Lekgotla, which is strengthening foundations for learning for a resilient, future-fit education system, is particularly apt, as it recognizes the importance of ensuring that our education system is responsive, relevant, and agile. I've been asked to speak on the topic, the role of science, technology, and innovation in enabling education. But also I'm going to do the other side of this, the opposite of it, the role of education in promoting science, technology, and innovation. Because the two things are deeply interlinked. For those of you who might know this other language, they are deeply dialectical, which is a scientific concept that some of you may know of. I'm going to reflect on three issues. The first one is that science is an enabler of national development. The role of science as an enabler of national development, our role as the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation, we take the view that no nation can hope to achieve its developmental goals if it fails to invest in the development of its scientific capabilities, even more so now. Unless we are on top of artificial intelligence, for instance, we are not going to make progress as a country. And basic education is a very important partner in that. I'm proud to state that South Africa is one of the most advanced and largest public science systems in our continent. Over the past 3 decades, we've made significant investments which greatly enhanced our capabilities in science and the prestige of our scientists. For instance, we've expanded our science system by creating new entities, like the Technology Innovation Agency, whose aim is to support innovators who want to commercialize their products, as well as also the South African National Space Agency and the National Intellectual Property Office as part of strengthening our science system. More recently, we made strategic policy shifts with the aim of making our public system science more responsive to our national priorities. We adopted our white paper on science, technology, and innovation in 2019. And I would urge as many of you as possible to engage and read this white paper. To drive targeted research and the development of technologies in key economic sectors such as energy, agriculture, mining, health, and the circular and digital economies, with a strong focus on emerging technologies, we've also adopted a decadal plan for science, technology, and innovation for the period 2022 to 2032. Our decadal plan identifies some key challenges that we are facing as a country and how we deal with them. By the way, we must remind everyone what science is about. Science is about one thing and one thing only, is to provide solutions to the problems that we face as humanity. As an outcome of our investments, our share of global research output, I'm glad to say, is 0.98%. That's not small. South Africa's contribution to global research is just under 1%. And we've increased this, and we are making a difference in areas such as health innovation, for instance, dealing with HIV and AIDS, as well as, I'm very pleased to say, Minister, that from last year we are now able to produce some vaccines for the first time in our country, in South Africa. COVID-19 related vaccines, but also vaccines related to other diseases that we have in the continent, like malaria and so on. Our investments have also made it possible for us to win the bid to co-host what is one of the big international science projects, such as the Square Kilometre Array, which is in Carnarvon in the Northern Cape, MEC. I was told, by the way, when I was in Carnarvon, that I must pronounce it correctly, with Northern Cape accent. Carnarvon? Yes. Recently, in COVID-19, I'm very pleased to say our scientists played a crucial role in identifying the first variant of COVID-19. That was South African scientists, which shows the capacity that we have. We have adopted a new mantra as a department, which is we want to place science, technology, and innovation at the center of government, education, industry, and society. That's why I was very pleased, Minister, when you invited me here, because without basic education that is strong and doing well, we have no good science system in our country. It's as simple as that. We will continue to focus on supporting the development of scarce and critical skills through, amongst others, the presidential PhD program that we've set up. We want to send some of our brightest doctoral students and postdoctoral researchers to many parts of the world to learn good practice and come back and strengthen our own science system. Now, just to come closer on the relationship between basic education and science and technology, which is the second issue I want to talk about, is that the two are mutually reinforcing, as I've said. Science, technology, and innovation, it's important that it plays a role in strengthening basic education, but basic education itself has got to produce learners who are doing maths and science. In a similar way, we must supply school leavers who qualify to join the science stream, as I am saying. That is now the matric system. I share the concern of the minister that we are still not producing enough DG, maths and science learners. We still need to do much more. We welcome the progress you are making as basic education. It's very impressive. We must support you on that. But we also need to do more. Especially one thing that's of concern to me is that if you want to follow disciplines like engineering, medicine, etc., you can't be taken at university unless you have got minimum 60% pass in maths and science. So it's not just passing maths and science, but also is to increase the number of learners or matriculants who get 60% plus. We've got another very nice facility, by the way, in Kofimvaba, and we are collaborating with the Eastern Cape Department of Education, which is a science center. We also use it for good maths teachers to come and give some maths lessons connected to 18 schools or so at the same time. Our own contribution and understanding of what needs to be done. Now, the third issue then is the partnership that we have and we need to have with the Department of Basic Education. I've just had a very good meeting with Minister Kwahube to discuss how do we strengthen the partnership we have and take it to higher levels. Some of the things we spoke about, which are important, which we partner, is the National Science Week. Every year we have got a week that we dedicate to science, and we partner with the Department of Basic Education because we normally launch this with learners from various schools. We did it in the Free State last year. We are considering now turning it into a National Science Month because we think a week is not enough. Maybe we need a month to focus the country on science, technology, and innovation. We also have got our Olympiads, which creates a platform for learners like Maths Olympiad to compete and to test themselves against others in South Africa as well as outside of South Africa. For teachers of science, maths and science, we also have got a very good resource on careers in science, engineering, and technology, which we are willing to share with the schools. We may not have enough copies, but Minister, we are very willing to share that because it's very important in guiding young people in terms of science careers. We will also be continuing with our project that is based at our Center for High Performance Computing in Cape Town, which in fact has trained close to 200 educators from all 9 provinces as trainers in the basics of coding. This is a practical area of cooperation with Department of Basic Education. We also want Minister to affirm and integrate learners with disabilities into our systems, basic as well as science, technology, and innovation. I'm very pleased that the anthem there is actually also printed in Braille. That's very important because we still have a lot to do to integrate those of our people who are living with disabilities. We also need to affirm girls and women. I know that, if I'm not mistaken, they are now doing very well in basic education, the girls. It's very important. Although, Minister, we must guard an unintended consequences of that. Let's affirm girls, but let's not allow the boys to feel that they are being abandoned, because that also creates other problems. We must also work together, as I'm moving towards closing DM, to improve passes in STEM disciplines in our schools. I've already spoken about the ratcheting up, the need to ratchet up math and science matriculants, including those who get 60% plus. But the one other big challenge that we have is to defeat the fear of maths and science, especially in black communities in South Africa. That's a big problem. Oh, Principal, ngicela ke niyeke lento, ngifuna ukuyisho ngesizulu. Niyeke lento ukukhipha abantwana kwi-maths. Nithi bonke nifuna ukuyobafaka kwi-maths literacy because nifuna ukunyusa i-matric pass rate. Niyangilimaza mina. Maths literacy is important because it allows every learner to have some understanding of mathematics. But msana ukubakhipha nithi you want good results. Niyangilimaza mina as the minister when you do that, because I'm not getting the enough numbers that I need for math, science, and innovation. The other area, of course, working with the Department of Higher Education and Training, is to focus on producing qualified and competent STEM educators. Othisha bakwazi ukufundisa maths ne-science. Konthisha wase-KZN ngizokuthiwa usebenzisa umculo kaMaskandi to help abantwana ukuthi ba-understand i-maths ne-science. That's innovation. That's the creativity we need. We would like to work together with you there. I wish you, with these words, a very successful summit. And I honestly mean this. I am looking forward to the resolutions that will come out of the summit. I will study them closely, especially their implications for what we are trying to do in building a strong science, technology, and innovation system. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nzimande. We heard you. We heard you. We always hear you on TV. Today you told us face to face. It's a vicious cycle. Basic education must produce what science, technology, and innovation needs. We must lay that foundation. Basic education must lay the foundation. It must lay the foundation for higher education, must lay the foundation for the economy of our country. What are the needs of the economy? We must respond from as early as grade R. So want to welcome the chairperson of the select committee. Where is he seated? Our chairperson of the select committee on education. Where? He's on his way. He's coming. I was told he's already inside. That's why I'm welcoming. But we appreciate if our leaders in the committees are coming to attest, pay testimony to what we are doing. Because when we report to Parliament to say, this is what we are doing, and they must come and attest to say, yes, indeed, we have seen it. And also the support staff of the portfolio committee, I can see they are here. Dr. Blade, we thank you for supporting basic education. And if you don't support basic education, you will receive nothing. You will receive nothing. We're not going to give you what you want. But if you are here to say, guys, this is what I want, we will give you what you want. And we really appreciate and your continuous support to basic education, because that's where the foundation is. So I'm told the president is around, but our next speaker. Oh, I'm from Tolama message upon them. Because I get other messages, the president has now arrived. Uchairperson wethu select committee, Honorable Maki Feni Upi. Select committee on basic education and creative industries, which you normally used to call art and culture. I was told he's here. I don't see the chair. But the chairperson with portfolio committee is the one that is on her way. Yeah. So I will acknowledge both of them when they are here. So our next speaker, oh my God. My apologies for this. Our next speaker is the Global Director of Education and Adolescent Development at UNICEF. She will provide strategic vision and leadership. She provides strategic leadership, vision and leadership for UNICEF education and adolescent development and participation and programs, and oversees the development of programs, policies, strategies, and guidance for the implementation of learning for every child worldwide. So, ladies and gentlemen, her topic today is going to address exactly what the minister indicated, that laying solid foundation for quality early childhood care and education. She's going to speak about the foundation, laying the solid foundation for quality early childhood care and education. Let's welcome Mayor Pia Rebelo Brito to come and address us. I'm looking around. I didn't get an indication that she's not in the house.
Thank
Online.
you, dear.
Ah,
Yes.
They didn't tell me that you're online. That's why I'm looking around. I don't see you. Because it must be clearly stipulated that you're online. Thank you so much. And over to you. Let's give her another round of applause. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you, DM. My respects to the ministers, the distinguished guests, members of government, all participants who are here. I'm Pia Rebello Brito. On behalf of UNICEF, I would like to extend deep appreciation and thanks for including us in this exciting 10th basic education sector, Lekgotla. I'm very pleased to join you from New York. I wish I was there in person, but you can tell how excited I am to join you, that it's the middle of the night and I'm still there with you. So really wanted to be there. I'm excited to talk about the power of putting in place early childhood learning for economic growth, for development, building foundational learning. I think somebody will be projecting my slides in the conference room. And we can get started. Wonderful. So the next slide, we are going to, in the couple of minutes I have, just very quickly tell the story of the evidence that we have in support for this, the situation we are facing, and what can be the strategies to strengthen early childhood care and education. Next slide, please. And the next slide again. Excellent. So let's look at the evidence. That's the next slide. And what's absolutely fascinating is the science that underpins the early years. And you'll see that in the next slide. All of us, every single child is born to learn. We're born to learn because of our basic biology, our brain development. As we know, in the first years of life, the brain develops at a remarkable speed. And when we have the right positive experiences, interactions, the potential is exponential. And as you keep clicking through the slides, the animation will come on. While genetics provide the blueprint, it's really the environment that shapes how this blueprint is built, how the brain is built. It's absolutely fascinating. So we go to the next slide. And what the evidence tells us is this very strong foundation is really core to children being able to learn, but it's more than about children. It's about the systems. How come the systems become more efficient? Because children who get early childhood care and education are less likely to drop out. They're less likely to repeat a grade. They're more likely to complete primary and secondary education. And this is the core to building a strong economic growth, because the benefits of these early years are seen then in the return on investment as has been calculated around the world. Next slide, please. So basically, as I had said, I'll just go through a couple of metrics to make this point. First, one is that across any high, middle, low income countries, what we see is children who have attended an early childhood care and education program are far more likely, significantly more likely, to be on track for foundational learning, literacy and numeracy skills compared to those who have not. And this is regardless of household income level. This is regardless holding all factors constant. So this is very powerful data. Next slide, please. The other part that I just mentioned is that children who access this pre-primary education are more likely to stay on in school, and this is what increases system efficiencies because they do not repeat a grade. They have less likelihood to drop out. Next slide, please. And what we see is that these gains early years sustain through, here the data is for grade 2 in Western and Central Africa. These early gains are sustained through the primary into the secondary level. Next slide, please. The minister in her opening remarks talked about the fact that we are working under tremendous fiscal constraints. So when we are doing that, we are looking for the best buys. We're looking for what is it that we can invest in that's going to give the biggest return. And here we have the data. The data is demonstrating that one of the best buys you can get when you look at building human capital is in early childhood care and education. And finally, the next slide, I want to link this to the remarks we just heard by the Minister on Science and Technology. What is very core about early childhood development is children are learning how to learn. As science, as technology changes dynamically, exponentially, the core of it is very difficult to keep up with. But when you learn how to learn, no matter how fast the field changes, you have the ability, the child has the ability to keep up with that new change, with that new knowledge. And that's exactly what early childhood development, when it's done right, puts in place. So with all this remarkable evidence, let's turn to the situation, and that's the next slide. So now we're going to look at, with this evidence, what is actually going on. Next slide, please. We are in an exciting moment in history where globally the world community has recognized that every child should have access to early childhood care and education. This is really phenomenal when there has been a universal aspiration that we can take forward. The next slide, please. But the reality is that despite expressing this aspiration, we see that across the world, we are very, very far behind achieving this, where at least every child has 1 year of pre-primary education, which means significant challenges remain to get to our goals. The next slide, please. And we turn attention here specifically to South Africa, where we see that despite nearly universal attendance in educational institutions, it really is taking this transition additional time. So we are not yet have in place what is needed for the return on investment to be fulfilled. Next slide, please. When we are looking at this attendance rate of early learning and grade R in South Africa, we have to celebrate the remarkable change and growth in a 10-year period. It has doubled from 2023, where it was only 33%, to 68% of children attending such programs. So this is remarkable progress that has been seen. So congratulations for that. Next slide, please. As we look at this growth in access, underpinning this is a very important issue of equity. Inequity is keeping children behind, the most disadvantaged behind. And we had said earlier today, and as was said in the inspiring opening remarks, we leave no child behind. And these are important factors to take into consideration when we look at inequity and challenges. Next slide, please. What we see is that children who live in contexts of emergencies are the ones who are very strongly impacted by not having access to these services. The next slide, please. A very important partner in this work are parents. Parents are important in being able to take forward the holistic development of children. They are the architects who can support and promote this. What we are seeing in South Africa is the percentage of children who are thriving and those who need attention to be able to progress, so we achieve the outcomes for all children. Now, in order to make that happen, the next dimension we need to look at, the next slide please, is the quality. So while we are improving access, all children are not thriving as the way they should, because the quality of the environments needs to be improved. And here we have the dimensions of quality that are required to get that optimal environment for the brain to grow. Next slide, please. When we look at quality, there are structural aspects and there are process aspects. Now, in the structural aspect, we look at the things we're familiar with, the infrastructure, material, teacher ratio to children. And in all of these, what we are seeing is that we are falling short in terms of meeting our structural quality standards. I will go fast through these slides to get to the strategies. Next slide, please. We look at another dimension of structural quality. Are teachers sufficiently trained in the minimal pedagogical practice for pre-primary learning? Next slide, please. And what we are seeing very clearly here is there is a massive teacher shortage. We need at least 6 million teachers in order to achieve the goal by 2030. So what we are seeing on structural quality is we are not where we need to be for that optimal learning environment in the early years. Next slide, please. And this, of course, and we look across regions, across parts of the world, there are tremendous regional disparities in achieving the structural quality. Next slide, please. The other dimension is process quality. Process quality is what's actually happening in the classroom, that magic of teaching and learning, all that wonderful stuff when we imagine what the best setting for children could look like. That's the process quality. And that aspect is the second aspect that needs to be in place. And here we have the dimensions of that laid out. And again, as you see through the dimensions, we're not able to achieve the standards we should be in order to get optimal learning for children. Next slide, please. And this is the combination of not having the right teaching capacity and not having actually trained workforce, because the beating heart of process quality is that adult, the adult who facilitates the magic of learning in the classroom. Next slide, please. When we focus on South Africa in particular, what we do see is a qualification of ECD practitioners. For almost half of them, it's not appropriate in early learning and development. So the supply of that teacher in the classroom is not to the standard it should be when we want to promote children's learning. Next slide, please. And the actual training that is needed to make this happen for the workforce often is quite theoretical, and it doesn't get to the practical aspects that make a teacher empowered, that give the teacher the time to be able to engage with children, that don't burden the teacher with administrative requirements. So there's a lot in the quality aspect that we need to unpack beyond access that'll make the return on investment come alive. So in the next few slides, if you could turn to the next slide, we're going to look at what could these strategies be and how could they be taken forward. So the next slide is most importantly, we need to invest in a capable professional workforce. We heard from Sophia from the African Union, the #1 priority of the year of education and the outcome of the deliberation of the African Union was teachers, teachers, teachers. This workforce development is critical for early childhood care and education to create that rich learning environment through the right qualifications, the pre-service training, and continued professional development. This is as basic as it breaks down. Next slide, please. We need to continue to bring parents as partners, because the reality for a young child is they spend half their time in home and half in a learning center in an environment where they are with groups of children. Both of these, it's the adults who create the architecture of that. And when there is an alignment between the home and the learning environment, the child gets a better environment for learning. So supporting parents is critical. That's the second strategy. The third strategy is really looking at the governance of this model. The next slide, please. The role of the government is really critical for standard setting, the regulatory systems, to ensure that the private sector provision of this service, all of that is coming together in a way that it makes the early childhood environment to have the richness, to have the center of play, to have all those aspects that we know are conducive for learning. Next slide, please. There are a lot of tools that are available to make this happen. UNICEF has been working with countries to build the Build to Last conceptual framework that outlines these enabling factors that take a sector-wide approach to planning, budgeting, implementation of the pre-primary subsector that will enable these pieces, the governance to come in place for the strategies to come together. The next slide, please. The next strategy is partnerships and advocacy. So there could be no better time to do this than right now under the presidency of South Africa of the G20. And I would like to commend the government to take forward this very clear articulation of the education sector working group of using early childhood years, of building on early childhood years for foundational learning. And it is these partnerships, this advocacy that builds the momentum. And with that, the next slide is my final slide. I'm sorry not to be there with you, but if you would like to look at any of this work going forward, the recently launched Lancet series that take forward the first and second 1,000 days on brain development, looking at the right to learn, strong foundations. This is all coming together very well, and I really commend the group here to take this issue so seriously as we see the journey of learning from the early years into adolescence and into successful citizenship and livelihoods. Thank you so much for the opportunity to join you. My very best wishes.
Right on time. We really appreciate it. I was looking at the time and I was counting minutes, and you are right on time. Thank you so much, Pia Rebelo. And we appreciate the sharing of information. You could see that in between would be interjected by the hands, that you are spot on. You are addressing what South Africa needs and the children of South Africa from the early age. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. He initiated and oversaw the program for the International Student Assessment, which is called PISA, and other international instruments that have created a global platform for policy makers, researchers, and educators across nations and cultures to innovate and transform educational policies and practice. So let's welcome Andrea. He knows that I always struggle to mention his name, Andrea. Let me try to be better this year. Slisha. Yeah, Andrea Slisha, to address us on strengthening education, professional development for the changing world, because we are responding to this changing world. The world is dynamic, it's not static. Over to you. Let's encourage him. He just ran here, avoiding us to clap hands for him. Over to you, Andrea.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me. And I've been following the Lekgotla for many years. I'm always impressed how you succeed to get everyone into one room to shape the future of education in South Africa. In fact, you do not see that in many countries. And this year, you are not only shaping the future of South Africa, you are leading the world in education through your G20 presidency. And this leadership is really badly needed. The pandemic has reminded us how vulnerable our education systems are to even mild disruptions. And the future will always surprise us. Climate change is going to disrupt our lives a lot more than this pandemic. And artificial intelligence puts to the test many things that we took for granted in education. We know how to educate second-class robots, people who are very good at repeating what we tell them. But what makes us human in a world in which the kind of things that are easy to teach have become easy to digitize? No? And there's so many other disrupting forces that we need to account for when we talk about the future of education. And teachers have a tough job. You know, they need to live the future today that they want to see in their students tomorrow. And society is not always with them. You know, society is a very conservative social enterprise. We like to keep the world in balance. And at the same time, you know, teachers need to move the world forward. No? And there's a lot to do. You know, in our PISA assessments, we measure the success of students. You can see in many countries around the world, half, sometimes even more of 15-year-olds do not even achieve the most basic level of knowledge and skills. Half of the students, they may go to school, but they do not learn up to the foundations. Of course, there are students who are very successful, but let's imagine we could solve that problem of making sure that every country reaches the baseline performance. I do not have data for South Africa on this, but let's take a country like Indonesia. You know, about 50% of 15-year-olds do not yet achieve baseline results. If Indonesia would succeed in getting everybody at least to this very basic level of performance, that would generate, you know, almost 7 times the size of Indonesia's economy today. You cannot imagine the wealth that countries can generate simply by digging out the, you know, wealth that's in the minds of people. Much more than anything you can get through natural resources now. Now, education creates resources, creates money, but can money buy education? The answer is not so clear. You know, for countries like South Africa, you know, on the left side, that spend relatively little on education and do not pay their teachers particularly well, investing more clearly will make a huge difference. But when you get to the right, you know, money is no longer a guarantee for success. You can see here, the United States spends 10 times as much per student than Vietnam, and they get the same results. So money gets you so far, but at some point you need to think beyond money. And the same is true when you look at learning time. You know, here you can see the amount of time that students spend learning in school in blue and the amount of time they spend learning outside school, you know, homework, tutoring, things like this. You can look at Morocco, where students spend over 50 hours learning per week, and at the same time, you know, Switzerland, where they spend less than 30 hours. Huge differences in the volume of learning time. But when you look at productivity, you can see that in Switzerland, students learn a lot in very little hours. And in Morocco, students spend a lot of time and learn very little. So it's not money, it's not time. It's really the quality of what happens in the classroom, the work that teachers do, that is so critical to actually raise learning outcomes. And again, in the future, it's going to be tougher because, again, you know, routine skills are disappearing from our economies, from our societies. Technology-intensive tasks are on the rise, and if you put the two things together, you get a picture of the future of work. It requires young people to be much more creative thinkers, much more complex problem solvers, but also to have the social-emotional skills to live with themselves, to live with other people, to live with this planet. If you ask yourself, you know, the wonders of the digital world, you know, are there, but teachers are also confronted with the dark side of this. You can see here, for example, the smartphone addiction is on the rise. And that is something that teachers feel every day in the classroom. Mental health is on their doorsteps. And you can see across countries, you know, mental health concerns are on the rise. So many other issues, you know, that we have worried us in the past, including the pandemic, are diminishing in importance. No? But as a teacher, these are the realities you're confronted with. Technology, the great accelerator, the amazing amplifier of great teaching, great work, but at the same time, you know, smartphone addiction and the negative sides of technology, all on the doorsteps of teachers today, not just tomorrow. No? The job of a teacher really is to, on the one hand, you know, keep this world in balance by equipping students with the skills for sustainability, and at the same time helping them to live in a world that is not imbalanced, to become resilient, cognitively, socially, emotionally. You know, when we talk about education internationally, we need to ask ourselves, you know, what do we expect from teachers tomorrow? No? I think the first thing is pretty obvious. No? Teachers should help young people understand, you know, why you're here on this planet. No? What is really important to you? Where can you make a difference in this world? Now, that's the first job of a teacher. No? Helping young people to figure out where they can become really, really good at. No? Finding the extraordinary talents of ordinary students. No? But you know what makes us happy in life is usually something more. It's a difference that we can make in the world. No? Helping young people understand what does the world need from you. Where can you make a genuine difference? No? And then ultimately, you know, not to forget, you know, translating better skills into better jobs and better lives. No? It's a tough job for teachers. No? Let's have a look around the world where we stand on this. You know, when you look at international comparisons of educational outcomes, you always see Japan or Singapore at the top of the league tables. No? They come out really, really well in terms of mathematics and science, reading, and so on. But you know, when you scratch the surface, and that is what it is about when we look towards the future, you can see, you know, even a country like Japan has a lot of homework to do. You know, Japanese kids are not that happy. Psychological well-being is not great. They don't show that much agency, you know, taking responsibility, doing things, not just learning, absorbing things. No? Emotional resilience, you know, can you reinvent yourself when the world around you changes? That light green bar is very short. No? So you can see, if we only look at academic performance, we get a very limited view on what it means to be successful in tomorrow's world, what it means to be a great teacher. No? How do we support a great teacher? No? Let me bring you to the other side of the world, no? Peru. No? Isn't it interesting? Children in Peru are very happy. The orange bar is very long. They show a strong level of social relationship. No? They relate very well to others. No? They show a good level of agency. They can do things. Good level of emotional resilience. But, as you can see, they're not very talented or not very good in math and science and key academic subjects. And if you look at Peru and Japan, you ask yourself, well, maybe we have to make a choice. You know, either kids are happy and then, you know, they are not very good academically, or we push them very hard academically and then they end up to be really unhappy. But, you know, you can see a country like Denmark that is pretty much good on everything. You can see students are great in academic achievement, happy students, show good level of agency, good resilience, great quality of social relationships, and last but not least, look at the lowest bar. They're open to the world. They're willing and able to appreciate different ways of thinking, different ways of walking, work with people from different cultures, all what we need in this 21st century. So that's the job of great teachers, to get that balance right, not to just focus on one thing at the expense of others. We should not develop cognitive outcomes, academic achievement, at the expense of social and emotional outcomes, but through, you know, character and social emotional skills. So how do we do that? And this is the point. This is where the teacher's role is most influential. When you ask yourself, you know, who are the students who can organize their own learning, who can learn independently, who can set their own learning goals? You can see the number 2 predictor of this is the extent to which young people feel my teacher knows who I am. My teacher knows who I want to become. My teacher supports me on my individual journey. That connection between students and teachers is the best predictor, not just what teachers say. And by the way, when it comes to academic performance, that is the number 1 predictor. Not just what you teach, but how do you understand the people in front of you. So high-performing education systems are very, very good in creating that space to strengthen that connection. Let's look at some of the issues around it, you know. We can see, for example, when students do not feel their teachers to be supported, they get worried, they get anxious. It is not tough exams that make students anxious. That's not true. What makes students anxious is the lack of support, the lack of agency. At the same time, when students feel their teachers to be supportive, you can see that anxiety goes down, however hard it is to study. Look at one question here. We ask students, do you think if you come back to your school in 3 years' time, your teachers will be excited to see you? And if the students say, yeah, I think so, you see they are much less worried, much less anxious about the world around themselves. What we see, however, that when it comes to social support, teachers are often left alone. The country where I live in France, only 5 out of 100 teachers feel society is interested in them, supportive of them. South Africa stands much better there. Almost as good as, the high-performing countries. But you can do better. Vietnam is a country where virtually every teacher feels that support of society. And how do you create that support of society? Through the connections you build. The more social capital teachers build in society by connecting with parents, by connecting with other schools, by building collaborative, opportunities for professional development, the more they feel that support from society. The more you make teachers visible, the more you'll be successful. But this is one of the biggest concerns that we all need to address. We also see, where this is going to, the issue of teacher shortage is on the rise. South Africa is a great example. You have a large share of people who are in the profession who say, well, if I find a better opportunity, I'm going to leave the teaching profession. And these bars are growing. It's harder and harder to make teaching not just financially attractive, but also intellectually attractive by offering teachers interesting, engaging careers. We also see that the shortages are particularly strong in areas that are particularly important these days. Having teachers who can teach in multicultural, multilingual environments. Most countries struggle to get qualified people for those kinds of jobs. And the outcomes are clear. You can see wherever there is teacher shortage, that drives down the outcomes that we measure in our international assessments now. So, to what extent, can we change that? We ask, what drives teachers' stress? What makes them anxious? What makes them stressed? And you can see working with students is not a great driver of stress. In fact, I listened carefully to the minister. Yeah, class sizes are very large in South Africa. They're on the rise, but honestly, when you actually collect data on that, that is not the primary driver of stress among teachers. It is much more to do with the administrative burden they have, the kind of paperwork they need to do, things they do not feel relates to working with students, their primary mission. That's something that we need to take care of, creating a work environment where teachers can devote more of attention and time to do what they perceive to be their mission, making a difference to the lives of people. Salaries. I have a lot of sympathy with teachers in South Africa. Teacher pay is still, a lot to be improved. But, when we look at the, happiness of teachers on the horizontal axis and the relative pay, you can see in a country like Korea, teachers are paid really, really well, and they're very happy, no surprise. In a country like France, teachers are not paid very well, and they're very unhappy. You can also understand that. But then there are exceptions. You can see in Portugal, for example, teachers are paid really well, great salaries, but they do not feel very happy with their job. And in the United States, teachers are paid very poorly and still feel okay. So money is always an extrinsic demotivator. When you do not pay people well, they will run away. But money is rarely an intrinsic motivator. You do not attract, develop, retain great people just through great salaries. What we can see, for example, effective professional development is a much better predictor for teachers' job satisfaction, where teachers feel, I have a principal I can trust. I have colleagues with whom I learn. Teacher training, modern professional development doesn't take place somewhere in a university. It takes place at the workplace, in the school, with your colleagues. And where teachers have that kind of environment, you can see they are happy with their job. What are the principal barriers? Yeah, teachers say, I have no time, I have no money. That's understandable, but, number 5 on the list is not about resources. It's about, my system doesn't provide something that really helps me in my classroom with my colleagues. That is something that we can improve without necessarily spending more. No? And very, very clear, effective professional development is very much about collaboration. You can see the more teachers teach jointly as a class, the more they engage in collaborative professional development, the more they observe each other's lessons, the higher their sense of self-effectiveness, self-efficacy. No? So it's not that difficult. No? The high status of the teaching profession, the great social status that teachers have in some countries, very much relates to those kinds of things that we can influence, and many of them do not even depend on money. So let me conclude. It's all about professional agency. Unfortunately, over the last years in many countries, we have seen an unfortunate trend to commodifying education. Students become consumers of prefabricated content that's not interesting to them. Teachers are seen as some kind of service provider and parents as a kind of client of the education system. We've taken out the heart of education, which is a whole of society enterprise, where student agency, making students active learners, they're building that emotional resilience among them, having students who are entrepreneurial, creative, who want to do things, not just absorb things. And the same for teachers. Teachers who are not just good instructors, but teachers who are great coaches, great mentors, good facilitators, sometimes good social workers, and always creative designers of truly innovative learning environments. That agency is clearly important. And as a school principal as well, as a principal very much. And building that kind of team around you, through individual resources, giving teachers space to develop their resources, but even more, allowing teachers to share and co-create resources through the system. That's what we can learn from systems like China, where teachers are all connected. They always work with each other. If one teacher invents something in a classroom, everybody else in the system will see it tomorrow. The government can sit back because teachers, the profession, does most of the invention and developmental work. And that drives job satisfaction. That drives professional competence, professional culture, and ultimately the prestige that we want to see. So it is about human resource, policies and practices, and creating that framework is what governments can do, but it's also very, very much a role of system leadership. And I believe countries, these are things that countries achieve. The world is no longer divided between rich and well-educated and poor and poorly educated countries. You can see some of the world's leading education systems used to be actually quite poor. If you look at Vietnam in Asia, if you look at countries like Colombia and Peru and South America, these are countries on a very, very rapid progress, and I think we should all aspire to get there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Professional agency, teaching, professional agency, the entire collective in a schooling system. We really, really appreciate Prof and your availability. I don't know whether we must take a break because the president is here. If I say go out on break, it will cause havoc because we may not come back in that 5 minutes. But I know when the president speaks, there should be no movement to show the respect to the President of the Republic of South Africa. So, can we quickly run, just for the body relief, as they are setting up the podium for the president, run and quickly come back and settle. Just run and come back quickly. So that when the president is here, there's no movement. Can the ushers bring those that are still outside to tell them that it's not time for tea? It was just a body break. Let's quickly come inside. It was just a body break, not tea. We're still going to have tea time. Please, let's get settled. Let's get settled. I wish I can sing, that as you are coming in, I'll be singing a song for you. I can see people coming with their tea, with their food, but we are still going to have that break. When we break, we must find food. Those of us who are still inside were hungry also. So I can see that you grab food and you finish the food. Let's get seated. Let's get settled. Let's get settled. The president is in the house. The President of the Republic of South Africa has respected us in his extremely busy schedule. So let's show that respect too. I said it's a body break, not food break. We're still going to go out for food break. Now people have gone to grab food. I don't know whether we'll have food. Please, let's make it quicker. Let's take our seats. I don't know what you're going to do with that food. Because it will not be showing respect. The president is speaking, now we're eating. I've never seen that happening in South Africa before. It will be for the first time in this basic education, Lekgotla. I said people must run to the restroom. People ran to grab food. Minister, in our midst, we have the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Basic Education in the National Assembly, Ms. Joy Maimela, and we also have the Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee in the NCOP, Honorable Maki Feni. They are in our midst and want to thank them for respecting our invitation and coming in person to be with us. Because now everybody seems settled, let me take this opportunity to invite the Minister of Basic Education in the Republic of South Africa, Ms. Siviwe Kwagobe, to do the honored job. Over to you, Minister. Let's encourage her as she comes forward. The honorable job.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. As I indicated a little bit earlier, that the President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, will be joining us this morning to deliver a keynote address. And the President has been a great supporter of not only this Lekgotla, but also a great supporter of the work that we are doing here in the department. In fact, when we went to go present to him the matric results earlier this year, before we were releasing them, he has indicated to me on a number of occasions that he is a great supporter of the work that we're trying to do, the strategic reorientation of saying we want to make sure that we strengthen the foundations of learning, and has personally pledged his support to try and make this a reality. And so his presence here, I think, speaks to that commitment that he has made, that he wants to help us strengthen the foundations of learning. In fact, he often says to me that he believes that that is something that we should have started with 30 years ago or 31 years ago, and that we may be 31 years late. And so he is encouraging us to not only move with pace, but also to understand the urgency of really strengthening the foundations of learning. So I would like to invite the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, to come and give us the keynote address.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Thank you. Minister of Basic Education, Deputy Minister of Basic Education, and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, Honorable Joy Maimela, and the Chairperson also of the Select Committee on Education, Honorable Lekgotla, the Director General of Basic Education, the MECs who are here present, particularly our host MEC of Basic Education here in Gauteng, and the members of the national and provincial legislatures and representatives of political parties, this being a non-political party activity, so behave yourselves, and representatives of teacher unions and representatives of school governing body associations, higher education institutions that are here present, education organizations and civil societies, and internationally based organizations both on our continent as well as internationally, and more broadly, those who are part of the UN system, and representatives of business who continue to support the work that we do, and all guests and ladies and gentlemen. It's always wonderful for me to be here with men and women whose work in many, many ways is shaping our nation's future. Whether you are an educator, whether you are in organizations that support education, and whether you are in the teacher unions, in parliament, it is really wonderful to have people like yourselves devoting so much time to come and talk about the most important undertaking that any country has to embark upon, educating its young people. Education is the bedrock upon which societies are built and on which they thrive, but it is also the bedrock upon which the futures of nations are made. Because education enables development. In many ways, it is a catalyst of progress for individuals, for communities, for countries, and for economies as well, and for families. Basic education in particular is the most crucial determinant of whether an education system succeeds, falls short, or fails. We therefore regard the annual basic education Lekgotla as one of the most important events on the national agenda, and that is why whenever the invitation comes, I, Deputy Minister, don't only honor, I do what you said, I respect, and that's what brings me here. So to put this into perspective, in its recent South Africa Economic Update, the World Bank singled out basic education as one of the 3 sectors with the greatest potential to drive inclusive growth and to transform South Africa into a high-income country. Now, what is greatly encouraging is that the reforms proposed by the World Bank in areas such as prioritizing foundational years are very much aligned with the department's vision. Early childhood development, numeracy, and early grade reading are just some of the focus areas highlighted in the World Bank report. Minister is absolutely right. I've often said to her, we should have started with the early childhood development 30 years ago. And if there is any mistake that we have made as a nation, as a government, it is this one. That 30 years ago, we were blindsided, and we should have realized that to get this country to be put on a much higher plane of development, we should have started with early childhood development then. We would have had a cohort of people who would have started their learning much earlier and who would be contributing much more effectively. And we should have understood what Bantu education or apartheid education did to the people of this country. And we should have immediately decided to remedy that. But as they say in the classics, better late than never. Other countries maybe are nowhere near what we are doing. Now we need to gather speed, focus, and momentum. Last year in 2024, we achieved the highest matriculation pass rate in our country's history. Now, the achievements of the class of 2024 reinforce our commitment to developing our nation's most valuable resource, our young people. This achievement shows that we are indeed steadily undoing apartheid's legacy of intergenerational poverty, disadvantage, lack of opportunity, and indignity. Our learners, our educators, our parents, and caregivers deserve our collective appreciation alongside school governing bodies and partners in civil society who've been very much a part of this journey, as well as our trade unions, as well as the academia. They deserve the greatest round of appreciation which we should give. However, we must also say these impressive outcomes stand in stark contrast to what we see in the early years of education. We are all aware of the 2021 progress in international reading literacy study that showed that more than 80% of grade 4 learners in our country cannot read for meaning in any language, including in their own home language. Now, that is a real bad situation. South Africa also ranked low in a recently published study on trends in international mathematics and science, which surveys capabilities in grades 4 and 8. Not having mastered basic skills in reading and maths at foundation level sets the tone for how a learner will perform in high school and beyond. And that is why early childhood development education becomes the key foundation and bedrock. So correcting these shortcomings is for us the most urgent of tasks. It must be front and center of all our efforts in basic education. This is the first basic education sector Lekgotla convened under a government of national unity, and your minister and deputy minister, as you can see all over their faces, everything about them, what they wear, the way they walk, the way they speak, is GNU, and that's what it is. And whether they themselves like it or not, they are branded with that, GNU. Now, it is taking place at the confluence of a number of developments that are key to our nation's progress. The first of these is that we are now in the implementation phase of the medium-term development plan. It's government strategic framework for the next 5 years. The second is that we are now in the 5-year countdown towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and in particular SDG 4, on ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. The third key development is South Africa's G20 presidency, with its theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. As the host to the G20 Education Working Group, we have a unique opportunity to drive a progressive agenda for inclusive and equitable education within the framework of the G20. And our Minister Kwahube, has been traveling the globe. Last year, she spent a lot of time in Brazil, interfacing with the G20 process that was held in Brazil, and now she has the opportunity to lead the one that is part of our G20 presidency. The theme of this year's Lekgotla, strengthening foundations for a resilient, future-fit education system, is therefore, in my view, most appropriate and timely. Globalization, open knowledge flows, and advancing technology are rapidly changing the world of work. The World Economic Forum's 2025 Future of Jobs report shows the world's fastest growing and fastest declining jobs. At the top of the pyramid, the jobs that are growing fastest are in big data, specialists, that is, user interface and user experience engineers, data warehousing specialists, and renewable energy engineers. At the bottom of the pyramid, some of the jobs that are now in decline include bank tellers, data entry clerks, cashiers, admin assistants, bookkeeping, and payroll clerks and telemarketeers, amongst others. So they are right at the bottom. Many of these occupations that are in decline are entry-level positions for young people entering the job market after school. Now, artificial intelligence and large language models are cutting a swath across many types of work. And one of these applications, ChatGPT, has an estimated 300 million weekly active users globally. Now, the share of students that are using ChatGPT to assist them with school assignment has doubled between 2023 and 2024 in the United States alone. Now, the first generation to grow up with the internet, the Gen Z, as they say, are already in their 30s. Generation Alpha, the first fully digital generation, are now in high school. Now, the babies born this year are the start of Generation Beta and will begin school in 2030. Now, these Generation Beta children will be mastering the use of artificial intelligence tools for schoolwork, for problem solving, and for life advice before they even reach high school. Now, this is to say nothing of their future career paths. There are now tools that can build a website, I'm told, in 30 seconds, and compile a fully referenced research paper in about a minute. Now, these sites can do anything. Now, the other day, my spokesperson, Vincent Magwenya, was showing me a picture where it was said that I was in a press conference and seated, and a few people standing by, and he was standing next to me. It was AI generated. Of course, I didn't have such a press conference. Now, it made me look so handsome. I was really good looking. Yeah, now it completely distorted his looks. He didn't look handsome at all. So this is what AI does. It just generates these things, and then they said I had said things that I never said. So when we speak of equipping our young people with the skills for a changing world, we are not only talking about the structure of education needing to be transformed, but it is its method of delivery as well. I'm pleased that this is an issue that is prioritized at this basic education Lekgotla. We have to adapt to this new reality, or possibly this new risk, and the consequences of last century methods that cannot deliver new century outcomes. As impressive as technological advances have been, technology is but a complement to human endeavor. There is no substitute for solid foundational education that is led by committed and capable educators that sets the stage for a more effective and equitable education system. Now, at a foundational level, learners develop essential skills in literacy and numeracy, reducing pre-existing learning gaps and form the building blocks for lifelong learning. I was telling the Minister, Minister Gwahube, as well as Minister Nzimande, who has had to leave, that I once went to a conference in Mexico when I was Deputy President, and I met these Canadians who told me that they were already teaching coding at to two-year-old children. And they say, it's amazing how these two-year-old children just take up to coding at that very early stage. The DG was saying to me, no, we are now beginning to do it at 6 years and 7 years. Now that's okay, because we are not doing it 30 years later. We're only doing it maybe 4 years later. So we will catch up. So early childhood development does play a critical role. It is a strong social equalizer, with children from disadvantaged families benefiting most. And I have seen how they benefit. We need to improve foundational numeracy and literacy using the mother tongue-based bilingual education approach. We are encouraged by the department's efforts to renew or review and realign our existing curriculum, including the issue of assessment, learning and teaching support material, and teacher development programs. Equality and access must guide everything that we do. The notion of equality is, as we find, even in the G20 process, becoming a big issue of contention, where we in the global South clamor to have equality as the centerpiece of what we need to lead the world towards. There are those who have already reached high levels of, being equal, and they believe that, no, we are all equal, and yet we say we are not. So that must guide everything that we do. The concept of equality and equity. We have a special obligation to promote access to quality education for learners, also with a number of disabilities, such as those who are blind, deaf, or who have other disabilities. This is both a human rights issue as well as it is an economic and social imperative. For our country to develop, we need to ensure that every person is able to realize their potential. We therefore welcome the inclusion of Deaf South Africa and Blind SA in this Lekgotla program. We welcome that. Now, our hardworking educators are, in the end, the backbone of the sector. We welcome the ongoing provision of teacher support and development programs focused on skills, pedagogy, and methodology, amongst others. And I often say we need to empower them and make them operate at the top of their game. And I often say, when parents give our educators their children, they expect that they will do the best that they can to make sure that those children are well educated. And I often say, in the end, it is your responsibility as an educator to make sure that you get that child to be the best that they can be in the nation, because the parents and the nation gives you that child, and they say, improve this child, make this child the best our nation has. So the responsibility on educators is a big and heavy one. The alignment of the national curriculum and the schooling system with South Africa's economic imperatives must be an apex priority also for this Lekgotla. Entrepreneurship plays a key role in economic growth, particularly when the labor market is as constrained as ours is. Now, as we prepare young people for employment, we must also be able to support pathways for them to be employers, to be self-employed. Our education system needs to be responsive to the evolving skills needs of our economy. One of the most important ways of doing this is through structured technical and vocational education pathways. In the schooling system, that run parallel to the general academic education pathway. And when I say parallel, I mean that we do need to accede to the same learning and skilling levels or systems that other countries that are more developed in their economies are doing. And I've learned a lot of lessons from what Germany does, what Switzerland does, and that is why they are able to produce world-class products, because as people do their academic learning, they also, at the same time, parallel to that, they also do the practical learning. There's nothing as better as you learn the theory, and thereafter you also learn, at the same time, you also learn the practical. Because that, I have found, is what really defines countries such as Germany and Switzerland, and indeed others, from many others, because they have a parallel approach. The diversification into academic, technical, and vocational pathways provides learners with greater choices based on their interests, abilities, and aptitudes. It enables them to choose the right careers and achieve great success. We need to be more assertive in marketing these pathways to learners, including through life orientation and career guidance classes. I took time to speak to a few learners who had passed their matric, and I said, what do you want to do going forward? And some of them were not clear. Have you applied to university? Yes, I applied for this, but they didn't take me because I didn't have the right level of mathematics. What was your fallback position? What is the other option? I don't know. I don't know. That's what they say. And we therefore need to be assisting these young people to have clear choices of pathways. Now, as stakeholders in the sector, we need to work together to address the prevalent bias towards general academic education and even the stigma that exists around choosing vocational occupations. Vocational training should not be seen as just a fallback option for learners who have been identified as unlikely to obtain the marks needed for university entry. It should be seen as an attractive proposition for all learners. One looks at a highly industrialized country, yes, like Germany, and even a few others in Europe, where 47% of the workforce has a vocational qualification compared to 17% with higher education degrees. Now, I look forward to the outcomes of this year's Lekgotla, which is happening at such a critical time in the life of our nation. The basic education sector, Lekgotla, brings together political and administrative heads in education, as well as the representatives of teachers, parents, and learner organizations. It also brings together local and international academics, as I said, and welcome them, as well as experts from the post-school education sectors and industry leaders specializing in human resources. Minister, I would, as we move on, would like to see more industry players who would be here in larger numbers, so that what we plan in our Lekgotla should also be informed by what they have to say. Because in the end, we want the young people that we are preparing for the future to know precisely what the economy needs, because they are going to be key actors in that economy, and what firms need in the form of human resource. In other words, we have in this room the full complement of those who have it within their means and capability to transform the basic education landscape for the better, and most importantly, to also transform it for the future. And if we can embrace these types of approaches and be more practically oriented in doing what needs to be done, and come up with more innovative ways of dealing better with our past. I often say that we are dealing with what happened in the past. That shadow of, in your sector, of apartheid education continues to cast its shade on the future as we move on. We therefore need to do a lot of things to take our children out of that shadow so that they can come into the light. And we do so by fully embarking on innovative methods, innovative ways of being able to come up with innovative solutions. Now, I'm glad that all of you who are here, you're committed to doing precisely that. This, for me, is an important moment when all of you who are in education can come up with really wonderful solutions that can take our country forward. The future of our country is in your hands, and we expect that you will come up with great plans that can take our young people forward. Thank you very much.
We can give him another round of applause. And officially, we allow the president to leave, to take leave. Yeah, or may be seated. These are the house rules that I'm giving now. I gave the house rule of bathrooms, people did something else. I'm saying now, we must break for tea. Those of you who grabbed your tea and bananas and whatever, don't go, you remain inside. So that you must not compete with us when we take our food. Please, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1.5 hours behind. Our agenda is so packed, and we need to allow all speakers to speak. And because they're not just speaking for the sake of speaking, but they are contributing to the final output of this Lekgotla. So, final outcome. So I want us to break for just 15 minutes. 15 minutes is just too much. By the end of the 14th minute, we are all seated, please. We go to the bathroom, we grab some food, we eat, we quickly come back. And yeah, then I will take it from there. Please, let's go.
Thank you very much. Can we please reconvene? Ushers, can you please help some of us who are battling with time? We need your assistance. We want to reconvene. DM is waiting for us to settle so that we continue with the program. All DB officials must help us to get everybody in. In the Lekgotla, everybody must be in. We are only out during breaks. As a blief toch, die son drank water, ons hart trek bloed. Time is of essence. That's how we say it in the Platteland, anyway.
I deliberately being the number last school to use the bathroom, but there was no one.
Yeah. Can we get this removed? Because this is supposed to be removed and replaced by this one. And because they've come to do it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. You are very efficient. We've settled down now. Thank you very much. Ms. Ramahapi and all of you, get everybody in. DM wants to start. Thank you. Thank you, all of you who managed to come back as agreed. Over to you, DM. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Can somebody tell all those who are outside that when they come in quietly because the session has started. I'm going to call two professors at a go. Where's Professor Gustafson? Come here, come sit here. So that I introduce you. And Prof. Mary, there's a watch there. There's a watch there. When you speak, you must look at the watch. Immediately it says 0. You leave the stage, Professor Gustafson comes in. So ladies and gentlemen, the two speakers that I'm going to invite now, I know that they will not be offended to call them one after the other. That's why I'm introducing both of them now. Professor Mary Metcalf is going to talk about transforming the South African basic education ecosystem for the future we want. A reflection on the G20 2025 education agenda. That's what she's going to talk about. Professor Mary Metcalf is currently the Executive Director of PLO. She is also Professor of Practice at the University of Johannesburg School of Public Management, Governance and Public Policy, and a National Planning Commissioner. She's not just a professor, she's somebody very important in our midst. And when she walks education, she walks policy. That's who she is. And want to thank her for always being there for the basic education, for always supporting basic education. She's supporting education, whether she's at home, whether on television, wherever she is, she's supporting basic education in the Republic of South Africa. Prof, want to thank you. The next professor is Professor Martin Gustafson. He's going to talk to us about how foundations for learning are also the foundations for economic and social progress. It starts with the right foundation. If we have the right foundation, then we'll respond to the economic growth and inclusion, as the President indicated. Prof. Martin Gustafson is an education economist and researcher at the Department of Basic Education. He is also an associate professor attached to the Research on Socio-Economic Policy unit at Stellenbosch University. So he's not just a member in the Department of Basic Education. He is our think tank. When we want to do something new, we look around him. Where is he to come and research on that thing and give us, then we're able to take it from there. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome both professors, but Professor Mary Metcalf will speak first, then as the watch says 0, she leaves the podium and Professor Gustafson comes in. Let's welcome both of them. Thank you. Over to you, Prof. Mary.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. All protocol observed. I think you were all acknowledged many times this morning, but I'm just delighted to be with so many old friends. You know, when I get given a topic to speak to, I always feel like it's a bit of an exam question, you know? What do you have to say about all of these pieces? And I first of all knew that we were going to be tight for time. They kept contracting the time. I also knew I was going to be the 6th speaker without a break. Now you've got a break, but I'm still going to keep to time. So I'm going to invite our chair to nudge me if she thinks I'm going to go over time. So the way that I've addressed this exam question, where do I point it? There. Is I'm going to look at the importance of multilateralism very briefly. I'm going to do my exam question thing of AU and G20. Then I'm going to spend most of my time on transforming the South African system. What is very important for me is that the point of this Lekgotla, or the summit some people are calling it, is that we've been asked to take G20 to the people. And so what I'm going to keep asking you is, what does this mean for the contribution that I must make in my space, in the ecosystem? We've got people representing South Africa, they're representing us. What do we want them to say, and what is it that we must do? So all I'm going to say about the importance of multilateralism is, for the last 70 years of my life, I've taken it for granted. It's been there as a feature of how the world operates. And we all know that multilateralism is under serious threat. And it's absolutely critical that we recognize the need to work together, because we have a common destiny, because it gives the weak a voice as well as the strong, and most importantly, because it gives us the sense of being part of a global learning community. What do these multilateral fora add to the work we must do in our country? So, first part of the exam question is the question of the AU and G20. I want to thank Ms. Asipala this morning, because I knew she was going to come before me and she was going to cover that part of the exam question. But I've pulled out just 7 key items on the education agenda of the AU, of which we are part. And you'll see that I've put in italics some of them. If we look at those, the question for me, there's some contraction of my slides, so you'll see that it's going over something. But in your view, what are the underlying principles underneath that inform those 7 points? Why have I highlighted in particular that text? And I hope you can see this here. So for me, if we had more time, I'd ask you what you think. But for me, it's a human rights, social justice perspective informing equity, and it's the fact that human capabilities are integral to development. And I know Martin's going to talk all about that. And I was quite excited when the president made the same point. So that's what we need to understand. What energizes us? Human rights, as well as building capabilities for development. And those two are connected. You can't have development without addressing rights. You can't address rights without understanding that what you're doing is building capabilities. And those of you who are familiar with the National Development Plan to 2030, I find this diagram in the National Development Plan just really helpful. Because if you look in the center, there's 3 cogs that drive this mutual independence, or perhaps what my exam question calls the ecosystem. You need effective government, you need an active citizenry, and it's quite interesting that strong leadership exists side by side with both of those. There's leadership that's required across government and citizens. So, I'm sorry about the compactness of the slides and the different format. So if you ask me what I've been asked to speak about, the ecosystem of change in our education system for the future we want, it depends on the transformatory power of an effective government, of active citizenry, as well as leadership. So we also are explicitly in this forum looking at how we prepare for the G20. And if you look at the agenda of the African Union and the agenda of G20, there's a lot of commonalities. There's no surprise in that. What I wanted to do, but I knew I only had 15 minutes, was also to look at how we're doing in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. because the Sustainable Development Goals is another multilateral, world-inclusive approach. So I looked at the South Africa country report. It's not in the slides, but I want you to note this. Between 2019, and this is the official South Africa government report, and 2013, we have been stagnant, no improvement. 2019 to 2013. In completion rates of schooling, what we look at as our dropouts, as our needs, we've been stagnant in terms of catering for disability, and we all know that there are improvements, but there's real challenges. Martin may disagree later. There's stagnancy in youth participation, in opportunities for vocational learning. Again, improvement, but we're not moving fast enough. And stagnation in grade 3 reading. Martin, I'm sure, will disagree there and lend more light, but I want to talk about that in particular. So we've got our country representatives in these big fora, and what are they prioritizing? They're prioritizing educational professionals for solidarity, equality, and sustainable development. You see the themes: equality, equity, social justice, sustainable development. And they're centering the educational professionals. So Andreas's fantastic presentation, which I'm sure we're all looking forward to getting, remember he said it's professional agency that's at the core of teacher satisfaction and then for performance. And I want to know that our representatives in these processes are doing everything that they can to ensure that in these sub-themes, what we are basing our approach on is building a professionalism, and a professionalism that has agency, which is respected. So again, if we're taking this to the people, going back to where we come from, thinking about our role, talking with our representatives, what do we want to say about transforming the South African basic education system? Okay, there's, I think, 5 things that I want to say here. And there were several people, and I think it might have been the minister who was very clear about this, is that we have to be bold and unwavering. Was that the minister? Yeah. She said, we have to be bold, unwavering, and committed. We need to not just say every year we talk about where we are, and every year we say we must improve reading. We have to have a sense of urgency, of passion and determination, and be determined to do things differently. And that is both because of the human rights and because the development of our country depends on it. The second thing is we have to be much less shy, more frank about saying, where are we? Are we where we want to be? Now, definitely, I would be the first to say, as a country, we've come from a long way, from 1994 and before. We've been making lots of progress, but we also have to acknowledge that there's a long way ahead. We are not where we want to be. Let's not pretend that. And we have to be much more evidence-informed. I was just struck by who in the room are, as academics, researchers, activists, generating information that we should be doing to review. You've got Equal Education Law Center, you've got EE doing solid research work all the time. You've got organizations and universities like RECEP generating research reports. I am fascinated by those research reports, but I still don't visit the website as often as I should. Every time I open the website, I'm amazed at the information is there. So our opinions and our passions must be informed by reading. The next thing is we have to realistically appraise our fiscal constraints. We have to do more with less. The minister was clear about that today. We all know we had our budget drama last week. We all know that we can't borrow more. we have to start saying, what can I do with what I have? And we've got to say, what are the engines of driving this improvement that we want to be passionate about? And it's effective government, it's active citizenry, it's strong leadership. So of the objectives for the summit, I'm only going to focus on those 3, and I'm looking at my watch. ECD, I hardly have to say anything, because the UNICEF speech this morning from Ms. Brito was just absolutely fantastic. And I also know that yesterday in Parliament, there was a presentation on the introduction of ECD Grade R, but there's a few things I want to say here, because I think sometimes we're not all on the same page. If you look at ECD, generally in the sector, it's considered to be 0 to 9 years old. Within that, in the South African context, and contexts differ, I would say there's 3 key phases, and that was confirmed in the parliamentary presentation. The first 1,000 days, from conception to about 2 years old, and then the second 1,000 days, and that's much more home-based. The second 1,000 days is when the child begins to move into the community, and then you move into formal schooling. Now, what's important about that for me is that Grade R is constitutionally immediately realizable as a state responsibility. Grade R is now compulsory. Grade R is part of the foundation phase that was clear at the parliamentary presentation. But before Grade R, the mechanisms of delivery and the funding are different, and we have to understand that. For the first 1,000 days, the home is critical. Departments of health and welfare are important. The child has a right to shelter and food. For the second 1,000 days, the early childhood education centers, and now this is what's important, perhaps even in an international context. They're community-driven. The state is not the employer. The government subsidizes the poorest children. They are not little schools in so many ways, obviously not in terms of pedagogy and approach, but they are community-driven structures which the state is encouraging, supporting, and doing everything that it can. And that's why this initiative of the Social Compact of Barnapele and the Minister's Drive is so important, bringing in partnerships, bringing in people who can contribute to the funding. But it is a partnership that depends on an active citizenry who are informed. Just to rush. Literacy, first of all, we're not making the progress we want. Every year we get pearls, whatever. We keep saying our children can't read for meaning by the age of 6. But what indicators do we have? Pearls, SACMEC. Recently, the South African Systemic Evaluation, which gives me a vague idea that some children are emerging and some aren't. Teachers need information about how their learners are doing, and the people who support teachers need concrete information to set targets, to allocate resources, to drive attention, and make sure that we are focused on the foundation phase on grade 6. The resource allocation, and I don't know how many friends in the room I lose with this, our resource allocation is skewed to FET. Does anybody disagree? No? Why? Because it's high stakes. Big drama, big headlines, big competition between provinces. If we had the same high stakes, I don't like competition, but the high stakes provinces want to doing better in early reading, grade 3, in grade 9, then we would be able to drive the resource allocation differently. And then within the National Planning Committee, there is a basic education advisory. And one of the things that's unequivocal about is that resource inequities within provinces and across provinces is what drives our unequal outcomes. Not good to always make it an average across the country. We are not doing well in reading, and we're not putting in place the resources to improve. It's differential. Some provinces do better. And our planning systems are poor. I'm watching my time, and so I'm going to have to stop. The third thing is providing teachers with that's on the agenda of the G20 working group when everyone's going to come here and it's going to be drama, is we have to provide teachers with the support, with the development programs that give them the skills, the pedagogy that will afford them the opportunity to nurture and mold and growing minds. That's what they've told us they're going to do. What I want to say to that working group is we have to acknowledge that poor support to teachers is the major constraint to improving learning outcomes. In my view, and there's work that's been done in the NPC on this, the CPD system does not work. It doesn't work. You can pick me up at lunchtime and argue with me if you think it does, but all of the evidence says it doesn't. And who in the room believes we've got enough subject advisors? Anybody want to be brave enough to put up their hand? No, you know. So if we're going to be talking in the G20, let's talk honestly, based on evidence, about the real challenges that we're facing. If we're going to take the G20 to the people, let's make sure that we engage our country representatives so that they go into this multilateral forum to learn and to contribute and to get best practice. Thank you very much. Oh, wait, before you clap. 2030 NDP, 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Let's be realistic. We are not going to achieve what we want in the next 5 years. But can we put into place the systems and processes and data so that we actually implement what it is that we talk about so much? Thank you very much.
Morning, everyone. All protocol observed. There's some people who are not in the room any longer. So I am going to take us through something that I would like to have had 2 hours, but I'm not allowed to have that. So this Lekgotla is about the foundations of learning. But those foundations are also foundations for the country's economic and social development. Concretely, things like employment, having our infrastructure working well, economic growth, and so on. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this in the limited time. Oh, the clock is not working. Does that mean I do get the 2 hours? All right, let me put my stopwatch on here because they forgot to reset the, okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to look at 3 questions. Firstly, what is the global and local evidence around what we should be doing if we want to make sure that our schooling system is aligned to country development? And this is a bit of a challenge. I mean, I work a lot in planning, and we tend within the sector to be quite inward-looking and not to pay enough attention to the links between ourselves and the rest of the world and how that affects our policies and decision-making. So what does the evidence say? Fortunately, we're in a country that still takes evidence and science quite seriously. What do our policies say? And then finally, how does our schooling system perform? I'm just going to shoot through to give you a foretaste of that graphic and that graphic. Those are the exciting bits. They're at the end. and I need to go through some preliminary things before I get there. So, so what is the evidence? A bit of history here. So, I mean, before 2000, education planners around the world focused on making sure kids were enrolled and then manpower planning. This was before terminology became a bit more gender sensitive. So it was about manpower planning specifically is about lining up numbers on how many doctors, engineers, accountants, teachers, police we need, and then making sure that the training system is oriented towards that. That was education planning. Then in around about 2000, something happened. We started getting a lot more awareness of what's now bread and butter to all of us, foundational learning, particularly around language and numeracy. And these things are created or realized very early on in schooling. That might seem very obvious to us now, but it was quite revolutionary when this came in. It was largely based on work by economists, a fairly small group of economists, Hanushep, Kinko, Wissmann. I'll show you in the next slide what some of that looked like. UNESCO started picking this up. The 2005 UNESCO Education for All report, this big report that they produce every year, was a milestone. If you want to see how these ideas made their way into education, have a look at that big report. And then in 2015, when the Millennium Development Goals became the Sustainable Development Goals, all of a sudden you saw this new focus on the quality of learning. Realizing that, the realization was that, or rather the problem previously was that there was this assumption that if children sit in school and there's a teacher and they come to school on time, etc., they must be learning. Surely they're getting reading right. Surely they're getting numeracy right. And, well, the shocking thing was that, of course, they don't always get it right. You get schools in different parts of the world where extremely different things are happening. All right. Sometimes it's really, really weak. And this is what the new emphasis was all about. And the SDGs, of course, came with all sorts of technicalities around how do we measure learning outcomes. If this is so important, proficiency, how do we measure it? This is the kind of graph that you would see if you turn to the work of these economists, and they look at the correlation between learning and things like economic growth. And this had a wow effect in the economic space as well, because before this type of evidence arose, economists were a lot more confused around what actually brings about economic success. What this analysis showed was that it's a particularly important predictor of economic success, having your children read and do their maths right. I mean, some of the methods they used to make sure that they're really talking about cause and effect is, some of the analysis was taking people in the US, which is full of immigrants, and looking at where are these immigrants coming from. Some of them had their primary schooling in other countries, looking at the quality of schooling in those countries. How did that influence their employment and income within the US? So the very rigorous research underlies this type of work. And then the local evidence can be a bit confusing. So Minister Nzimande mentioned a very important thing, which is that what the post-school education system needs is more young people with good marks in maths, not just passing at 30%, he said. And that's absolutely true. He was also concerned about declining participation in maths. And there we need to be a bit careful, because sometimes the message goes out that declining participation is a problem, and it could be causing problems with our outputs or what we feed into our universities. Actually, over the last few years, participation has gone down, but what has gone up? Numbers of learners getting 60%, 70%. There's a link to some extent, and it's in some of the work that we've done at DBE. We need to make sure that more learners who are ready for maths are in the class, but we also need to be careful about having too many learners who are clearly not coping and who dilute the chances of success. I've got a little quote there from DHET, the last annual report of DHET. DHET and DBE kind of like to spar a bit. DHET likes to point out that they're not getting what they should be getting from the basic education sector. I don't agree with this thing in the annual report around the decline in STEM graduates. I think that has more to do with pandemic disruptions at universities. But in many ways, DHET's complaints are right. We're fortunate in South Africa insofar as we have some really good analysis of where our problems lie. The work coming out of the Labour Market Intelligence Initiative at DHET is very valuable, something that we should pay attention to. It points out, for example, amongst many other things, that we need to double the number of graduates coming out of our university. We are way behind countries such as Mexico and Brazil. In that review of progress that the DBE came out with last year, basically this analysis is provided, which shows that about 2/3 of first-year university students need to reach some mathematics threshold, and that we're not producing enough learners at those thresholds. And then the national list of occupations in high demand is something that we should be looking more at. So turning to policy, what do the policies say? The documents produced by UNESCO, World Bank, World Economic Forum are very interesting. The idea of the fourth industrial revolution actually comes from the WEF. And I know we're inundated with documents that we need to read. It's a bit overbearing, but if there's one document that's worth looking at, I think, for understanding what we need to focus on with respect to providing skills for the 21st century, it's this report by the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, put together by a brilliant South African who is now Under Secretary General of the United Nations, an AI engineer. And it's interesting to see the points made in that report on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. It may surprise some people what's there. The focus is fundamental skills are really important. We're not doing that badly in terms of the kind of curriculum we have, creativity. The emphasis on actual technology access is perhaps not as strong as one would expect. So the emphasis is very much on the kind of thinking that the technologies can facilitate. And moving to things like the NDP, essentially with this slide, I wanted to point out that we have these targets. Sometimes they're they're not really well informed. For example, that we would have almost 500,000 young people ready for mathematically oriented programs at universities. That's in the NDP. The NDP education chapter is a really good chapter of the NDP. But there's some targets that are a bit strange. I mean, if we reached that target, we would be beyond where the United States and China are today. Those targets have become a bit more realistic over time. That bottom one is is important, and Minister Nzimande was alluding to it, this target of having more young people get 60% or thereabouts in mathematics. That target, I think, was maybe even under, lower than it should be. And the question is what that target should be for 2029. I think we should actually be aiming for a target of about 140,000 young people reaching 60% in maths by 2029. I don't think that would be unrealistic. Others disagree with me, but I think what's important is to look at also where the distribution of our skills are in say, TIMS. And there's a bulge of people who are just under this type of level of achievement. So we can expect more young people to move into this. So I don't think that we should be that afraid of having targets which are considerably higher than that 35,000 target which we had and which we exceeded by a relatively small margin. So here are the two exciting slides. This slide, it echoes some of the slides that Andreas Schleicher was referring to. Here we see income at the bottom. We see TIMS 2023 results. So this is very fresh data. These are statistics that came out at the end of last year. And each of those points is a country, of course, and then that line tells you, roughly what happens in the world. I mean, richer countries have better levels of skills amongst learners in these international tests. The very pleasing thing is that 20 years ago, South Africa was at the bottom of that red arrow, right? 20 years ago, we were what economists call an outlier. We were out in the wilderness. We were somewhere where no other developing country was. Our foundational skills were really, really weak. We are now more a normal country. We're very close to that line. In fact, our distance from the line is smaller than Brazil's. So does that mean that we've sorted out all our problems? No. But we are more like a typical developing country, and we should feel good about that. But this is also important as a signal for the rest of the world. People who want to invest in South Africa want to know about the potential of the human capabilities in the country. And the very last slide, this tries to capture the movements between the left-hand bar, youths who have experienced some schooling, and then the post-school system, that smaller bar. So that clearly the smaller bar, the post-school system can't accommodate everyone, but yeah, it's about 40% of the size of the schooling bar. And what's important about that schooling bar is that right at the top, that green is the high-level achievers in mathematics. It's still very small. That needs to triple, roughly. And I'm not going to be able to have the time to go into this in detail, but that's one of the things that must happen in that transmission between schooling and post-schooling. We need fewer learners moving into higher education where they don't meet the targets for the studies that they pursue, and the universities say, okay, we'll let you in because we can't find enough people, but you need to take bridging courses and so on. That results in studies at the university which are not as efficient as they should be. The preparation should have been better beforehand, and we need to have more people moving in from that bottom bit of the big bar. Young people who don't have a national qualification and who can, if they've got at least grade 9, legally they can go into TVET colleges. But there's very little of that happening now for various reasons, partly because TVET colleges want better educated learners rather than, say, grade 9 or grade 10 leavers. But this is something that would facilitate having more learners with a national qualification. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Can we give the two professors a very big round of applause? Prof. Andreas, I will call you to come sit here on the stage because you are the only one among the presenters who is available, plus the two professors. Then the three professors will be on the stage. And it's not normal that professors will wear a nice suit, especially our own professor. It's for the first time I see him wearing an expensive jacket. You know, professors, they don't care about, they care about research. So when we care about how do I look, they are not there. They are on what should come next. What will be the final product of this? How can we change this? That's their focus area. When we focus on our wardrobes, they don't even go there. So today, I want to thank you, professors, that you are well dressed. Yeah, our Sophia has a meeting. The first presenter, Sophia Ashpala, has a meeting with the Minister of Education in the Central African Republic, CAR. Then again, Pierre Rebello Brito, when she presented here, it was 3 o'clock in her country, 3 o'clock in the morning. So she woke up preparing for us. She said she feels a bit dozy because she has a very tight schedule during the day. I said, no, go sleep. I allowed her to go take a nap for 2 hours, then she goes and engage on other important issues of the AU. So, of UNICEF, of course. I'm opening for questions. Discussions will be done in commissions. I'm not opening for discussions. I'm opening for questions, for clarity, only for the purpose of those who will not be in those commissions. So I'm ready to count hands on the tables. The professors are ready to respond. 1, I give you a number, it's your number. I'm not going to call people by names. 1, 2, wow, only 2 hands. They are so eloquent. Thank you so much, professors, for eloquence. It shows that you have been taught to transfer a message to the hearers. And your messages were well understood. 1, to have a roving mic. Only 2 hands. No provocation. No one will be provoked by, when you raise your hand, you speak your original question. And I recognized only 2 hands. Oh, 3rd hand, same table. 4th hand, 4. I said, the number that I've given you is your number. And another roving mics for, yeah. Are we sure there are only 4 people that will want to ask questions, not give inputs, questions? Where's number 5? Oh, number 5. Questions, not input. No preamble. Don't just first explain the question before coming to the question. No preamble, question. Straight to the point. The last one was number 5. 3, 2, 1, closed. Closed. No more question. No more afterthoughts. We come to number 1, this table. Oh, they're still bringing them, the mics. I'll give you this one.
A very good afternoon, everybody. Musa Simelani from African Youth Development Fund, and my question is for Professor Mary Metcalfe. She said that the CPD process does not work. A very dramatic statement, and I just want to hear from her what are some alternatives that we can pursue. Yeah.
Alternatives. What are some of the alternatives that we can use? Number 2, you must run to the front because we're using one.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I have 3 questions. For
How many?
3 to 3 different people. I'm Hema Hariram from NAPTOSA. So my first question is linked to Dr. Nzamande's presentation and to Prof. Gustafsson. And it's related to the issue around mathematics and your initial statement to say we shouldn't actually worry about the numbers dropping. And we all know the implications which Dr. Nzamande highlighted. It reflects further into accounting and the BCM subjects where those are also dropping. And you raised, and Prof. Metcalfe also raised the issue about overspending and the hullabaloo, that's our word, around the matric results. Dr. Gustafsson, how would you advise that we change this perspective on how we celebrate the NSC and shift the focus to the GET phase instead? The second one is to Professor from the OECD. My apologies, your name's difficult. You spoke about commodification of education, teacher professionalism, teacher autonomy, and the importance of teachers' professional development. You've also in the past have always complimented the South African curriculum. What would you advise us as teacher unions and the system to go forward in the light of the increasing outsourcing of basic education functions and the increase in the external or the profiteers in education? Thank you. The third one, the call by the president in terms of our vocational...
The third one is directed to?
Well, I'm not sure who's going to answer, but somebody from government maybe. The call by the president said, we need to increase vocational qualifications. Unfortunately, as a country, we started the 3-stream model in 2010, but it's still a largely unfunded initiative, and it's not reaching all our learners. Somebody from government needs to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3. You introduce yourself and where you come from.
Is it afternoon or morning? Hello, everyone. I am Mary Mweketi from Autism South Africa. My question goes to both Professor Gustafsson and Professor Mary Metcalfe. I've heard them talking about the learners who only go to grade 9. And my question to them is, how do we help the learners who don't go up to matric to be able to go through the TVET colleges, because these learners end up out in the streets because they do not get the necessary support that they deserve. Thank you.
Number 4.
Thank you very much, DM. My name is Max Ramasike from the National Governors Association. DM, Prof, I'm glad that you are speaking and you were the first MEC of Education in Gauteng, the progressive MEC. One of the issues that we need to engage on honestly in the Lekgotla or even beyond here is that year in, year out, the South African basic education, it's measured through the outcome of grade 12. And hence now all the provinces, it's as though the increase of MECs and HOD comes if they are number 1, number 2. But nobody focuses on basic, on the development from grade 1 up to grade 11. Everybody's worried about grade 12s. But now what the recent matric results that have been issued has actually exposed us, because more learners passed matric, but more learners are not accepted at universities. So it means something is wrong there. So we need to be changing to say, then what happens with all the learners that have passed with bachelors? A lot of them are saying, what's the use of passing if the former grade 12 learners have passed, but they cannot be accepted in universities for whatever reasons? So it means something is not happening well. And also, where we are channeling the resources in our education system are channeled to grade 12 learners. They don't even have a life on Saturday and Sunday. They are all bombarded with go to school, go to school. After grade 12, all of them, they have a breakdown because we are just bombarded. So we are not developing learners. And the sad part now, DM, I'm glad that you are here. We don't want to address the issue of saying teaching and learning in most of the schools, in the township schools, is not happening. It's not happening. That is why now at grade 12, we are all focusing at putting resources to say, now, let's deal with these learners. So if we can address, and I'm saying, how do we deal with, that's the reality that we are faced with. So if we can have an imbizo to say, how do we correct what is happening in the previously disadvantaged schools and actually the township schools in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The last one, number 5.
Yeah, Molweni, igama lami nguNoncedo from Equal Education. Following that last speaker, it sounds good to be in a room where everyone feels like we're on the same path and have the same sort of vision around the future. So we're talking about early childhood learning, mother tongue bilingual education. We're also talking about the inequalities in the education system and how they are leading to these sort of learning poverties that are spoken about by these multilateral organizations that have presented here, which I think is good because it means that we can maybe achieve something in the next 5 years, heading to 2030. But given that, 2 short questions. This first one is to Martin. Yeah? If we're looking at that second last slide around the policies that we've got in place, and some of our dreams and goals, around 85% of learners being able to complete their schooling. Okay. I've got a sharp-throated voice, but I was never going to fill the room here. But at the moment, if you think about the throughput, we're sitting at about 53%. And I wanted to ask everyone that's on stage now, what kind of radical plan should we put in place to try and meet that 85%? But connected to that is also asking the DB in particular when we can expect to see the reading plan, the national reading plan that will help us address some of these questions and feature the principles that everyone has been reflecting on during this period, this morning, yeah.
Thank you. These were real questions. I think you all have mics. You want to start?
I'm happy to start, but I've got a mic. Oh. Yeah. I'm going to move because I'm sitting behind the podium there. I want to start with your fabulous question on why did I say CPDD's failing? It was from you, hey? African Youth Development. So let me take advantage of that to expand. So firstly, we've got the architecture that's been there since, I think, 2013 of what a CPD system should look like. It starts with a National Institute for Curriculum Development, which is supposed to provide teachers with an opportunity to do a self-assessment and then to follow up with online learning. Doesn't exist. Maybe in the Commission's Chairperson, people will say it's on its way. That's fabulous. But I would like to see it actually be in the place. The second thing is we have a collective agreement, hard fought in the collective bargaining chamber, that says, and it's a collective agreement between the employer and the employees, that every teacher must complete 40 hours of professional training every year. The DBE's school monitoring survey shows it's not happening. It's less than half of that time. It varies from province to province, and that data is important. But teachers are not, in the arrangement with the employer, being given the opportunities to actually fulfill that obligation. We have a South African Council of Educators, and I'm sorry and apologies to all of my friends in the room who do their best to make these things work. The South African Council of Education is a professional council, and like other professional councils, employees, people who are registered, are expected to register professional development points. Those of you who know people in health, etc., know that this is a routine requirement in a profession. The SACE annual report of the previous year, the data shifts a little, but consistently tells us that although teachers are supposed to accumulate 50 professional development points a year, on the SACE database, only 3% of teachers nationally recorded that they had achieved 30 points. Is our CPDT system working? I would say no. And I would say it's not because teachers do not want to have the professional satisfaction, the joy in learning, opportunities to improve. I think that we are simply not providing them, and the teacher unions step into the gap. I'm not going to mention all of the unions. What I see of what NAPTOSA does in terms of offering professional development is fabulous, but then I also want to challenge NAPTOSA. Is all of that being recorded? You know, thank you, Hema, you agree with me. Because I do a lot of work in KZN, I'm blown away with what I see SATU do. Is that being recorded? Are we really committed to saying what are the mechanisms? And then the last point I want to say about professional development is the role of curriculum advisors and subject advisors in particular is weak because we do not resource them according to our gazetted norms and standards. So I always thought when 1994 came that I'd love to be a subject advisor before other people made other plans for me. I wanted to be a subject advisor. I can't think of anything more rewarding than working with teachers and helping them improve. The collective agreement for subject advisors says that you need to visit teachers in their classroom. It's fabulous. How do you do that when you're a subject advisor responsible for 200 schools? It's not possible. So until we properly resource our key mechanisms, and when I say it's worse, is because of the budget cuts. There's this lawnmower approach to the budget, which you just cut. You don't strategize. You don't say, this is critical, I'm going to increase resources, despite a resource-constrained environment. So, in some provinces, amongst whom my friends who are HODs are here, there's a freeze on office-based posts. Now, how do we support teachers if we don't provide properly supported people to support them? So, Chairperson, I want to still talk about the grade 9 leaving, but I'm feeling I've got a lot to say there, but I just feel I've spoken too much, and you can come back to me on that one if there's time.
Thank you, Prof. Andres.
You can.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me maybe give a bit of context on why I came to this, issue around commodification. What we have observed in many countries over the last decade really is a decline in teacher support for individual students and a clear decline in parental engagement in education. And this is very much a change in the attitudes, where people see themselves more as a customer than as someone who takes a role in this. And when you look at the level of teacher support, that has also to do with the roles that we assign to teachers. That often, if you think back in the past, teachers had many roles. They were actually community builders. They were actually very, very close engaged with families. And their roles are often more and more confined to the instructional aspect. And that has a limiting aspect, and that is seen in the way in which students perceive their teachers, and it's seen in the outcomes that I reported. And if you look at the highest performing education systems, typically teachers are not just the instructor. They are also a coach, they are a mentor, they are a facilitator. They spend a lot of time engaging with parents. I was once in one of the poorest regions of China, in Yunnan province, and I was absolutely impressed how parents, society were actually supporting the school. It was a true whole of society kind of enterprise. And I asked a teacher, how do you achieve this? How do you get these parents actually become so active in your school? And she said, well, I don't know. I try to speak with every parent about twice per week. And I said, wow, you have 50 students in your class and you speak with everybody twice per week, visit them at home. And I said, this must be an incredible workload for you. And she said, yeah, it's true, but if I wouldn't have all of these parents helping me, I could never do my job. And that really signals, if we see the community as a resource for education, we can achieve a lot. If we see them as a client, we often push a role. There's a good example from England. About 15 years ago, there were a lot of complaints from teachers. We can't deal with all of the social problems that we have in school. We need a lot of social workers and teaching assistants in our classrooms. So the British government hired an army of teaching assistants. Every teacher got an assistant in the classroom. And it was seen as, a big leap forward. But actually, if you look at this 15 years later, teachers are even more frustrated than they were before. Educational outcomes have not changed. And the relationship between students and teachers has significantly deteriorated. What happened? Teachers have said, oh yeah, I can outsource those kinds of responsibilities, the social responsibilities, to someone who helps. They deal with the difficult students. I just focus on the ones who can follow my instruction. I'm exaggerating a bit, but the outcome really has been that the work of teachers got more limited, more uninteresting for teachers, less intellectually inspiring, and less relational. And it is usually the relations that, inspire teachers to say, we have to be very, very cautious when we outsource core responsibility of teachers to other actors in the school or outside the school. That's our experience, really, and we have actually quite a bit of data to support that. I wanted to say a few words on this question number 4 on the, on the assessment, because I think you have a very, very important point. Often we focus most of the energy of assessment and examination at the point where we can no longer change anything. We test people when they exit school, and we have actually at that point lost any possibility to ameliorate their results. And since the stakes are high, we often sacrifice validity gains for efficiency gains. We sacrifice relevance of the assessment for making the results reliable, because that's what society values. And I admire South Africa in your transition to a competency-based assessment, a competency-based curriculum. I think this is a very, very important step for a country. But you're going to see very little of that in classrooms unless the assessment culture will actually mirror what you value in the curriculum. That's really, really hard to achieve, but we see actually many, many downward effects in what you measure will draw your attention.
Exactly.
You will always get people's attention to what you can see, and you will never improve what you cannot see. And that's why, building a more continuous process of evaluation and assessment where students, can see how they learn better, where teachers can see how their students learn differently, and where the system understands genuine learning progresses rather than just at the end, what are the results, is incredibly important. There is often a big mismatch between the effort that we put in learning and the effort that we invest in understanding to what extent students do actually learn what we intend them to teach.
Mm. Thank you. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes. Very interesting questions. Let me take, I've arranged them kind of from lowest grades going up. So starting, with a question around how do we get the right level of attention and national focus on grades below grade 12, in particular the primary grades, which is where foundations are laid. I think we need to learn from our history. We do need to look at the history of the annual national assessments. It was technically a very flawed system, but it did put a lot of attention, draw a lot of attention to learning in the early grades. Now, there have been attempts in provinces to rectify or to fill the gap. And let's be clear, the gap is, and I think Professor Metcalf was talking about this, you need information in order to have an informed discussion. And the information we need is really some measure of how primary schools are doing in essential things, not every subject, but certainly in the fundamentals. And some provinces have done interesting work. Western Cape has had its systemic tests for a very long time. But in more recent years, Gauteng and Free State have done some interesting work, and I think we need to look more closely at that. Essentially what they do, it's very, very low-key, it's not nearly as costly as ANA, it's not as politically controversial. They just go to schools, district officials go to schools, they randomly select, say, 10 learners, they ask them, can you please read this passage? There's a method to this whole thing. They enter the results into some tablet, and then the provincial department gets some idea. All right, in this school there's a really serious problem. Or in this school, kids are reading really well. Let's see what they're doing right. So that kind of work is happening, but more of it needs to happen. And I think we need to learn from what the good that is happening. Then moving up to this question of completion, or your question around how are we going to get more young people to get a matric. You mentioned 52%. That is roughly what percentage of youths get the NSC on their first attempt as a full-time student. The figure rises to about 62% if you count second chance and TVET colleges, equivalent qualifications and so on. Now, yes, that needs to go up, but it's important to note that it has been going up. And I'm not so sure that we can make it go up even faster. We need to make sure that that trend continues, and it's always worth reminding ourselves that we're not unique. Even China, is not that different from us when it comes to successful completion of 12 years of education. It's a journey developing countries go through, and it does take time. We're not going to get 100% completion of matric in the next few years. We just need to make sure that we continue moving in the right direction, but also in a direction that is meaningful for the future of these youths. And Gemma, that comes to your question around vocational orientations, a three-stream model. I think there are issues in the three-stream model. Some of it relates to just how do you define the three-stream model. What is clear is that things have not been standing still. The participation in more vocationally oriented subjects in
grades 10, 11, 12, in particular the tourism, consumer studies, hospitality studies, has gone up a lot. But I don't think we have a sufficient sense of like, is that really helping? And if not, how do you reform what a trend that is happening anyway? And then finally on the question around, I think it was a question coming from this side, the meaning of getting a bachelor's level pass. There is often an expectation that I get a bachelor's level pass, the doors are going to be open for me, I can go to a university. Yeah. And that is, for most young people with a bachelor's level pass, that is not the reality. And there are essentially two things that we need to focus on to improve that. The one is what I was referring to earlier on, and what Minister Nzimande was referring to. Make sure that more of those bachelor's level passes have good maths marks, because 2/3 of entries into universities depend on some threshold. Not always 60%, sometimes it's even 50 or even 40, sometimes it's 70. But there are those thresholds we need to pay attention to. It's not enough just to have a bachelor's level pass. The second issue is really kind of outside of this Lekgotla, and that is how do we expand the university sector? The university sector in South Africa is small relative to similar countries. It should be twice its size. How does one realize that? Yeah, thank you.
Deputy Minister, can I go again?
Thank you. Okay.
Oh no, I think
you have yours.
Still working. Hey?
Yeah, it's still working.
Can you hear me? Okay. So I just want to add, with your permission, to Martin. I think the question of indicators is that they need to be useful to teachers and the people that support them. What happens with, up there, which is why, as you say, the Gauteng work is important. There's other provinces, Martin will remember this now, not only Free State, but Eastern Cape as well, is beginning to use EGRA as something that can be in the system, monitored across to direct attention and resources. That, I think, is critical, because at the moment, teachers don't get that information. The other thing I want to say, and I might have a too strong a view here, is that if we look at the General Education Certificate, we do not yet have a General Education Certificate. The General Education Certificate, accredited by our quality assurance body, doesn't exist. It should exist at the end of grade 9. Now listen, the GEC is level 1 on an NQF. The NSC is level 4. The GEC should steer learners to learning opportunities. The NSC is level 4, and guess what? The National Certificate Vocational is also level 4. National Certificate Vocational, if I see anybody's brows furrowing, that's the qualification that's offered at the TVET. So we have a national qualification framework that provides pathways. But, Deputy Minister, the public does not understand this. The public thinks you've got to get matric, and then you've got to get to university. We need to use the power of the National Qualification Framework and build credible institutions, the community colleges of DHET, the TVET colleges of DHET, the skills program, so that people understand my life is not over if I don't get a matric, if I don't go to university. But there's alternative pathways, and critically, and some people in the room will know what I'm saying, that don't duplicate resources. Thank you for allowing me to add that.
Thank you so much, Prof. To cover the last question of the bachelors, and that lady. Yes, the system might not produce what universities want. But what I can tell you is exactly what Prof. Gustafson, which has been added by Prof. Mary. there are learners, or now I'm going to call them students or candidates, who are roaming the streets with level 6 mathematics because our universities no longer take level 6. You take them to China, you take them to wherever, they take them at level 4, even level 3, because of the capacity of the university in South Africa. But when people criticize it because they don't come closer to the space to see what is the problem that makes these learners to roam around the streets with bachelor passes, it's because of the capacity of our institutions in the country, combined TVET colleges and universities. By right, TVET colleges were meant to take from grade 9. But now they are unable, they take grade 12, which is a duplication because the qualification they get there, it's a level 4, which is your grade 12. Grade 12 is level 4. You go to TVET to get another level 4. Instead of these learners having, students having acquired another level or any other skill, the higher institutions, they don't have capacity in South Africa. I think, DG, with your former colleague, and we'll talk with the minister, but sometimes they are in denial, higher education. I think they are in the room. I think they are in the room. They are in denial. They will keep on criticizing the qualification, the pass, that metric pass, which is substandard. There's no metric pass that is substandard. Because it's not only math, science, and technology. There are other professions that do not need maths and science at universities. But the issue here is the capacity of our universities and TVET colleges combined. So we must know that as South Africans, like Prof. Gustafson indicated, that countries equal, our numbers are increasing every year. 10 years ago, we were at 40 million population. Now we're at 60 whatever million. But the institutions, instead of them being expanded, they were amalgamated, they were reduced. So that's why even outside countries will come to Africa, not South Africa, to Africa to recruit students because they have more than 150, more than 200 universities. And now they're turning into white elephants because most learners, some of them don't even want to go to university. They want to do other skills other than going to university because it's a choice. So here in South Africa, we produce university degree, even nurses, teachers, engineers. Where are the technicians? Who is going to produce these technicians? But when we speak something else, our actions are doing something else. I think it's a debate for another day. I wish this question came when the president was here, when Dr. Plenary was still here. But higher education is here. Please help us. Because everyone points at basic education. Yes, we agree. We were not doing very well at foundation, but not all is doom and gloom. These grade 12 learners that are passing come from the same foundation. But I'm saying we need to strengthen the foundation. Any building, if the foundation is not strong, the roof will not be strong. That's why we'll put external devices at the grade 12 learners. Now we make them slaves of education coming to school even on Sunday. So, but this Lekgotla is addressing that. But at the same time, we cannot neglect those grade 12s. As we strengthen the foundation, we must also help the grade 12 to pass. Thank you very much, my professors. Let's give them a big round of applause as they are sitting down. Allow me, thank you. You can take a seat. Let's encourage them as they walk down. I want to invite on stage the HOD from Mpumalanga, Miss Lucy Moyane, to take over from this Oh, I nearly said beautiful. The last time I looked at myself, I was beautiful. Yeah, to this Deputy Minister of the Department of Basic Education. She's now going to be the Program Director. Let's encourage her as she comes to the podium. Over to you. Oh, you have yours? Okay.
It doesn't work.
Take this one.
Thank you, DM. I'm standing on the protocol that was announced and observed this morning. And I'm also trying to make up for time, DM. But what I would then say is to greet everyone who is here and also the ones that are following online. Absheni sanbonani dumelang. Inkomo, we just celebrated last week International Mother Language Day, and as a good Tsonga woman, I thought I'm going to continue in Xitsonga. Natsemba, everybody wanetwa wantwisisa. Thank you so much. We are not doing well on time, and I am going to try my best. It's not my strong point, DM. I'm always a teacher, and as a teacher, I'm used to spending double period in the classroom. But I will try my best and thank everyone that has been here before me and all the presenters. We're moving into session 2 of the Lekgotla with a sub-theme, well-being and sustainable development in education. I hope my presenters are all here, but I also want to just make an announcement that Dr. Zungu has fallen in and has actually been admitted to hospital this morning. So she would not be with us, and we wish her a speedy recovery. We are going to move directly into our next speaker, and that is Ms. Sass. And Ms. Sass, Justine Sass, is the Chief of the Section of Education for Inclusion and Gender Equality at UNESCO, headquarters in Paris, France. She's going to present on Global Report on Boys' Disengagement in Education, Lessons for Southern Africa. Please help me and join me as we welcome Ms. Justine Sass to come to the podium and share with us the important issues. And remember, Minister Nzimande spoke about these issues earlier on. So it is linking very nicely. Thank you, Kamin. Let's welcome her as she takes us through.
Thank you. Can I put this in here? Greetings. It's lovely to be here. I'm so pleased to have been invited to share the results of our reports, aptly named Leave No Child Behind. It's a global report looking at the phenomenon of boys' disengagement from education. I'd like to just begin by saying, while this was published by UNESCO, there are a large number of partners who contributed to its development. It took us about 3 years to complete the report, as it included also country case studies in 5 countries. So you can see some of those, particularly on the right side, that contributed to the development of the studies itself, and a special call out to University of East Anglia, which helped us to co-author the report. Just to say, it's the first report of its kind. Can you hear me? Okay, this feels a bit high for my height. Okay. It's the first report of its kind in terms of the scope of the report. We have qualitative and quantitative data from over 140 countries. What we were aiming to do in this report is really to understand how are boys faring in education, what are the trends telling us, and also, so you can see we looked at indicators over the past 20 years, and really trying to understand what are the factors that are contributing to boys' lower rates of participation, lower rates of learning, and lower rates of continuity in education over this time period. We also looked at the responses by governments and their partners across all countries to see what can we learn also from the practices undertaken across different contexts. And as I mentioned, we have case studies from a number of countries. And the final point is to say we have policy recommendations, which I will try to tease out and speak specifically to these in the context of South Africa. So currently there are 250 million learners out of school, of which 129 million are boys, meaning that 122 million are girls. The phenomenon is happening largely at upper secondary, lower and upper secondary education. We see this phenomenon growing, but we also know that while girls are more likely to not enter school, what we are seeing is more boys are growingly repeating grades, not progressing in their education, not learning, and not completing their education. You can see on this slide some key data showing you the different levels of participation across different levels of education and across different regions. What I would like to highlight from this in particular is also that while previously the phenomenon of boys' disengagement from education was largely in high-income countries, we are now seeing it occurring more and more in low- and middle-income countries as well, with boys increasingly lagging behind girls in learning and completion in education. Let us look at a bit more detail into some of our findings in terms of, on this slide you can see participation and progression in education. So I've already indicated that boys are more likely to repeat, in this case, primary grades, but this is occurring in 130 countries out of 142 countries with data. If we look at countries, we also found in terms of completion that out of 74 countries with data, 27 have gender disparities at boys' expense, while 24 have gender disparities in lower secondary education completion at girls' expense. Fewer boys in 73 countries are enrolling in upper secondary education, where the opposite is the case in 48 countries. And if you look at tertiary education, almost no country has achieved gender parity at this level of education. And globally, 88 men are enrolled at university level for every 100 women. The regions, this is the case in all regions in sub-Saharan, across the world, apart from sub-Saharan Africa. If we look at learning, when it comes to learning outcomes, 10-year-old boys fare worse than girls in reading skills, and adolescent boys continue to fall behind, as is the case in 57 countries for which we have data. And we heard a bit about mathematics earlier, but we also see that the gender gap, which previously worked to girls' disadvantage, is closing, and in many cases is narrowing or equalizing. We see this in about half of the countries for which we have data. So, why are so many boys disengaging from education? Our report looks at this at 3 different levels, and we think it's also important, therefore, to take steps at these 3 different levels. And what we are seeing here is that across these different levels, there are many different factors that are overlapping and intersect and prevent boys from fully engaging in their education, in their learning, and in leading them to exit early from education. When we look at the macro system, that's really looking at the societal, the economic, the political factors. At the mesosystem is really everything that happens inside of schools and also inside of households, and also the effect of peers. And the microsystem is obviously also everything that boys are themselves feeling in terms of motivation, interest, confidence, engagement, etc. I'll dive into, I recognize this is a bit small, so I'll dive into this in further detail on the next slide. One of the greatest factors that we see contributing to boys' disengagement from education across many contexts is poverty and the need to work, which are important drivers of school dropouts. In 2020, an estimated 160 million children, or 1 in 10 children globally, were engaged in some form of child labor, and of which 97 million of these were estimated to be boys. We also know that the gendered norms and expectations that lead to girls' disengagement from education also very much apply for boys. Expectations to be a breadwinner, to contribute to the household, considerations that some subjects aren't so masculine or aren't for a man to be doing are also affecting boys' education. We also know that the streaming of classes and gender segregation can also lead to boys' lower levels of motivation in engagement in education. Harsh discipline, corporal punishment. You can see a quote here from one of the learners in Lesotho. One of the case studies is also coming out very strongly in terms of the learning environments itself. We also know that boys are more likely than girls to experience physical bullying and conflict, forced migration. There are so many different factors, but just to say that we really need to look at these holistically and consider also how some of the things that were mentioned earlier today around COVID-19 and climate change and other external factors can also exacerbate learning loss and learning poverty for boys as well as for girls. We also looked, as I said earlier, at what countries were doing and programs and policies that countries and their partners had undertaken. The results, I must say, were quite sobering. We didn't actually find very many programs or policies specifically addressing this phenomenon. Comprehensive policies to address it were even fewer, and mostly found only in high-income countries. Very few lower middle-income countries have taken explicit policies to improve boys' education, and even fewer in those countries where we see these disparities at boys' expense. We do have some highlights in the report, as you can see, some good examples. Finland is one example, which has a National Commission on Gender Equality in Education, which specifically examined the phenomenon of boys' disengagement from education. And you can see here on the slide examples of Bangladesh, the Gambia, Jamaica, and New Zealand, which also have policies now specifically targeting boys. Now, who cares? Why does all of this matter? What we found in the reports is obviously boys' disengagement from education is a problem for boys in terms of learning, in terms of economic participation, in terms of, thriving inside of societies, but it also has much broader implications on gender equality, on crime, on participation and experience within gangs, and much more also around gender equality itself. So if we care about gender equality, engaging boys in education is also very important. Let's all give a round of applause for that. I must say, though, that many of the approaches that have been looking at boys' engagement in education have been instrumental. They have been only looking at what does it mean for girls or what does it mean for boys. And we have to also be thinking about what does it mean specifically for boys, their learning trajectories and their employment trajectories and trajectories, therefore, for the rest of the society. As the minister said earlier, many boys feel they are abandoned. This creates other problems. I would just like to highlight it does indeed create a wide range of problems. Why else, what do we need to do? So I'll just highlight a few of the main key points coming out of our report around what action needs to happen. Again, as I said earlier, we really need to be looking at action across all levels. There is no magic bullet. So first, really we need to look at how do we advance equal access to education, prevent boys dropout. We need to be looking at opportunities for flexible, accelerated learning, bridging programs that bring boys back to school who may have exited the formal education. We also need to address what I mentioned earlier around participation in the labor market, which is happening all too early for many boys. So looking really at the legal frameworks that exist around labor, making sure they are aligned to compulsory education policies, really looking at data, really monitoring what's happening around boys' learning, around their participation and their engagement in education. One of the things that came out of a number of our case studies was also traditional initiatives, traditional practices, particularly initiation of boys into manhood, looking at other opportunities to reform some of these, to delay some of them, because in many countries, you simply don't go back into school once you become a man. So really thinking about this as well. And finally, I would just say we've learned a lot about what we've done around girls' education in recent years, and again, we need to take some of that learning into our work to support boys. We also need to look at the learning process itself. What are we teaching? Who is teaching it? How are we engaging boys inside of education? I've mentioned already the learning environment, really prohibiting corporal punishment, looking for other ways for constructive feedback and engagement of boys. Streaming of classes, I've again mentioned as a concern. And really looking at the promotion of positive models of masculinities and challenging these stereotypes and norms and expectations that we have in many contexts of boys that are also holding them back from schools. And finally, just looking at how can we work across sectors, how can we work with communities, how can we work with parents also to address this, this situation, really getting more data on what works in different contexts and better data to inform our actions. I'm going to conclude with just a couple of follow-up things that we've done since the report, and then just finally a few reflections in terms of what it means for South Africa. One of the recommendations of the report was for us to really understand the economic phenomenon of disengagement from education. So we did a secondary study with the OECD and with the Commonwealth Secretariat to really try to understand what are the economic consequences, both for societies, for governments, and for individuals, for disengagement from education for boys and for girls. So this report documents that, and it also includes data from 10 countries where disparities exist at boys' expense and 10 countries where they exist at girls' expense. And the numbers are phenomenally high and of great concern. Second, I just wanted to highlight, particularly for this context, is we have some new work in the context of the GPE Knowledge Innovation Exchange, which is really trying to look at a model, an innovation model that we could put forward to continue to engage boys inside of education. We've just launched it last year. You can see the consortium partners here. It's starting primarily in Malawi with learning for Cambodia and Lesotho, but there will be a lot of learning that we'll also have for other countries. You can see also the national partners here. What it's really trying to see is, how can we best address these harmful masculine gender norms that are at the school level that are preventing boys from learning, from continuing education, and also how can we really help promote gender equality. So we'll be in touch with more learnings as this progresses. We also have one of the representatives from Lesotho joining us here to also kickstart a bit some of this work. Finally, just what does it mean for South Africa? I think it means two things. One, in terms of your own situation, and obviously in terms of your leadership of the G20. In terms of, I looked at the data on South Africa before coming here. It is a phenomenon which is also affecting South Africa. And so I think you need to think as you go into your commissions, what are the data that we have? How can we think about this in the context of teachers, in the context of the learning environment, in the context of the curriculum? How can we support teachers, as many of them have been trained around gender responsive pedagogy, but are they aware also of how this phenomenon, how our expectations are affecting boys as well as girls, and these other pulling and pushing factors that are affecting boys in different contexts. And also to bring this into the G20, because it is a phenomenon which is, as I said, happening in a growing number of countries and has significant concerns, implications beyond only education, but societal, economic, and sustainable development implications. So with that, I thank you very much for inviting me here and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Let's give her a very big round of applause. Just on time, Justine. Yeah, just on time. And I'm going to ask colleagues to please pen down your questions, pen down your comments. We are immediately going to the next presenter, but we'll also take the following presenter before we go to a Q&A session. That's why I'm saying let's all record our questions and comments. Remember, I said earlier on that we're also trying to recover the time. Allow me and join me, colleagues, to invite Dr. Presha Ramsarup, who is the director at the Center for Researching Education and Labor at the University of Witwatersrand. She's going to present on education for sustainable development as a transformative focus for education, curriculum, and pedagogy. Let's encourage her as she comes to the stage. You also have 15 minutes. I can see that you practiced. I'm fine.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very pleased to put on the table why we can never talk about sustainability, sustainable development, or a changing world without centralizing the issue of the environmental crisis. There's been a lot of talk around economic development today, and hopefully I'd like to bring to the table how we're thinking about this changing world and what is actually needed as we start to think about what a more resilient future actually is. I want to share a little bit about where we are now and some ideas of three kind of pathways that we can start to think about developing our work. We're already starting very clearly to see some of the impacts of the climate crisis. We know that the national average temperature in South Africa increased twice as much as the global temperature. That's what the reports have been sharing. And we're seeing it in extended heat waves, longer dry spells, rainfall intensity, and I can see, I'm sure you can all hear the KZN flood. South Africa has experienced flooding in KZN, the Eastern Cape, Northwest, and Gauteng. Extreme weather is becoming something that is not just something in the distant future, but how is it starting to impact the lives of children? This photograph that was actually in the newspapers of a group of school children trying to raise awareness around climate. I like the post, what do you call those things? The sign. Denial is not a policy, okay? Because it is very real and it's starting to impact children's lives. Okay, all right. So how is it, what kind of evidence are we starting to see on the impact of climate on children's lives, okay? And on schooling. 2024 UNICEF report showed very clearly that South Africa experienced about over 11,000 climate-related school disruptions last year. 11,000 children were affected. Children under 5 dying from air pollution. In 2021, the rates documented was about 3,500 children, okay, related. We're also seeing impacts in terms of school infrastructure. We're seeing direct and indirect impacts. There was a very good report that was produced by WITS Reproductive Health in December last year, actually showing direct and indirect impact of climate change on children. Direct impacts, and as well as like some of the ones I've mentioned, like flooding, temperature changing, droughts, wildfires. But the important question, I'm not going to give you a whole lecture on climate change, but the important question we want to get to here today is, so what does this mean for us as education? What does it mean as we start to think about what are the questions facing us as educators, as we make decisions? What type of education is actually needed? And what kind of systems change should we be thinking about? What we can see very clearly from where we are now, we have been talking from 1972. There's been talk in the world, and South Africa has had a fairly strong environmental community in fragmented bits, and I can give you some of that history during lunch, because I'm now standing between you and lunch, okay? But the directionality of this transition is problematic. The directionality of the transition has left poverty and inequality intact. And that's the problem we need, where we are standing now, which indicates very clearly that we need a much more radical and a much more disruptive whole system approach to how we think about the transition and how we think about educating for a more resilient future. So when we start to look at ESD and what ESD is, and I'm sure many of you here have heard about the idea of education for sustainable development, it foregrounds not just economic and social issues. It centralizes the ecology and ecological integrity within it. Okay? It supports climate action. It supports issues of ethics and centralizes values and ethics within. Ethics not just for self, but ethics of working with others. Some of the best examples of ESD and the climate community is showing very clearly the types of education we need now are co-engaged learning. Working with communities, and we heard some examples, and there are good examples emerging in South Africa. We need to work with different kinds of knowledges. We need to be able to work with educators, learners, workers, teachers, and employers at the same time. The focus on the individual, as much as it's extremely important, the integrated nature of the crisis is calling for a much more co-engaged, transformative approach. And what is central to, and what does climate change bring, or what does ESD bring, is centralizing ecological justice, economic justice, as well as social justice. And South Africa, there's a lot of talk about a just transition in South Africa. Many of you are part of that community and are involved in some of the conversations related to that. ESD is thinking, how do you, or is arguing for how do you centralize these three things as an integrated whole? We cannot think about jobs on a dead planet. You can't think about jobs. You can't promote coding to children, okay, when actually the biggest threat in Africa is not technology, it's actually water, okay? So how do we bring these three together and think about an approach to education that's going to centralize these three issues? So the first thing that we have to understand is that it doesn't belong in one subject or one area of learning. It is something that has to be across all of the areas of learning. We have a strong policy framework for environment in this country, and I won't go through all of it now. But what I will tell you is in a 21-country study performed by the ILO, we were all in the relationship between environmental policy and educational policy that supports the delivery of the environmental policy. We were in the bottom three. We had strong environmental policies. Our education responses in relation to the environmental policies were extremely weak. And when the research that we do at our research center, and as well as a huge community, many scholars are here today, will show very clearly what we have is a landscape of interventions when it comes to ESD in the country. We have been trying to bring it together and to work together and to work more systemically around how to shift and change. But largely, the educational response has been quite delayed, it's been quite reactive, it's been ad hoc and very fragmented. So where we are now is that as stakeholders, there is a strong ESD professional learning community that is trying to bring and working really hard to bring all the things together, led by 14 or working with 14 universities in the country. And many stakeholders, each of those universities are working with schools in their communities, as well as different government departments. And this community has been trying to build a more systemic response to how we think about ESD in the country. And there are lots of work going on, and you can pick it up from different people in the audience, but I'm flagging it for the commission discussion. One is we need to think about it, yes, from curriculum, but we need to think about it as a whole system and what kind of systemic response is actually required. How are we thinking about governance? How are we thinking about leadership? How are we thinking about infrastructure? And how are we pulling all these things together? And there's some resources available that can help both nationally and internationally. Then strengthening curriculum, and there's a lot of work that's been going on around trying to look at. And what this professional learning community has been working through from across all of our subjects, they've condensed it to 7 themes, okay? And the 7 themes are, healthy environments, healthy people as one. You can see climate action, just energy transitions, water scarcity, land biodiversity and ecosystems, sustainable food systems. And there's work happening with different partners and across this learning community with teachers and universities actually looking at how these themes are being built as central to the curriculum. Because what we have learned, what research has shown clearly in South Africa, as well as for many different parts of the world, in order to get this to work, it has to be built from the foundational knowledge of the subject. Maths has to teach maths, okay? And we need to be able to understand how it's built progressively with internal coherence, okay, from ECD up until higher education. And there's some work that's happening that's actually trying to look at that progression, how the knowledge is progressing across these 7 themes. These themes are represented differently in different subjects and at different grades. And I'll pick it up. So when we talk about this changing world of work, equipping learners with knowledge and skills for a changing world, the changing world, to me, that's the most real, is, are we teaching children how to grow food without water? Because that's the reality South Africa is facing, okay? Are we looking at how we can grow food? Because if we're not, that's a much bigger problem than 4IR. And those are the things that we should be discussing. The next thing, so I've tried to give you, looking at ESD in curriculum and an approach to pedagogy, looking at it as in a whole system way. And then the third thing I want to quickly look at is educational preparation for the world of work, okay? There's been a lot of attention on how do you prepare learners for a changing world of work? How do you prepare people? And there's been a traditional approach at the moment within the transition, and South Africa is very in the middle of the energy transition, a very technocratic approach. This is the technology. We need to educate people on the technology so that they're able to. Can you see that thinking about education and what the role of education is? It's at service to the technology, okay? And that type of thinking we actually need to shake. So there's a lot of the transition that's actually missing a core sustainability ethic, and that we need to bring and centralize it into how we think about the learners that we are preparing for the world of work. So we're not only preparing learners for a job, yes, in a changing world, we're also preparing learners with the skills to live, learn, and work, okay? And they need to have, and then we need to prepare them for skills to be able to be transformative so that we can address some of the core issues that are actually facing the society. So when we think about educational preparation for work, we need to think about it as a continuum. Not only thinking about what are the skills learners are going to need for a X job. What are the skills learners are going to need to live, learn, and work? What are the skills that learners are going to need to actually address some of the core issues that are in our country today? So I hope I've put 3 or 4 big questions on the table around education for sustainable development that you can take into the commissions. Thanks, Chair.
Indeed, Pressure, you have done so. I was thinking here, particularly after the floods that we have just experienced, and there was a heavy rain outside just now, and I thought, indeed, these matters are important. We immediately moving to the next sub-theme for this session, which is fostering equity and inclusivity in education. We are going to have 2 colleagues that will be making a presentation. And first, we're going to have the Chief Executive Officer of Blind SA, and also Ms. I. Packen for Deaf Education, who is representing DEFSA in this presentation. Mr. J. Nair and Ms. I. Packen will then be co-presenting on equitable, quality, sustainable, and accessible learning and teaching for blind, partially sighted, and deaf learners. Let's encourage them as they come to this podium. You can also clap in this way to be inclusive. Lower the mics,
Can you lower it? It's okay. No, lower it. Okay. Is the slide on the screen? Is the slide on the screen?
No. Yeah. Okay. That's the thing.
Okay.
There's a slide.
Okay.
But it's on blind.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for this opportunity. As the program director indicated, this presentation is on equitable, quality, sustainable, and most importantly for us, accessible education for blind and partially sighted persons. I'm going to show you a very short video about Blind SA. Slide 2. Is it on? So I'm not hearing the audio of the slides. I'm not sure if the slide is on. I think there's some technical issues. I'm not hearing the audio. So can I skip the slide?
The video is supposed to have a sound, and it doesn't seem like there is sound. Oh, they're sorting it out.
Okay. Okay, we'll skip that slide. Blind SA is an organization of persons with disability that was established in 1946 by blind and partially sighted persons to empower other blind and partially sighted people. Our slide 4 will show you some of the services. We are an organization that's involved with advocacy, lobbying, self-representation, awareness raising. We also are involved in production of accessible formats and the dissemination of information in accessible formats. I'll talk to that in a short while. And then we also look at empowering individuals through various training opportunities, as well as the provision of an accessible library service. For this presentation, I want to focus now on slide 5. And I just want to highlight one or two of the national and international instruments that supports the need for equitable and quality education. Our Constitution, in Chapter 2, the Bill of Rights, and particularly, I think the clauses on access to basic and further education, access to cultural participation, freedom of expression, and of course, non-discrimination are very important. The white paper 6 on inclusive education is supposed to provide an inclusive education system. And this is supported also by the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, and more especially the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability and the African Union Protocol on the Rights of Persons with Disability. However, White Paper 6 for blind and partially sighted learners is special education. That is how the department has recognized inclusive education. And special education brings with it a myriad of social challenges, because learners now have to move to a residential facility, generally hundreds of kilometers away from their home. They are then not integrated in their own communities. They become socially isolated. The only time they get home is during school holidays. So the only friends they have is at school, in the hostel. The next slide focuses on teaching and learning environment. Accessible formats. Accessible formats includes providing braille, providing large print, providing digital accessible information, which is a multimedia, text and audio, provision of audio, the provision of electronic formats, that's electronic braille format, EPUB format, as well as accessible PDF formats. The provision of accessible learner-teacher support material, particularly things like assistive devices and adaptive technology, and I'll highlight that in a minute. Then, of course, it's the provision of the CAPS textbooks. The 2012 CAPS curriculum textbooks are still in use at our schools today. However, less than 50% of the textbooks are available in accessible formats for learners. And you'd find that in some of the schools, the blind learners are using a version which is far older than what the partially sighted students in the same class are using. Two different versions of textbooks, and they're expected to cope in the education. In 2019, the blindness sector and the Department of Education reached a court settlement that the Department of Education will provide textbooks to all learners in accessible formats within 2 years. We undertook a survey in November last year with Section 27. The data is currently being processed, but the preliminary indications are that less than 50% of books are available to our learners. So clearly the department is not making provision to provide the accessible textbook to our learners as it confirmed in the court settlement. Assistive devices. Like many of you would use a pen and a pencil. For a blind child, a braille writing machine is that pen. You may pay about 10 rand for your pen. The braille writing machine costs around 25,000 rand. Not all our children have a braille machine in the class to use. They are sharing these equipment. There are very little low vision devices for partially sighted children. In terms of adaptive technology, we use screen reading software, we use computers. Some of these things are available at our schools, but nobody bothered to educate or train the educators on how to use it. These things are generally kept in a computer lab, so the learners don't get access to it during the class engagements. They can only use it during a computer class if that school has one. I'm moving to the next slide. Curriculum and examination adaptation. The department has made provision for curriculum adaptation. There's a need to have alternative text and audio description to describe pictures and cartoons. These things are provided for learners at the national senior certificate level. Learners who are writing other national examinations do not get the examinations in an accessible format. Our learners are not given the opportunity to do STEM subjects. There is just one school out of the 23 schools for the blind in the country that offers maths. And that limits our access to getting the required points for university. And therefore, students that go to university have limited choices in the career opportunities. Similarly with computers. At mainstream schools, our learners are exposed to computer literacy at a very early age. And we heard our president talk about coding. These are foreign to schools for the blind. In a school for the blind, it is important that blind children are given life skills training, like orientation and mobility, to allow them to walk independently, to be able to use cutlery correctly. And we found this quite a strain during COVID with social distancing, because our learners are dependent on other partially sighted learners or staff at the school to guide them to move from hostels to classrooms to the playgrounds and to the dining room and so forth. Similarly, learners are taught Braille, but they are taught Braille not as a subject on the timetable. They've got to incorporate that whilst they're doing maths, they've got to learn the maths Braille sign. If they're in the computer room, they've got to learn the computer Braille while they're in the computer room. Yet, children at mainstream schools have the opportunity of reading and writing exercises on the timetable. As I indicated earlier, in terms of examinations, just the National Senior Certificate papers are provided in an accessible format. At the other national examinations, these provisions are not made. The schools have to make internal arrangements at the morning of the writing of those papers. I'll move to the next slide. Post-provisioning norms. My water was there. My water. Okay. The post-provisioning norms, surplus teachers from mainstream schools are more often than not transferred to schools for the blind. They do not have any qualifications in special education or have been orientated prior to coming to the school to be able to reorientate themselves in the new learning skills or teaching skills for teaching blind and partially sighted children. My apologies for that. Visually impaired educators are generally not supported at the schools. The Department of Public Administration and Services has a policy on reasonable accommodation. However, this is not applied uniformly to schools for the blind, and many of the visually impaired educators do not have the assistive devices to enable them to provide quality education in the classroom, or teacher aides or classroom assistants to support their needs. The psychological impact that faces learners, firstly, there are not enough therapists at the schools or the district to support learners in terms of the trauma of sight loss. There are many children who are losing sight later in life. Also, you find that our schools now have become a serious challenge in terms of sexual abuse, negligence, rape. These cases are so common, and it goes on without much interventions. The living conditions in the hostels are unsatisfactory. You'd find that there are overcrowding. And I think the slide 9 will show you the infrastructure. The scholar transport is not applied uniformly in all the provinces. In some provinces, parents have to ensure that they take the children home weekends and have to pay for that. With others, they have to ensure that they take the child to school at the beginning of the term or they return at the end of the term. And many of them are actually going back to school in the term almost at the end of the first month of that term, because parents wait to get funds so that they can transport their children to these schools. The deteriorating infrastructure, the state of repair of these schools, and I think you'd see pictures there of schools. We've had issues. The school in Pietermaritzburg, the hostel has provision for 105 learners. Currently, there is close on 180 learners living in the hostel. I think some of you would be aware of the challenges we've had at school in the Northwest that had a fire and a few learners died in that fire at that school. The school in Limpopo, there's no water available. Children have to draw from the well or from the graveyard next door. These are serious issues. So we have some recommendations to the department. Firstly, we believe White Paper 6 must be reviewed. We are aware that it is currently under review. An inclusive education system must be implemented for all learners. Blind and partially sighted learners must be able to be enrolled at the local community school. There should be itinerant teachers or support staff available to the schools. The funding model to support inclusive education must be changed from the special needs education program to an inclusive education. We must consider a twin-track approach in that there should be a transformation from the current special schools to the community schools over a period of time. And only those learners who require intensive support should be accommodated at a special school. Braille should be a subject on the timetable. Similarly, we believe that life skills training in terms of orientation, mobility, skills of daily living are essential life skills for a blind child to grow, to be part of a school curriculum. Accessible textbooks and LTSM should be provided to all learners at the beginning of the year. The next one is a very important one, and I think we heard from the speaker from the UNESCO. We had our president also talk about this, early childhood development. Currently, there are only 4 or possibly 5 ECD centers in the entire country that caters for blind or partially sighted children. We're saying that now that ECD is within the Department of Education, that there should be inclusive ECD centers so that children can get that early intervention in the first 1,000 days and subsequently thereafter, so that they can cope when they get to school. We believe very strongly that the educators need to be upskilled in terms of being able to teach blind and partially sighted children, and they should be encouraged to go to workshops so that they are able to enrich their lives, that they should qualify for CPD points when they take on special training like being able to read and write in Braille, or be able to provide skills of daily living to blind and partially sighted learners. As Blind SA, we believe very strongly in inclusive education. However, it will only work if it is adequately resourced, and that there's a will for this to happen. It is not going to transform our education system and enable blind and partially sighted persons to take their rightful place in higher education, in science and technology, if the gaps and the deficits with the current special education is not resolved. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity in presenting the concerns and issues that affect blind and partially sighted learners, as well as the educators and the school team in them providing quality education to blind and partially sighted learners. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ne. Let's give him a big round of applause. And all the other presenters that presented earlier on. I actually want us to take a break now. Yes, Ms. Parson, Ms. Parkin is supposed to present, but I request that she presents immediately after lunch because the kitchen is closing. So I'm going to ask us to reduce the lunch period. We have 3 days here, so we'll still have ample time to network. So the lunch hour now is just for eating. And then we will network later after the end of today and tomorrow and Saturday also. So we are going to take 45 minutes. Please, let's try our best. 45 minutes, it's 2:05 now. So let's come back here at 2:45. Yes, at 2:45 so that at 2:50 we all start. Serengeti is the venue for today's lunch. Enjoy your lunch and let's meet again at 2:45. Thank you.
Let me clean your stuff. Huh? Yeah. I think maybe I should sanitizer here. So we're still gonna do the roving mics.
Swapping some batteries.
Oh, yeah, just to make sure.
Nah, it's almost flat.
Yo.
I'm lucky.
We said exactly 15:50 we ask. Am I right? No, 10 to 3. Yeah, 10 to 3 we're starting, which will then be 15:50. 14:50. No, that was a mistake. They know. I said 45 minutes for lunch. Please invite Mrs. Goba, please invite everyone to come in, please. Bosadiki, please tell them to come in. Tell everyone to come in. Yes, it's 1 minute to go. It's now 14:49, and I promise you that we will start at 14:50. And thank you to all the colleagues that kept the time. Time management is a virtue, and our wish is that all South Africans can actually have this and appreciate it. Yes. But now I'm waiting for my presenter. Yes, she is here. Yes, she is here. We have indicated, colleagues, that we are continuing with equitable, quality, sustainable, and accessible learning and teaching for blind, partially sighted, and deaf learners. And let us welcome now Ms. I. Packen, who is the Deaf Education representative from DEFSA, to make a presentation. Let's encourage her as she comes. Let's encourage her. Let's appreciate her as she comes to make the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Program Director, for this opportunity. I'm representing DEFSA. Oh, okay, it's fine. I do have my own slides, but then later on I will show one. Because I want you people, every one of us here, to please kindly focus on me, not on the slide. For now, I know the slide, people want to focus on the slide, and then at the same time I'm signing. May you kindly focus on me. Thank you. Okay, I'm representing DEFSA. Yes, I've got a wonderful experience. I've been working with them for so many years. I've been a principal and a deputy principal at first, but then I've left that. Now I'm focusing on working for deaf people and making sure that I train them so that we can achieve the full potential. I'm looking now for who? President Cyril Ramaphosa. Okay. Now, as I'm going to talk about the deaf world, I'm talking about Miss South Africa who recently won. She is deaf. Right now, as the country with the sign language, it is the 12th official language. Wow. It is a milestone for us to achieve this. It is good time for us deaf people so that each and every one of us can be aware of the deaf community and the country as a whole. We need not to rest on our laurels, but use this momentum to focus on the needs so that deaf people can have access, including children in the classroom and for the entire education careers and beyond. But people are more aware, yes, of the deaf people and the sign language. Okay, they've seen the Miss South Africa who won. Yeah, we celebrated her, but now we still have a biggest challenge. South Africans are actually kind of natural signers in that they use gestures all the times. So we've got some success stories, but we are not yet there. So I would want us, the South Africans, especially Department of Education and our systems, for us to ensure that there's a smooth running of accessibility in all schools for deaf learners and different programs that are needed in the classroom. We need not to leave the deaf learners behind. Okay, on the deaf education in SA generally, deaf education cannot succeed without the involvement of the deaf community, the knowledge, the expertise, and the shared experiences, which needs each and every one of us to be fully involved. Where the deaf community is not involved or consulted in deaf education decisions, the same mistakes will be repeated and the same results will be achieved. My concern is this: I do not want the deaf learners to be sided out. This is a biggest issue that we are facing in this program, so that deaf people can add the value in our country. Another biggest concern that we have for deaf people, there is still, the reality on the ground is actually very different. The school systems, especially the grade 12, the deaf matriculants, they are leaving school functionally illiterate in reading and English and writing in English, which is an important aspect. Most of the learners cannot read and cannot write, and this is very bad. It's an issue we are facing with today, and the proof in the pudding is where they actually end up.
We do have certificates, but
what do they end up doing? Some of them, they can't finish the matric. Where do they go? We do have DEFSA that works with other associations. And then what happens there, it's different from what they learn at school. So DEFSA shows the statistics that has 70% of deaf community in South Africa who are still unemployed.
And who are still not having access to universities.
And who are still not getting full accessibility when it comes to universities. In South Africa, there are schools for the deaf. In the entire country, we only have 12 schools which cater up until to grade 12. And not all those schools are evenly spread amongst their provinces. The schools for the deaf learners need to become institutions that supports and represent the population they teach in all the provinces or different provinces. Most schools for the deaf learners do not have a large deaf staff employees across their staff body. So now we need to work together. I urge you to open access and equal opportunity for deaf students. Yes, like I've said, most schools for the deaf learners do not have large staff members that are employed across. And this represents that employment should be given to deaf people in order for schools to become the true hubs of the deaf culture and deaf role models for the learners and their parents. The school subjects that are offered by the schools for the deaf should focus more on the admin and IT from the early age so that they can develop and grow with those skills. So I do not understand why we employ people in the deaf schools who are not competent in the SASL. Another challenge that we have across, I have seen as different subjects, it seems that deaf learners have a higher chance of passing these due to the language delays from early childhood. So we need more trainings. We do not need to leave them behind. There's no school that offers the best mathematics, especially that caters for sign language teachers. So, my other concern is that we need to have our subject advisors. But this is fine, but there are also deaf learners who have dreams and aspirations to go to universities, and subject choices should be allowed accordingly. I'm now going to talk about teacher training. Yes, teacher training. The importance of specialized teacher training cannot be overemphasized. Teachers require intense training on firstly proficiency in SASL and then being able to use the proficiency to lead our deaf children to being able to not only sign proficiently, but to be able to read and write fluently. And then the importance of developing the right teaching skills and acquiring the right methodologies for teachers cannot be overemphasized, so that learners can understand exactly what is being taught, what's the content all about, and they can own it within themselves. But now, learning South African Sign Language is not a stand-alone skill to be acquired. Using it to teach content, to bridge with the written language, to assist cognitive reasoning development is essential and something that needs ongoing training and research. So there are many deaf kids who do not understand English in writing and reading. So we need to balance and open opportunities for such. Okay, that on department officials, it doesn't matter. Department officials who support schools need the same specialized training in order to offer the right support. And the IDSOs need to stay with the deaf schools for years and not be subjected to rotations among schools, which is a common practice
in the district. On DBE, the Department of Basic Education must focus on the procurement of deaf education specialists within the department, primarily deaf experts. Priority for filling of teaching posts must go to qualified deaf educators. We cannot just focusing on teaching them without developing them, not knowing where they will go in future. So our district management, yes, I'm repeating, they need not to move to different schools, but then they should remain with a certain school for a period of 2 or 3 years, not 1 year. After they've supported the school, so I'm urging you, DBE, the district IDSOs, yes, that's IDSO. They are there supporting deaf school, but they keep on moving. They should remain for a period of 3 years or even 5 to 6 years for sustainable development. I'm then going to talk about, there are many deaf teaching assistants who have been operating in schools for the deaf learners for many years. Due to historically lack of access or other barriers, have not been able to study to be qualified teachers. The DBE can change this in that study to provide opportunities for the deaf teaching assistants. Maybe it can be created an opportunity for bursaries offered solely for the deaf teaching personnel. Okay. To add on that, in the topic of ECD, which is early childhood intervention that we are talking about here today, I've had a lot of speakers mentioning the ECD. So I'm here, colleagues, to say there's a need for a wording between the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Health. Also the NPOs. In this regard, a newborn hearing screening needs to be written into law. You will enjoy a wedding. Have you ever enjoyed a wedding? I'm asking you people in general. Have you ever enjoyed a wedding, yes or no? Have you seen a wedding? Yes. So I'm saying there's a need for a wedding, which is a newborn hearing screen that needs to be introduced into the law. According to the WHO, let me explain why am I saying this. In the continent or South Africa as a whole, there are many children, 1 in 10 babies, who are born with hearing loss. Without learning window from birth to 4 years, they missed the opportunity to learn. It is very common in SA for schools to receive deaf children between 5 to 8 years who have absolutely no language at all for any sort of communication other than the basic homemade gestures. So that is why we need to unite for this approval of having ECD for our deaf learners from the early years of age. Schools now have to catch up. Schools now have to catch up this, which is a support, which is the support that it's not easy to catch up at a later stage. So we need to bridge the gap for a full access to the deaf learners. Parents, communities, psychologically people need to come on board to make sure that we change what is happening and achieve the goals we need for our children. This leads to a whole array of delays such as psychologically, social, cognitive reasoning, and reading and writing for the deaf. Parents oftentimes have never even met a deaf person before. Now a deaf baby is born. And also parents need the support as well. And they need the skills to be empowered to be able to support their deaf children correctly through their education years. That is a huge role parents need to play.
In order for us to achieve
It is so, by saying this, it is a great thing that ECD phase is now under the Department of Education. Many more ECD centers are needed at the schools for the deaf learners, and the clinics around the country need trainings and awareness on how best to advise and support parents whose baby has been identified with hearing loss. So now, with the Department of Health, this calls for the Department of Health, parents, ECD centers to accommodate this child who is born without knowledge, who is born without language. They do struggle a lot when they go to school. Oh, no problem. Just a little moment. I see now. Okay, I know I can. Okay, I'm just gonna try to summarize my speech. Okay, I hope on the side of concession and assessment exams. Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Parkin. Let's give her a very big round of applause. At least we have gained a lot in terms of making sure that education is equitable, it's of quality, it's also accessible to learners that are blind, partially sighted, and those that are deaf. Join me once more to give a very, very good round of applause to Ms. Parkin, Mr. Ne, Dr. Ramsarup, and Ms. Sass for wonderful presentations in session two of our Lekgotla. We are now going to go into the Q&A session. I'm inviting all of us here to pose questions on the presentation. Questions to the presentations or about the presentations, make inputs or even comment. I'm allocating, yes, by 3:30 we must have closed this session. So we have 18 minutes to take the questions. And can I invite our presenters to come on stage? Let me see by show of hands. If you don't raise up your hands, I am still going to call upon you. That's what good teachers do. Yes, can I have the presenters please come? Dr. Ramsarup, Ms. Sass, Ms. Parkin, and Mr. Ne. I've noted a hand. Let me see the hand that side. There was a hand. That's 1, 2, then 3, 4, 5. Yes, we have 5 hands, starting from the one at the back. Can we have a roving mic? You want to see here? Yeah, you want to sit? Can she see you there? Can she see you there? Or you just move the side? Just a little bit. Okay, thank you. Let's take number 1 that side. Where is the roving mic? Lunch is over. Okay, as colleagues are let's take you, number 2, and then we'll go to number 1 afterwards. Please walk with the mic to number 1. Number 2 can start.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I am Liesel Eberson, University of Pretoria. I was wondering about the boys' disengagement study, and I was wondering if there was a particular age phase, a developmental phase, where there's an indicator where that happens. So is there like a magic phase where we can especially intervene? And then the other question was on water. If we know water matters for Africa, how do we include that in curriculum from the foundation phase upwards?
Thank you. Let's have number 1. DG, your hand was not up. Your hand was not up. Let's go to number 1 there. Please remember your number.
Thank you for the
Remember to introduce yourself and also indicate who you are directing the question to.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Forten Kumalo from Mpumalanga Department of Education. My comment is directed to Dr. Ramsap. She reminded us about ESD or environmental issues to be integral across all subjects. And then she later showed us 7 themes which should be integrated into the curriculum. I just wanted to comment maybe on teacher development. Once these issues are integrated, will our teachers be ready to make sure that there's effective implementation? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3, you were here? Okay, number 3.
One, two, yeah.
Now I must remember what I wanted to ask. Thank you very much. The first one is just a comment to Mr. Nair that mentioned the challenges with the LTSM for visually impaired learners, Braille specifically, and then the enlarged print. Just to outline that concerted efforts have been put in place in terms of addressing that. So the master copies are available to look at in terms of all of the prescribed books. So in provinces have come a long way with that. So for me, the LTSM challenges that were on the foreground in 2019, that's no longer such a big thing. And it was mentioned earlier that we're in an evolving era, looking at AI integration. The president mentioned a beautiful picture of him. So it's important for us to, with the visually impaired learners as well, to move with the times and see how we can appropriately, not saying doing away with Braille. There is a place for Braille, for learners to learn the skill, but we at the same time need to look at how do we make sure that ICT integration, AI, that we make use of that. And then just to not necessarily concur with what Mr. Nair said, but to echo the need for us to look at reviewing White Paper 6. I know that there is a ministerial task team, but in all fairness, DG, that was the previous minister. We need to look at reviving the task team. Majority of the people have retired that were on the task team. So that's important for us to look at doing that, so that can at the same time look at norms and standards to make sure that we an inclusive system. And then lastly, Mrs. Parkin mentioned the difficulties with children coming into the schools at a late age, and therefore having basically a 5-year language delay. Now, for educators in a school for the deaf or supporting deaf children, the understanding of SASL is incredibly important. And at the moment, for the system, having skilled people, having the capacity to train educators in SASL, that is a problem that all 9 provinces face. And it's not a national problem that's DBE's fault, that there isn't the skills. So that is something that all 9 provinces, DBE, need DevSA to work with us. And how can we make sure that our educators have access to formalized and training in SASL? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 4. Number 4 is the site.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Shem Bodo with the Association for the Development of Education in Africa. Mine is actually, I think, a clarification from Ms. Saz. I believe I pronounced it correctly. You mentioned somewhere in your slide, I think you gave a quotation of a student from Lesotho indicating that corporal punishment has made that student not like school. So what I wanted to clarify from you is Lesotho still practicing as a policy corporal punishment in its schools? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have number 5. Number 5 was the site. Yes, number 5 is there.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Joseph Mabanga from the South African National Council for the Blind. My question is directed to the first speaker yet. They were referring to her as Ms. Saz. I would like her to indicate or clarify if her study or their study was inclusive. Inclusive in a way of including learners with disabilities, because one was curious to hear what are the factors that keep learners with disabilities out of the schooling system. Because from our observation, most of these factors are systemic. We'll find out that blind or disabled learners are denied education by the very same department or government that says or claim that leave no learner behind. You'll find that they'll come up with many excuses or tricks just to keep the learners out of the system. So learner will move from this province to the other province. You'll find out there will be some factors that will prevent that learner from getting to school into that province. So I don't know if next year in the Lekgotla or if she has that information, if she can indicate those factors that keep learners with disabilities out of the system. Thank you very much.
DJ?
No, thank you very much. Mine is directed to Ms. Saz. I don't know whether I got this correctly when she presented about initiation and the impact of it on schooling. My own observation, and the recent one, very recent, less than two months, is that many of these boys who would have gone to initiation schools, I've seen many of them coming back to school. And I think it must be encouraged. My view is that culture and schooling can coexist. And in fact, it must be encouraged that when they come back, because during December, they go for initiation, and then around the second week or so of January, then they come back. I have seen many of them coming back. And I think from areas that I managed to cover, I was quite impressed with the fact that that was embraced You could see them, they were differently in many communities. They don't even put their school uniform for the first few days for cultural reasons. And I think that must be encouraged. Instead of maybe thinking that when they come back from initiation school, they wouldn't like to come back to school. And I think that must be promoted, and it must almost be commonplace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm going to then ask my panel here, 2 minutes each, and I'm going to start with Ms. Parkin. Okay. Yeah, we're going to move this way, Ms. Parkin, then Mr. Ne, and then Dr. Ramsarup and Ms. Sass, you last.
Okay, so I want to thank people for commenting. I had a comment from.
No, two. Volume on this, please. 1, 2.
So we need to work with the Department of Education early for the access so that the children can achieve. So thank you so much for your comment. But I'm not sure if there was a question directed to me. But I hope before I did the presentation and everybody understood me. Thank you so much. But I don't know if there is any other question. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director. I did not get the name of the person who raised the question, but I will respond to both of them. Firstly, in terms of the CAPS textbook, the Court Order of 2019, the department just provided master copies for part of the CAPS textbooks, not the complete CAPS textbooks. And this was provided between 2019 and 2022. Since then, children have moved grades. New children have come into those grades. So each child does not have a textbook. And that's the reality. The survey that we undertook was in November 2024, and we currently are analyzing the data, and a report will be sent to the DBE within the next month. In terms of the second point on the technology, yes, it's important that we must embrace technology, and technology, particularly artificial intelligence, is very supportive. However, if a child does not have Braille, the child, as the person grows up, will become illiterate. Because when we use technology to read, it will read to us, but we need to know how to spell the word. And only when you have it under your finger are you able to feel it in Braille. So Braille is still an important literacy tool that is required. The difficulty also with technology today, the cost of technology makes it prohibitively high for the average citizen to acquire. So the second point on technology is that text-to-speech in English is readily available. There is 1 or 2 text-to-speech in Afrikaans that you can use. There is no text-to-speech in African languages that we could use on our computers. Blind SA developed the isiZulu text-to-speech in Bali. It cost us 1.3 million rand, and we provide that to blind people at no charge. Together with UNICEF and Upscale, we then developed Setswana TTS, DIMPO, that is also now available since October to blind people. The remaining African languages are not available at all. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very thanks.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you for those questions. So I'll start with the question about the 7 themes and water picking out. I just picked water because I heard the rain as I was walking up. And it is obviously a very important issue in Africa. But the one quick bit of advice or one quick reflection that I would give is that we work on strengthening the core knowledge in the subject and understand how water can be integrated into the core knowledge. Because all of those 7 themes across all of the subjects have to strengthen the core knowledge in the subject. And I think that's extremely important. So understanding how those themes fit into the different subjects, how they progress according to the years, but not randomly. We don't pluck and put biodiversity into maths in a random way. We actually look at because the job of those subjects is to teach core knowledge, but to teach their core knowledge in a contextually relevant way and to build contextual relevance, and then as they move up is to then build relationality, to understand how these issues impact and are related to each other. If I had to give some quick pointers. In terms of teacher development, I would say, I think it's a huge issue. I mean, I never got into it in my presentation. I think that one of the biggest stumbling blocks is that the teaching cohort that we had didn't learn about climate change. They didn't learn about biodiversity loss, okay? So they need to understand the core knowledge, they need to understand it in relation to the subjects that they teach. So the task for teacher development is a large one. And that's why I think the professional learning community that I mentioned, starting with the partnership between the 14 universities, and is a really important start for both pre-service teachers as well as the continuing professional development work that they're doing.
I can get it. That's fine. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs.
Okay, so I think I had 4 questions. I'll start with the question on age. So I mentioned in the presentation that it becomes a growing problem and it's cumulative. So if you leave in primary, you don't see boys in secondary, right? So it is cumulative and we need to start addressing. But what that means practically is that we have to address it all ages. So you have to be looking in early childhood education on, are we engaging boys in reading, which we're not. If you look at studies that are examining parental engagement with their girls and their boys, they're engaging their girls in reading, they're engaging their boys in playing with bricks and Legos and all of these, block building, which give different skills and have huge implications actually on your ability to do mathematics later on in life or your ability to read. So you have to start at an early age at this. You have to ensure that boys are going to school at the age at which they should be in that grade, which I have seen is an issue, if I understand correctly, in South Africa. And then you have to continue over the course of their primary school and their secondary education to continue to think about the relevance of the curriculum for them, continue to think about how teachers are engaging with them. So it's not an easy answer, sorry for that, but I think just to say you have to start early and you have to keep going would be the answer I would give to that question. On the question about was the study inclusive, I would say yes. There are 2 points I'd like to say about what came out of the findings. One of them is that boys are disproportionately streamed into special needs programs, disproportionately screened into special needs education and generally into identified as having special needs. And some of that is because they truly do have special needs, and some of it is behavioral. It's so I think there's a question there as to whether they are receiving the type of support that they need, and are we doing these needs assessments of boys correctly? The second point I wanted to make related to that is the importance of intersectional data. I put it in my presentation, but I didn't unpack it. So what that means very practically is that not all boys or not all girls are ever affected in the same way, right? So we have to look at it based on also other factors that can influence their learning and participation and continuation in education. So whether that be poverty and socioeconomic status, whether it be disability, whether it be race, all of these things we have to consider, and that requires us to have very strong data systems that enable us to capture that and to take action accordingly. On the question on initiation, I was definitely, so I would like to clarify, there is nothing in the report that says abandon any of these practices. We very much believe that culture is very important in education, and we need to be linking culture with education in terms of languages and traditions, traditional knowledge, all of these things, right? What the report found around initiation is that in some contexts, for example, in herding communities where boys will go into initiation schools, they, at the end of it, become men, and that education, so there is an expectation that they become herders, that they contribute to the financial aspect of their households and communities, and that education is no longer what men do. So I think it's, if you're able to do them here in a way where you're communicating to boys that education is still important, that we're engaging with boys to say, you know, here are the reasons why learning is, you know, is important for anyone of all age, of, you know, regardless of what gender it is. The other thing that we say around it, though, is also consider the timing at which you initiate these, because sometimes if they are initiated quite early, that means that boys are disengaging quite early. The last question on the Sutu, which came from somewhere over here. Corporal punishment. Yes, okay, you threw me on that because I thought I was going to speak about corporal punishment. I don't, to be honest, I don't know the answer. We do have someone who is joining us here from Sutu who could possibly answer that for you. Would you like to speak to that? Can we get our microphone?
Okay.
Is there,
the question was about
whether it's a policy, and she's joining us from the ministry. So why don't you come here? Sorry, I'll give you the microphone.
No, we'll give her the mic from where she is. Where's the roving mic? We just want to get an answer from her.
It's not active. Can you activate it?
Thank you so much. In terms of policy, corporal punishment has been abandoned. Students are not supposed to be beaten at school. However, that has been a practice for a very long time, and for people to do away with what they thought worked for them takes time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And that was the point I wanted to make, if I can, just on top of that, is that it's a different, there are significant differences, and I chose the example of Sutu, but it could have been any of the countries in the case study, quite frankly, because there's a difference between policy and practice, and the translation of policy into practice can take time, and it requires the training of teachers to give other forms of constructive feedback to learners, to engage them in different ways. So we have to translate that into practice in classrooms.
Thank you so much. Let's give our presenters a very big round of applause. And thank you to all the delegates for those questions, eye-opening, and indeed making us to think deeply. But what I want to summarize from our presenters is that it's important to start early, and they're raising the issue of early childhood wherever, or all of them raise that. Let's intervene early. Let's make sure that the resources are available if we want to make sure that the foundation is strong, and making sure that no child is left behind. So thank you so much. I think we have had, let's continue with engagement in our commissions, but make very strong recommendations for the sector. We are at an opportune time, colleagues, at the beginning of the 7th administration. So don't let this opportunity pass you. So let's just make sure that we all go to commissions and work very hard. Thank you so much. You can take your seat. You can give me a very big round of applause. I'm done. Yes. And allow me then to invite to the podium Ms. Masdorp. I think it's her that's coming in now to take us through the third session, the HOD of the Eastern Cape. Let's encourage her. Oh, now it's HOD of KZN. Yes, HOD of KZN, Mr. Nati Ngobo. Let's encourage him. I can see how the program was structured because you had the DM as a female and you had me, so we must hear some baritone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Moyane. I will be taking you through up to the end of today's session, because the next session after me will start tomorrow. The sub-theme of the session that I'm taking is Foundations for Learning, or Foundational Skills up for Expanding and Sustaining Lifelong Learning. And the session will be a hybrid. There will be presentations and there will be panels in between. To take us on the first presentation is going to be Ms. Sonia Gise, who is the founding executive director of Data Drive 2030, a South African-based social enterprise that supports the collection and use of high-quality data to drive improved child outcomes in the first 6 years of life. Welcome then Ms. Sonia Gise from Data Drive 2030 to present on the topic, what works in setting children up for lifelong learning.
Thank you so much.
She's virtual, and like we did to those who were live here, let's welcome her with a round of applause. You see, we don't discriminate. Whether you're live, we're generous with applause. Ms. Gise, over to you.
Thank you so much. I feel very welcome. Yeah, I'm terribly sorry that I can't be there in person, but I have been following online and it's been fascinating. And some of the issues that have been raised earlier will be touched on in my presentation. The topic that I'm discussing is what works in setting children up for lifelong learning. Now, lifelong learning really begins in the very early years of life, and so that's the focus of this presentation. Next slide, please. In 2021, South Africa conducted its first national survey of preschool child outcomes to understand how young children are actually entering the education system. And this is called the Thrive by 5 Index. And what we found in that national survey was that less than half, about 46% of children who attend an early learning program in South Africa are developmentally on track. And what this means is that these children have the right learning foundations in place as they enter the schooling system. What we also found was that a startling 28% of children were falling far behind, and these children are likely to need quite intensive intervention in order to be able to catch up. Next slide, please. Now, the index looked at a number of developmental domains. These are the 5 main ones that it looked at. And these domains, the performance in these 5 learning domains at the point of entry into school is very much correlated with educational outcomes in the foundation phase and beyond. And you can see that there were areas that children were struggling with in particular, such as fine motor coordination and visual motor integration and emergent numeracy and mathematics. What was really interesting as well, just following on from the earlier presentation, is we found that boys on average performed worse than girls across all domains except gross motor development. And so that difference between boys and girls is apparent even before they start schooling. And we also found very striking socio-economic gradient. And I'll show you a little bit more now in the next slide. So In the schooling system, we obviously have quintiles, and that's a helpful differentiator for socioeconomics, but we don't have the equivalent of that in the preschool space. And so we created a proxy for socioeconomic status by looking at the fees charged by early learning programs. So you can see on the x-axis, on the left-hand side, those are early learning programs that charge less than 110 Rand a month for children to participate. And on the right-hand side, the other extreme is early learning programs that are charging more than 1,750 Rand a month for children to participate. And on the y-axis, what you see is the percentage of children that fall within these performance categories. The green line is the percentage of children who were developmentally on track overall, and the red line is those who weren't. And so you can see immediately this very striking socioeconomic gradient, with 8 out of 10 children in the high fee early learning programs being developmentally on track by the age of 4 years, compared to only 3 out of 10 children in the lower fee early learning programs. The socioeconomic gradient in foundational learning means that our poorest children begin their schooling journey with the poorest prospects. And most of these poor children are going to go into no-fee schools that don't have the kind of resources that are needed to help these children catch up. And we also know from other studies that have been done that the performance gap between children in quintile 1 and quintile 5 increases over time. Next slide, please. So how can we better prepare our children so that they can thrive and that they can make a positive contribution to a thriving South Africa? So this presentation is going to cover 3 strategies. Next slide. The first is to ensure that all children start strong. In other words, in order to do this, we need to increase the percentage of children who start school on track through providing universal access to quality early learning, and I'll speak more to that. Next one. The next strategy is to close the gap. So strengthen grade R as a bridging here to support those children who do enter the schooling system without the right learning foundations in place. And the next one. And finally, the third strategy that I'm proposing is to sustain the gain. So once children come into the system having benefited from high quality early learning, how do we invest in the foundation phase to reinforce and grow these early skills? So the 3 areas I'm going to be speaking to today are: how do we make sure that children start strong? How do we close the gap for those who are falling behind? And how do we sustain the gain? Next slide. Okay, so how are we doing when we look at children's access to quality early learning? Next. I think probably best if you click several times, click 3 times, it'll make it a little easier. Yes, that's it. Perfect, thank you. So in South Africa, we have about 3.5 million children aged between the ages of 3 and 5 years. Now, as I think Mary Metcalf alluded to earlier, we don't have universal provisioning of preschool like we have in primary school and secondary school, which means that many children are excluded from preschool programs because their parents simply can't afford to pay the fees that are necessary. So we have about 68% of these 3 to 5-year-olds who are enrolled in an early learning program. And we know from the Thrive by 5 index that of those children who are enrolled, only about 46% are developmentally on track by the age of 4 years. So if we want children to start strong, then there are a few things that we need to be doing. So you can click 3 times. Thank you. The first thing is we need to remove the barriers to access to early learning programs for children who are currently not enrolled. And these are usually the children who come from the poorest and most vulnerable households. So that's the first strategy. The second one is to ensure that the programs that children attend are of good quality. So we need to enhance the quality of these programs. And the third strategy is to ensure that the programs are sustainable by increasing resourcing that gets channeled into early learning programs and ensuring that it's sufficient not only to deliver quality, but to sustain the program through ensuring that it can keep teachers and ECD practitioners on a payroll. Next slide, please. Over the last few years, yes, you can go through the whole lot, thank you. Over the last 3 years, We've managed to do a number of evaluations of early learning programs in South Africa to see whether they really make a difference. And what these evaluations have shown is that high quality preschool programs can be very effective in improving child outcomes, especially amongst the poorest children. We're seeing enormous gains in key areas of development for children who have exposure to as little as 10 months of a high quality early learning program. And on the one hand, we have child outcomes, and on the other hand, we've been documenting the characteristics of these different types of programs. So what that allows us to do is to say what actually makes the difference. And these are some of the things that we've been learning. Like school, attendance really matters. So children who have more exposure to an early learning program tend to do better. Children who have at least 2 years of enrollment and at least 15 hours a week of access to an early learning program. The other thing that really matters, and I think this is something we know from the education system, is that leadership styles really count. Where we found in these preschool programs, where we found principals that were inclusive, that encouraged peer-to-peer learning amongst their staff, and that included opportunities for teacher professional development, mentorship, and coaching, those early learning programs tended to support learning best. Parent engagement is key. Now, parent involvement in a child's learning is critical, and probably none more so than in those early years. So early learning programs that are embedded within communities and that include an element of parent engagement tended to produce the better outcomes. Most important of all is practitioner behaviors. So those quality interactions between practitioners and children are absolutely critical. And what we found was that when ECD practitioners move beyond didactic teaching practices and include more playful and engaging learning experiences for children, these children thrive. It's also very important that practitioners are attentive to children's social emotional cues. So we're going to speak about this a bit later, but social emotional functioning in young children had a very direct and large effect on their other learning outcomes. Obviously, ELP, early learning programs, have to be adequately resourced. And we found that where programs paid specific attention to key domains, so for example, they had activities and resources linked to numeracy or activity and resources linked to fine motor coordination, these children tended to do better. 2 more clicks and then we'll finish the slide. Thank you. The other thing that was really important was that teachers understood what their children were able to do. So where you have individual and group assessment cycles that are embedded within the program, teachers were able to respond to the individual and group needs and produce better outcomes. And like any school, good basic routine administrative practices were absolutely key. Next slide, please. Okay, so in these high quality programs, what kind of skills are children coming out with, and why is this important for primary school and beyond? So the first thing is children who attend high quality early learning programs will develop good gross motor skills. Now, gross motor development is particularly important in the transition to grade R, where children have strong gross motor skills. They're able to sit for extended periods of time. They're able to play in the playground with their peers, interact in games, which builds self-confidence and self-esteem. And it actually, gross motor development is actually associated with better academic outcomes. Next slide. Very important skills that children acquire in the preschool phase is fine motor coordination and visual motor integration. And these skills are really important for coordinating the use of the hands and the eyes in young children. Now, why is this important? When children are learning to write, they need to be able to make letters. They need to be able to copy numbers when they're learning early mathematics. So visual motor integration is really crucial for perceiving and reproducing symbols and shapes. And this affects reading fluency and writing legibility. And it's been shown to be really important for early mathematics. Next, please. So that takes us to early maths. Early numeracy and maths are strongly predictive of later school success. In preschool programs that deliver quality, we see that children learn basic mathematical concepts like counting, like understanding, recognizing, and being able to replicate patterns. And these basic foundations for mathematics are necessary for a child to build on any kind of deeper understanding of complex mathematical concepts or any kind of problem-solving abilities. And these are also important for things like logical reasoning, which you're going to expect a child to apply later on in the education system. Next slide, please. Cognition and executive functioning skills underpin a child's ability to really engage and participate in classroom activities. So what cognition and executive functioning includes is things like problem solving, the ability to stay focused, the bit of curiosity, asking questions, engaging in problem solving, and also not being distracted, being able to resist distraction. Now, anyone who's been in a busy grade R classroom can see how important that is for learning. It's critical. Cognition and executive functioning skills are critical for a child's ability to concentrate and pay attention in class. Next slide, please. Emergent literacy and language. This is a key skill set that children learn in early learning programs through their engagement with their peers and through structured learning in an ECD program. And these are essential for laying the groundwork for future academic success. So children need to be able to understand what's being said or read by a teacher. They need to recognize those initial sounds of words, and they need to be able to communicate effectively through speech and, of course, later through writing. Early reading ability is one of the strongest predictors of reading ability in middle childhood. And so this investment in early literacy and language skills will directly pay off when we're looking at things like the percentage of children who can read for meaning by the age of 10 years. And of course, language ability is absolutely key to developing other things like maths, understanding maths concept, which are communicated through language. Next slide, please. And last but definitely not least, in early learning programs that function well, we found a very strong emphasis on children's social and emotional development. And when we looked at children's social and emotional scores and compared that to their learning outcomes, we found a very strong correlation. So what we're talking about here, the social skills, is children's relations with peers, for example, their relationships with adults around them, their emotional readiness for school. Social emotional functioning helps children, for example, to navigate challenges within the playground setting, to be able to resolve conflict without aggression, to be able to be confident enough to ask for support from a familiar adult if they need help, to be able to express their feelings, and to be able to adapt to a changing environment, which of course is something that happens when they go into the schooling system. Now, as you can see from how I've described these domains, each of them is important, but they're not independent of each other. They're all interrelated and they build on one another. So what you want ideally is that a child enters a grade R classroom with the right combination, a nice balance of these developmental domains. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, what we have at the moment in South Africa is a large cohort of children coming into our grade R year without these basic learning foundations in place. This is either because they haven't been able to attend an early learning program or because the early learning program they attended was not able to deliver sufficient quality. And of course, we do have children that come into the system with special needs, and perhaps those children were not able to access the additional support that they needed. So with this large cohort entering grade R every year needing additional support, how do we improve schools' readiness to receive and support these learners? Next slide, please. So this brings me to the second strategy. The first strategy was starting strong. The second strategy is closing the gap. So if we want to set children up well for lifelong learning, we need to make sure that when they come into the grade R year, that grade R year is effectively used as a bridging year to help children catch up, those of them who are falling behind. Next slide, please. So there are five, you can put them all up, that's fine. There are 5 tactics here that are important from the literature and from the research that we've done. When children are coming into grade R, what's really important is that the grade R year prioritizes foundational skills with clear targets. What this means is an emphasis on early literacy, early numeracy, and those underlying skills like fine motor coordination that really help to build those literacy and numeracy. And that the teachers in the grade R year have very clearly defined age-appropriate milestones. Having clearly articulated goals helps to increase the teacher's focus, and helps to ensure that we track and support learning gains. The second thing that's really critical to ensure that Grade R is an effective bridging year is to embed learning within playful, engaging activities. By allowing children, especially the most vulnerable children who are falling behind, by allowing them to learn through hands-on experience and through positive teacher interactions, we build confidence and encourage a positive attitude towards school. Children who are coming and falling behind would find the Grade R classroom incredibly intimidating. And so it's only through building that rapport and helping children to feel safe that we can address that. The next key strategy, and there's a lot of literature to support this, is that it's important within the Grade R year to vary group arrangements to support differentiated strategies. So what this means is alternating very practically between activities that are done with the whole class, activities that are done in small groups, activities that are done individually with the child where possible, and activities that involve completely free play. This flexible approach to managing a Grade R setting recognizes the very diverse abilities of the children that are coming into our schooling system. It recognizes their different interests and, of course, the pace at which they learn. The fourth strategy to ensure that Grade R is a more effective bridging year is to use formative assessments to guide tailored support. So having very low stakes, non-stressful assessments that help to identify struggling learners and that can help to provide catch-up interventions. And also allow teachers to identify those children who are actually performing better so that those high achievers can be appropriately supported. In a context like South Africa, where you've got very large skills gaps within the cohorts of children coming into Grade R, if you have early and very targeted feedback, it helps to ensure that no child is left behind. And I heard the Minister emphasize this several times. The only way in which we can really address this is by understanding the individual needs of children. And finally, it's absolutely critical that we invest in a Grade R workforce to develop and support a specialized, well-trained reception year workforce. We need to ensure that Grade R teachers received focused training on child development, that they understand the principle and the practicalities of play-based pedagogy, that they know how to do these assessments that we've spoken about, that they understand how to divide children effectively into small groups, individual or big group work. Grade R teachers need ongoing coaching, peer collaboration, and they need the opportunity to reflect. It's one of the things that came out really strongly in our work on what drives positive outcomes in preschools, is where teachers are given the opportunity to reflect with peers on their behavior. And also by offering clear career pathways for Grade R teachers, we can encourage teachers to remain in this profession and to hone their skills. Next slide. There's a lot of evidence to show that attending a good quality early learning program and Grade R program can really help to ensure that children come into the foundation phase on a strong footing. But there's also evidence to show that these gains can fade out over time if we don't put in place the necessary support within the foundation phase. So this is the third strategy that I've proposed. We need to be very proactive and intentional about sustaining the gains by investing in the foundation phase to reinforce and grow the early skills that children have developed. Next slide, please. So here there are 4 strategies that we're proposing. The first one is to strengthen the continuity between early learning and primary education. So as children are coming from preschool, Grade R into Grade 1, we need to make sure that that Grade 1 experience builds directly on the preschool experiences, reinforces and extends the skills that children have learned in those preschool years. The second thing we're proposing, and this is something that I've heard across the presentations today, and of course will be something that I'm sure the Lekgotla will grapple with at length. We have to make sure that we have a skilled workforce. So investing in quality teaching and learning is critical. And very sadly, it's very often the lowest grades that get the least attention in this regard. We often pay the most attention to upskilling teachers, educators, further up the education system. But we need to ensure that we enhance teacher training and professional development in the foundation phase. to equip educators with the strategies to identify which children need support to scaffold children's development. The third strategy that we, for ensuring that we sustain the gains in the foundation years, is to leverage data for continuous improvement. Obviously, testing in young children is very difficult, but there are ways in which we can monitor student progress. We need to identify whether individual children are making progress. We also need to evaluate program effectiveness as a whole in the foundation phase and identify areas where we do need additional support. Having data to drive decision-making means that we ensure that investments are actually responsive to the real needs based on educational outcomes. And finally, the fourth pillar to sustain the gains. I've spoken a lot about the social emotional functioning, and this is critically important even coming into the schooling system. We need to foster holistic and supportive learning environments. By supporting children's emotional well-being and their resilience, we can ensure that we sustain the gains that have been made early on and continue to build on cognitive development. If children are feeling vulnerable, scared, anxious, if they're not feeling safe, they're not going to be able to learn, and we will see regression, and we won't be able to sustain the gains we've made. Next slide, please. In a child's life, positive and enriching experiences during those first 5 years make the world of difference. There are not many things that we can change in 4 or 5 years as a country, but this is one of those things that we can change. Improving child outcomes in preschool and foundation phase is possible, and it's essential if we want to make sure that we achieve our social and economic goals as a country. To build the foundations for success, we need to, and there are 3, you can click 3 times, just reinforcing the message I said earlier. We need to make sure that our children start strong, and we need to do this by ensuring universal access to quality early learning programs. We need to bridge the gap for those children who come into the education system underprepared through investing in grade R and ensuring that grade R effectively compensates where children are lacking skills. And then we need to sustain the gain through significant investment in the foundation phase. Thank you.
You took 20 minutes, 5 minutes more than we had agreed. And that 5 minutes, I'm going to recover it somewhere.
Apologies for that.
Then we are now going to move on. I said the session is going to be hybrid. The next part of this session is going to be a panel discussion on the topic reflection on the successes of Social Compact since its launch in 2024, using the Banapili mass registration drive to showcase the power of partnerships. The panel is going to be facilitated by Ms. Kulula Manona, the Chief Director, Foundations for Learning, who is going to facilitate the panel on the topic I've just mentioned. And the panelists who I request to quickly move forward, led by Ms. Manona, are as follows. Dr. M. Sikhonyela, Chief Government Relations Officer at Harambee, Mr. T. Chake, Banapili Project Management Unit, Ms. P. Tlobatla from Gauteng Department of Education, as well as Dr. Janeli Kotse. I now hand over to you, Ms. Manona. It's written that we are going to have 40 minutes discussion. I have democratically decided to give you 30. Can we help with a roving mic? 2 at least.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, DM. Chair HOD. Good morning, DG. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not morning. Why aren't you not correcting me? My goodness, it's afternoon, going for evening, actually, DG. So, a very exciting moment for ECD, a very exciting moment for foundational learning. We have heard and have seen that it has taken center stage in the proceedings today. We had perhaps the president lamenting the fact that we didn't do this 30 years back, but I think what we can celebrate is that we've finally arrived. We are where we should have been perhaps 30 years ago. We have also had this morning the importance of giving our children a fighting chance by getting them to start strong. Sonia has just now highlighted in her presentation the importance of quality early learning programs in getting our children to achieve their child outcomes. But that can't happen if they do not access these early learning programs. And that's why we have this panel here this afternoon to talk to us about access to early learning programs. We've seen the global evidence. It was shared today with us, showing that when we invest in early childhood development or in the early years of our children, the benefits are not just reaped by the individual children and their families, but those benefits are actually reaped by the entire country. It sets up the entire country to thrive. It was under a year ago when we were in this very podium where we called for a social compact on ECD, just after we had released the 2030 strategy for ECD. And today we are here to share with you stories from that journey. In the 2024 Lekgotla, we put our first foot forward on the journey to opening the doors of access wide for our children. I have here a panel that is going to talk to us about the Banabili mass registration drive, and the panel has already been introduced by the chair. But I'm going to start with Dr. Kotse and ask you, Yaneli, to just explain to us what is Banabili mass registration drive, so that we know what we're talking about here.
Thank you. Is it on? There we go. Thank you, Ms. Manona. And I think it's helpful to start just translating Banapele, being children first, which is the essence of what we're doing here in early childhood development, is how do we, in everything we do and in every decision we make, always put children first. And that is the intention behind this mass registration drive. Our vision in our 2030 strategy is to say we want universal access to quality ECD programs for all our children. And the first unlock in the system that we need to do is to say we need to get our ECD programs registered so that they're in our regulatory framework, but that helps us to know where are our ECD programs, who are the children they're serving, which helps us to understand where are our gaps, where are the areas that's underserved, and that can help us with having population-based planning so that we can strategically start identifying the most vulnerable areas that we need to start expanding access. But the second key element to that is that once we know where our programs are, we know that they are providing a safe and conducive learning space, we can start the quality journey. We can start with that process of enabling our practitioners through the tools that they need, the training that they need to provide the quality of ECD programs that we need so that our children can thrive by 5. And that is why the mass registration drive is such a critical project for us, is that first unlock in the system to helping set our children up for thriving.
Thank you very much. So we've seen that when we made that call for a social compact, the call reverberated across the country, and I dare say across the globe. So my next question for you is that, what are the key successes of the social compact since its launch in 2024? And how have they contributed to advancing early childhood and its agenda?
So I think when we launched the strategy, one of the things we realized is to be able to reach this vision of universal access to quality ECD, we will need real systemic reform. We need to put in place an entire system to support these objectives of increasing access and improving quality. But setting up systems is a really complex problem. It's not one that one agency, one government department, one individual can solve on their own. And we really need this collaborative whole of society approach to help us solve these problems. And I think we've seen in the Thrive by 5 index that Sonia presented earlier, one example of that. We're coming together, working together with social sector partners, supported by many various donor and private sector partners, and with government leading, how we can solve this problem of understanding and having this evaluation tool of tracking our children over time and seeing, are we making a dent? Are we moving the needle? The second one, I think, is the Education Outcomes Fund that we'll be launching later this year, where again we're saying our service delivery model in early childhood development is leveraging the assets that we have in our sector. We've got incredible NGO and implementing partners that have been doing years of work in the sector. How do we leverage them and partner with them strategically with co-funding by the private sector and the donor community, with government leading, saying how do we invest in establishing new ECD programs and how do we invest in improving the quality of ECD programs, working in this collaborative mechanism or approach. And then thirdly is the Banapele mass registration drive, where we've been working with multiple sectors, NGOs, provinces, to say how do we come together to solve this complex problem of getting all ECD programs registered. And I think that is what we'll be speaking about today, is this bringing the different ecosystems together, bringing the different skill sets together to really develop a system that is scalable and that can be to the benefit of all our children.
Thank you. Tebogo, the next question is for you. So you have been introduced as coming from the Banapele PMU, or Project Management Unit. What is that?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So the Program Management Unit is it's a program office that actually drives implementation of the Banapele ECD drive. And this is done in partnership with the DBE and the private sector. And so the PMU is an opportunity to also make sure that we have the right skills that is going to be driving implementation. So we've been able to get both skills in the DBE, where we know that this function resides and the Children Act is actually owned. And those are the subject matter experts that are actually guiding implementation as we partner and work with the provinces.
Thank you very much. Let me then just ask you to just help us understand how then this Banapele mass registration drive has helped to bridge the gaps in access to ECD programs. And what lessons can we learn from this initiative?
Thank you for that question, Ms. Manona. I think the first thing which is very important is that registration it's a pathway to get to achieving these quality ECD outcomes. So registration is fundamental, and we've made sure that we provide easy, accessible registration pathway, but with support. And this is important, that previously we've had ECDs or centers be scared to register because they thought we don't comply, we don't meet the requirements, and therefore we will not come forward and register. So now we're encouraging them, whether they comply or don't comply, to come forward and partner with us so that we can support them to register. And I think that's the most important thing. Because registration needs to drive legitimacy for you to operate. And two, there must be trust that when I, as a parent, bring my child to an ECD center, they're going to be be exposed to a quality ECD program, and therefore they're part of a safe environment where they learn. And maybe lastly, Ms. Manona, to your question, just talking about what have we learned from this, I think that the biggest thing is that our Our environment in South Africa is very complex and diverse. So provinces are not the same. You cannot take a blanket approach around how you roll this out in the provinces. So we've partnered with the province and make sure that provinces are ready and we work within the strengths and the context of the provinces. So we take the phase approach to that.
Thank you very much. That's very important. So Mo, I'm going to come to you. We've heard Yaneli talking about an ecosystem and strengthening the ecosystem. And we know that you come from Harambee. So it's interesting to see and to hear from you the involvement of Harambee here. But let me ask you this question. How has the public-private partnership model evolved since the launch of this ECD 2030 strategy? And if you can also just tell us what are some of the most effective collaborations that we've seen so far? And I think you are best positioned coming from Harambee to tell us about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I feel like I must also thank the program director for awarding me an honorary doctorate. I am Mr. Sekonyela, not doctor, but I'll take it. So, I mean, I think it's an important question, and maybe to start with defining what the social compacting is, because I think we might miss each other in some of the language. And, you know, public-private partnerships have been critical in driving a lot of our work in the development sector. Certainly as Harambee, from day one, we've always been a public-private partnership. And I think what that means is that it's where government and the private sector align in goals and say, these are the problems that we need to solve, and we need to solve them together. I think many of the panelists here have mentioned complexity, that anything that has to do with human development especially has a lot of inherent complexity. And I might want to add that there's a model that I came across recently. It's called VUCA. Some of the people may know is volatile, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So in order for us to be effective in solving these deep inherent societal problems, we absolutely need to come at it through partnerships, because no one actor can solve these problems alone. So the first thing is that we need to be aligned in our goals and objectives with the problems we're trying to solve. The second thing is that we need to be co-accountable on the performance and the risks alike. So when the dashboard is red, we must be co-owning the red dashboard, as well as when we are winning, we should be celebrating together. And the last maybe thing that's important is to say we need strong leadership, we need strong management, we need the coalition of the willing and political sponsorship for these programs. So, and I think that's what we've seen in this particular program, and it's had those three characteristics, and I think that's been the evolution since 2024, as Yaneli was saying, that we've seen really powerful work coming out of not just the mass registration, which is a very pragmatic red tape reduction program, but also thinking very holistically about the sector and saying what's the work in the sector that needs to, the nexus between education and livelihoods, and especially for young women has been a key part of interest for us as Harambee.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. Pumi, let me come to you now. At the center and the site of implementation in a province, can you just tell us how GDE has engaged with this partnership model to jointly achieve the intended outcomes?
Thank you very much, Ms. Manona. Good afternoon, colleagues.
as a province that has been privileged to implement the Banapili mass registration drive, and when the concept was first introduced to us as a province, we got so scared because we knew that we can't do it. And we had, concerns like we don't have human resource capacity, other, resources, budgets, set of skills that are necessary. We also have trust issues with the ECD programs. And so we knew that if we have to take up this program, I think that's when the concept of the social compact started to make sense. And we knew that this is the vehicle that we need to use. And we also then said it would need to start from home, from the department itself. So we had to get support of the senior management, the top management, even the political office of the MEC to actually support us. And that happened, and that then one thing led to the other. Then we started, going out to get all the players that are in the ECT, because we knew that we need to get out there and get these ECT programs that are targeted. And we didn't know them because they're not registered. So where are they? Who are they? But we knew that there are NGOs that are working with these ECTs, and we had to work with them. We started working with them, and they went out there and they started, sending the word, bringing together all the ECTs, even running clinics on applications, on utilizing the system, assisting them when they need one document is not there, they assist them to get their documents in. And in no time, we started seeing more applications coming into the system. And we knew that on our own, we wouldn't have done that. And once the applications were on the system, then we started training, all of us to say, how do we now process all these applications that are in the system? And knowing that we also have a PMU that had also a number of other private providers that were assisting on the behind the scenes for the system, to process all these applications. So it was, such an experience really to know that with ECD, the ecosystem forces you to actually utilize the social compact as a vehicle to get the registration done.
Thank you, that's quite interesting. So tell us then, because you are the owner of the registration process, how do you measure success?
So after we had started, we started then going back to look at from the time when we received the ECT functions, the 1st of April 2022, year one, there was 0 registration of new applications. We did registration, but it was renewals. Year two, up until December last year, we recorded about 250 new applications. But in this, and you remember that we did on our own. We were just all by ourselves. But when we started working with, with these partners, partnering with all those NGOs and stakeholders, because we launched the 1st of July, we started piloting in one district. In August, we went in all districts. And as I'm speaking now, in the system, we are sitting with more than 4,500 applications that we wouldn't have reached on our own. And we have approved to date 1,500 of those applications are approved. And there's a lot that is sitting there. It's just a matter of going to the system and 1 or 2 things. And the partners are actually working with us to make sure that then they go to those that need 1 or 2 things so that we can push that. So we managed to now, move the needle in terms of those numbers, but we also managed to be better at, leading and coordinating the sector and bringing all those partners together with clear roles and responsibilities and knowing exactly who does what from where to where. But it also helped us, to get there's also transfer of skills because these NGOs and other people in the sector, they come with a set of skills that we did not have. So we managed to also measure our successes on that end, to say now we are able to do ABC, which we couldn't do before. Thank you.
Wow, that's a huge success story. In 2 years, you were only able to do 250 plus. But now, in just under, let us say, 7 months, you've been able to get into your system more than 4,000. That's it. That's an accelerated program. My panelists, we are now on borrowed time, so I'm going to ask you to be very crisp. I think what we are picking up from what you are saying, Pumi, is that there has had to be a huge element of change in the way in which things were done. Tebuch, I'm coming back to you, and I'm going to just ask you to quickly tell us about how have we managed the change that was necessary to drive this kind of acceleration.
Yeah. We know, Ms. Manona, that change is not easy, because change gets you out of your comfort zone, despite the fact that you are not enjoying where you are. And I think one of the biggest things that we're realizing what this change is as a transformation process is that we need to be changing practices around how we approach registration, and that comes with change in behavior of society, of the broader public, of the parents who are putting their children in ECDs, of practitioners in the ECDs, but most importantly, officials who facilitate the registration process and who manages and monitor these ECDs in the space. So I think key change elements that we took into consideration when we approached Panapidi Mass Registration Drive has been around our design approach. So instead of trying to eat an elephant all at once, Pumi, we've gone through a staged approach around registration. So we've staggered it in a 3-phased way to make it easier for all the partners in the process. And I think secondly, Pumi speaks to the ecosystem, working with the partners in the ecosystem. For instance, NGOs have come very strong in providing support to ECDs to help them apply, because it's an online platform that we've introduced. Not everybody has WhatsApp, not everybody can do an application on the system by themselves. So NGOs have been instrumental in doing so. So our partner engagement has been wonderful. But I think the last point to highlight also is the fact that we have a strong support in the background. So we've not gone into the province and dumped mass registration on them and say, you go do it. We've said we will partner and work with you to make sure that you get support. And I must say that provinces have been very creative in terms of using their limited resources. So for instance, you have some of the resources that move from Department of Social Development into DBE. They didn't come with enough social workers, they didn't come with supervisors, but you'll see how the CES in some of the districts have filled in as supervisors to assist and improve, to alleviate the pressure on the social services teams.
Thank you.
So that has been how they
Thank you. Creativity and innovation. Last question for all of you. I'm looking at the clock that's timing us down. Yaneli, very briefly, tell us, what do we still need to do to accelerate more efforts to meet our country's ambitious goals of 2030? Very briefly.
Thank you. And I think, as I said, the mass registration drive for us is step one. It's step one to ensuring that we can increase access and set up our system to start improving quality. There's multiple steps that we'll need to follow as we want to really see children thriving by 5. And that includes, firstly, once an ECD program has registered, they can now apply for the subsidy. And we know the subsidy is one of the key elements to helping us expand access, more children being able to afford to come into ECD programs, but also to improve quality, because the subsidy is directly linked in being able to provide a quality program. Secondly, it's equipping our practitioners with the tools that they need in terms of implementing the national curriculum framework rigorously. And then the third step is the human resource development plan, is how do we have a flexible but a contextually relevant pathway for our ECD practitioners to give them the skills and training that they need to deliver the curriculum that we've developed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mo, very briefly, in under a minute, what are other innovative or even technological means that we can still explore to enhance large-scale government initiatives.
Thanks. I mean, I heard the president talking earlier about AI and you know, in other countries, how it's been used. I think we need to focus on digitization. And I think it's important to not shy away because we were all born before technology, because we are in the universe where technology will give us the jet fuel that we need to balance the score for these young people and for the children who are coming. So, you know, our contribution as Harambee to this program has been, you know, giving our world-class capability of technology and data management and systems building to be able to, in the background, support the department and the PMU who are doing this work. So I think it's absolutely critical to think about technology and digitization and data as an enabler for these kind of programs and not be shy of it.
Thank you very much. Pumi, in under a minute, one last tip for provinces that are not where Gauteng is at?
I think it's very important that we get the support of the senior management in our departments. You know, in our province, in our province, the HOD has actually appointed directors, district directors, and program directors into the ECD steering committee to make sure that, and it is also in their performance contracts, so that everyone, because ECD is everyone's responsibility. That's the approach that we took. So I think if we can take that approach, because that approach also helps the department to mobilize resources within the department. And I remember in the province when we didn't have human resource at the time, and the people that are working for admissions were not busy, and we roped them in. And we started working with them, with their resources, of course. So that is very key, that we get that support internally at senior management level. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. I think you've just shared with us tips of how to really integrate and anchor ECD in our systems as the Department of Basic Education. Colleagues, thank you very much. That was a very convincing story of success about how the Banapili mass registration drive has yielded accelerated results for registration. And it's not the first social compact that has been experimented with in government. We've seen it in the health sector during COVID, how sector collaboration actually pushed us forward. We've seen it in the energy sector with load shedding and other issues that are complex in society. So we are here to say social compacting works. Let's continue to implement it and take these lessons and transfer them to other complex areas in our society. Thank you very much, Chair.
Another round of applause for the panelists. Thank you very much for the insightful presentations that you have made. We must also thank Ms. Manona for skillfully driving the discussion and ensuring a robust and an engaging dialogue with the panelists. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed. We saved 8 of the 10 we had promised. Let's move on to the next presentation. The next presentation is going to be done by Professor Fletch, who is Head of Education, Leadership, Policy and Skills at Wits University. He's going to present on building foundations and unlocking potential early literacy strategies for success. Let's welcome Professor Fletch with a big round of applause as she ascends the stage. As he ascends the stage. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So thanks everybody. Just a slight adjustment. I'm speaking here on behalf of work that I'm currently doing with SADC and with UNICEF. So the work we've been doing essentially looks at impactful FLN, or foundational literacy and numeracy, across the SADC region. So I'm going to be talking about that today. Can you get to the next slide? So again, the SADC region incorporates 16 countries, not only in Southern Africa, but also includes countries in the Indian Ocean. And we have a huge variation within the SADC countries. So there are countries with more or less similar socioeconomic profiles to South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, but we also have 4 of the 10 poorest countries in the world in the SADC region. So the SADC region has a huge diversity. What they have in common is a very strong commitment to focusing on foundational learning. And what I'm going to be talking about today are some of the lessons that come from a variety of initiatives that are currently underway within the SADC region. Please, next slide. So those are lists of some of the initiatives that I've highlighted and will be in the report that the SADC Ministers of Education will approve in June this year at the SADC meeting in Harare, or in Zimbabwe. I'm not going to talk about each of them, but for the purposes of brevity and given the time of the day, and I know everybody's very tired, I want to try and identify 5 key lessons that we can extract from the various projects, initiatives across the region. Next slide. So essentially, the 5 key lessons, I think are familiar to many of you, but I want to kind of spin them out and in some cases actually identify some of the unique characteristics of the lessons. The first lesson, and again, this is true across the entire SADC region, is that foundational literacy programs that are strong across the region are based on evidence. But what's really important from a perspective of policymakers, whether it's national ministers or it's senior managers within regional structures, is they need not only to be convinced by the evidence, but they want to know why they work. So it's important when we're talking about evidence-based programs, we need to also be ensuring that those evidence-based programs provide a sound and clear explanation of why it works. And I'm going to go through some examples. The second issue relates to government in the lead. Sorry, I can't see it very well, so please accept my apologies. I can't see my own slides. So government in the lead means that although over the last 3 decades there have been many literacy and numeracy programs across the region, increasingly those that are beginning to really make a difference, beginning to be impactful across the entire system, are those programs that are being led by government. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about not just leading government-led, but that government needs to be telling the stories of the improvement journey. Very important principle. The third one is we need both quick wins, examples of interventions that really show the possibility of changing outcomes quickly, but at the same time we also need policy reform. And we don't necessarily need one, we need both. And they need to be interconnected. So when we see a program really working, that's really powerful in triggering commitment. But if it's not linked to substantial, deep change at a policy level that supports the new approach to things, you don't get sustained change. You don't get institutionalization. The third key lesson in the change journey that many countries in our region have is that you need data. And I've just got off the plane from Paris. Where there's discussion at UNESCO about 4.1.1a. There's a global recognition that we need to measure learning, and we need to measure it at national level. We need to know what percentage of children are actually able to do reading and literacy and numeracy at the end of the foundation phase, whether it's grade 2 in some countries and grade 3 in others. That's a crucial part of it, and we need to have it technically adequate, but also it's got to be able to provide information at the level of a province, at the level of a district, at the level of a school. So data is an incredibly important part of the journey of improvement, and we need to invest in the data process so that it does become part of the journey to improvement. And finally, I think this is an important and a very fundamental point, is as we begin to move towards improvement, there's always a potential threat that when we scale out, we lose some momentum, we lose some of the power of the intervention. And when we move from scaled up to institutionalization, we need to maintain the momentum of change. So it's not enough that we get there, we have to ensure that there's sustained improvement and that we continue in the improvement journey going forward. So really, that's the lesson that I want to talk about today. I've got some slides, if anybody can bear with me through some slides to show you a little bit about these. The first slide, if you change it, is an example from Zambia. Zambia has used a program called Teach at the Right Level. In Zambia, it's called Catch Up. It focuses on grade 3, 4, and 5, and it targets children's maths and literacy skills. And they're able to show very compelling evidence within a relatively short period of time that the children who are far behind are able to catch up. It's a very important program, and in fact, it's become a flagship program that many countries across the region have tried to emulate, and it's clearly something that has brought in considerable outside donor funding. But what's unique about the Zambian example is that it was driven by the Ministry of Education, by senior officials, but increasingly by political leaders as well. So that's an important part of it. Next slide. The most recent results, and almost nobody has seen these, but in Malawi, again, a country with extremely limited resources. In fact, we have no sense at how dramatically limited the resources are for the education system. But they've now just introduced a numeracy program which focuses on very inexpensive materials for every child, workbooks for every child, and they're seeing very strong gains with relatively limited teacher development, but very strong materials, and materials that they've begun to procure at a fraction of the cost that historically they were spending on educational materials. And it seems to be showing very strong results. The final report, in fact, has not come out, but these are the results from the preliminary report, and we are hoping that the final report will confirm very strong results from a numeracy program, very carefully structured, with provision of quality materials at very low cost for all children. Next slide. This is the South African evidence. Yaneli, is she still here, was involved in this original study. The National Department, without doubt, is one of the flagship departments in the world being associated with high-quality evidence-based research. And the South African research community is really indebted to the National Department for developing very rigorous evidence of what works to improve early grade reading. And this particular one comes from reading in Setswana from a Northwest study, and which has been replicated and shown to not only have effectiveness for teaching children to read in the early grades, but that the evidence suggests, very strongly suggests, that the impact of the program that the National Department studied continues to endure 7 years after the initial program began. So we've got very strong evidence that's been developed by our own department, which guides our decision-making around how to improve early grade reading and numeracy. Next slide. Next slide, please. What's really crucial, and this is possibly where I should stop. I've talked about the importance of evidence, but for many people in the policy community, it's not sufficient to see a graph that shows either a distribution graph or a bar graph to show gains over time. Educators also need to know why it works. So, for example, the Teach at the Right Level has a very compelling explanation, educational explanation for why it works. The first part of the explanation is that you need to know where children are in their learning process. So don't teach them at the wrong level. The second one is you group them by their level of proficiency. The third one is you continue to measure their gains over time. And the fourth component is we need to use a play-based, activity-based pedagogy that really engages children. So when we're talking about choosing very compelling evidence, it's also important when we're talking to our school leaders, our district leaders, our provincial leaders to have a very powerful explanation of why the particular intervention works. What's the educational rationale? How is it linked for many of us? We learned about Vygotsky's zone of proximal development. The educational innovation needs to link to the understanding of what we understand about the learning journey that children engage in. Next slide. Another part of it, and this goes to the National Department's study of early grade reading programs, the insight that came from them related to the why is that we need to make sure when we're involved in programs that there's strong coherence and alignment. So the materials that we're providing to schools is linked to the training. Oftentimes we have training on the one side and we have materials on the other. What's crucial about the structured pedagogy programs is that there is a very clear and concerted effort to connect teacher professional development, materials that are provided to teachers, provided to learners, and that in the case of the National Department, there was also a face-to-face engagement with teachers in their classroom. The coaching process was crucial. The reason why the coaching process is crucial is we know from all the evidence of research around South Africa and internationally, if you do not follow up with teachers in the classroom, provide them on-site support over time, innovations that may be very powerful in isolated incidents don't get scaled up as a whole. So let me leave it there. I just want to indicate that the report will be available in June in Portuguese, French, and English. And please watch out for it. It'll be made available at the end of the SADC Ministers meeting. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Prof. As we welcome on stage Professor Anil Kanje, a research professor at Tshwane University of Technology and research fellow at the Oxford Center for Educational Assessment. His work focuses on addressing the challenge of equity and quality in education. Over to you, Professor. He will be talking on creating useful diagnostics from the National Systemic Evaluation in Literacy and Numeracy for 12 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. And let me just start off by saying I almost forgot to mention this, but then I saw the minister and I got frightened. And so let me say in all protocols observed. The second point, Chair, the ministry has a tendency for scope creeping, because when I was asked to speak, they said you got 20 minutes. The program came, it said 15 minutes, and the Chair is saying 12 minutes. Colleagues, I'm going to focus on some really interesting, exciting work we've been doing with the ministry. And that is hoping to bring together a lot of the comments made earlier on, and some of which I strongly disagree with, but I'm not going to say it. You'll just hear it in my voice. In terms of how do we create useful dynamics from national systemic evaluation information, and to extend following up on some things that Brahmi has been talking about. Next slide, please. So these are the 4 aspects of the presentation. I'll give you an update, I'll show the rationale, I'll refocus on how to report scores in a more meaningful and useful manner, and lastly, I'll end off with the National Capacity Development Program we're working with the ministry at the moment. So the background and context is South Africa is a very large, next slide please, sorry, has a long history of national assessments. And within that history, what is critical is recently the systemic evaluation was implemented using modern sampling techniques that covers the entire curriculum. It was done in grade 3, 6, and 9, and it allows for linking performance at grade 3 to grade 6 to grade 9. And when the new systemic comes out end of this year, it will also allow for comparison across years, but within grades. And most important, and which I will focus on now, reporting in the manner that facilitates intervention. Not just getting scores, but how do you use it? Next slide, please. This slide basically shows that we've got lots and lots and lots of data. You can just press 3 times. And essentially, that at significant cost, but clearly very, very limited use of these results. Next slide. And the rationale and background for this is, and I'm not going to talk much of this, there's clear reasons, is one that there's an overemphasis on scores, on percentages. And I don't have to explain this, but secondly, and this is the critical issue, there is a limited emphasis on equity and social justice. And that's across the grades, including foundation phase. Next slide, please. So one of the key aspects missing in trying to make a difference is the issue of pedagogy. And by that I mean what happens in the teaching and learning interactions in the classroom so that the specific learning needs of all our children, and I mean all our children, are addressed. Next slide, please. So here's the question. What action can we take? I'm going to contextualize what I'm saying, next slide please, within 6 key principles. And I'm not going to talk to all of them, but the first one is no tatama chance. And essentially means we need to plan and prepare properly, and there's clear evidence the ministry has done this. I'm glad to say that the ministry planning process is not a lotto. Number 2, and I will talk, it's walking the same road and getting a common understanding. Number 3 is what I call the Asina discipline principle. And essentially it talks to evidence-based policy, and it avoids this issue where one day you walk in and you happen to pick up a discipline. Now you got it in your hand, and now you have to go look for a headache. That's not how we do interventions. We actually see what is the evidence, as Bram said, and based on the evidence, what action do we take? Not the fact that, oh, we've got money left over, let's see who we can find before Treasury take it back so that we could spend it. Okay. Each one, teach one is quite clear. Jump in the pool requires that when we do interventions with teachers, we must be clearly understanding the teaching and learning process. I'm sorry to say that you can't be a subject advisor who was last in the classroom before computers were used, and then come and say, teachers, I'm here to help you. And the last point is, when we report, we should report our work as recipes for action. How many minutes, Jeff? 30. Oh, thank you. I got 3 minutes, so I'm going to skip, just skip. Skip. Okay, okay. This slide is quite important because it talks to the strategy that the ministry has adopted, which is called Assessment for Learning Pedagogical Strategy, that provides a framework and strategies for intervention at the classroom level. And by the way, I have to say, unions have taken this up, ministry, hint, and they're well in the way to interventions, and I'm sure the unions are looking behind and say, is the ministry there? We can't see you, ministry. So that's quite good to know that this is done. And here's next slide, please. This is quite important. Next slide. This is quite important, especially for people sitting there. It's absolutely vital for you to understand where in the system you function in so that you know how you use information. And I can't go through this framework, but the middle circle is in the classroom, next to, just click twice. And the rest of it is where you as the ministry function and intervene. Okay, and let's skip. And basically the key point is this, that I don't agree with previous suggestions that we need more high-stakes testing. In fact, we've tested to death in our classrooms. What we need rather is, instead of just measuring our children, instead of just reporting on how well they're doing, we need to feed them, just like we feed a plant. If you want growth, you can't measure it. You need to provide feedback. You need to assist learners to address their learning needs. Okay, skip. Let me go to the last aspect on what am I saying about the recipe for action. The first point, next slide, is that imagine. Now, when I presented it last time, I mean, at least 5 people had like minor heart attacks. So if you have a weak heart, just take this with a pinch of salt. I'm saying we must report, next slide, we must report results using no numbers. No marks, no percentages. Because I'm arguing marks and percentages don't give us any information on what action to take. What do we do instead? Next slide. Skip, skip, skip. We provide levels of performance that describe what learners know, what learners can do, what learners don't know, and what learners cannot do. And every learner, we can do that. Next slide. Skip, skip. Skip, skip. This gives a theoretical skip, 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 skip. Skip, 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 skip. Okay, stop there. So this is just an example of the grade 3, of how grade 3 systemic data is reported. That instead of saying people at this percentage or this scale score 450 or whatever the case is, learners, we use the marks to categorize learners in this level. So next slide. So if we got this as a profile of a district, next slide, we can see that learners at the evolving level can read single and double digit sounds, can read simple text, can read and comment. We can see what assistance learners need and, more important, what interventions they can do in terms of making sure that we address their specific learning needs. Skip, next slide. The equity focus is very important. If we're going to set targets, hint, hint, National Development Report, if there's anybody from the presidency, our target shouldn't say we need average of 50% or 60%. Our target should say by 2030, the number of learners at the lowest levels of performance need to be 0, literally, and at the highest level of performance needs to be more. That way we can't average scores, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, and then skip, skip. This is just to show, last slide, skip, skip. This is just to show some of the systemic results. Skip, 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 skip. More, skip, 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 skip. This is, I would be faster with my click and tick. Next slide, next slide. Okay, what's the way forward? Skip. So I'm saying we need a recipe for action. Skip. And I just want to announce, next slide, please. Okay, so this is a really innovative program. We started with the ministry where we don't only work with the ministry on the systemic evaluation results, the analysis, the writing, the dissemination, but also integrated a capacity development program to understand those results and, more important, how to use it, starting off with the Department of Education, together with provincial officials, then moving to provincial officials together with district officials, then moving to districts and schools, and eventually going down to learners. And that way, that we not only have information that can identify what learners know and can do, but also how that should be used, by whom, and in what context. And with that, let me just say thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Prof. Thanks. I'm going to appeal for resilience from the delegates. This is quite a packed program. It's going to require that last drop of fuel to sustain us. I'm now going to call the last presentation, which will then be followed by my panel. The last presentation is going to be done by Professor F. Omidire, who is a professor of educational psychology at the University of Pretoria. She's going to be dealing with the topic creating the future we desire for inclusivity, support, and well-being through multilingual education for 12 minutes.
Thank you for not reducing it. Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'm sure you are wondering about the title. We are still battling, trying to get bilingual education right, and this person is talking about multilingual education. So you can just calm down for a minute. So if you look at the title and everything that has been spoken about today, one thing that we need to all understand that has been reiterated here over and over again is that language is critical, it's important. And I have here inclusion, support, and well-being. And that inclusion, support, and well-being does not just have to do with learners alone. It has to do with the well-being of teachers, supporting teachers and learners together. All this morning, we've heard about difficulties with reading, decoding, understanding, comprehension, spoken language difficulties, written language difficulties, and all of that. And we have to take that on board. But what do we do with all the statistics that we have? We have all that information. And so we have to begin to look at how do we practicalize this. And, excuse me, and looking at this, I have here the role of language. We know the importance of language as a medium of communication, learning, and assessment, as has been reiterated all morning. And we know that with the CAPS document, discussion is critical. Effective classroom discussions and tasks, activities that will enable learners learn optimally are those some of the things that we need to take cognizance of. But if that is taken into account, we see immediately how language becomes a barrier to learning and how it becomes an exclusion item, and how it can lead to labeling and social isolation. And then we know that there's a critical relationship between our learners' self-efficacy and their achievement and their well-being and assessment and language. And then if we look at all of that and place that together with all the stats that we've heard this morning, and then think in terms of an average classroom in South Africa, or sub-Saharan Africa as a whole. The learners are from diverse backgrounds. There's linguistic diversity is extensive. And we have to always think in terms of at least learners will be bilingual in those classrooms. And so it's not really now, going into the commissions tomorrow, we're going to discuss, we have the panel, the commission about language, bilingual education. But also we have to remember that the majority of the classes that we have currently are actually multilingual. There's extensive linguistic diversity. But we've come a long way, as we've seen this morning. But what do we know? And what do we do with the information that we have is where I want to just touch on a little bit. We've talked about ensuring that no learner is left behind. We need to use the information that we have to get to where we want to go, but we can't rule out the importance of the role of the teacher. We can't rule out the importance of teacher professional development and in-service teacher professional development and pre-service teacher learning, because the fact that it's a barrier is a key thing. I know frameworks and theories are not what people want to hear at this time of the day, but it's important to help us to understand, and I'll just rush through this, to help us understand that if we ask teachers to do things, or if as policymakers we need to apply what we know, we have to understand where that knowledge comes from and how to use it. Everything we know and do has to be evidence-based, has to be backed by theory. And if we ignore that, then we are just thumb-sucking what we do. So with some of these theories that we've used in the studies that we've engaged in, it's critical, it's important. We know that interaction, social interaction and material environment is very important in our learning.
And if that is important, how do we take that into the classroom? Language is considered to have the dual function of communication and then psychological is a psychological tool as well. We know that if language is to be effective, if we are going to learn language properly, we have to take into considerations the theories that underline the learning of language in every space. And again, there are other tools that are available to us. I'm just trying to skip here. Mediated learning experience. So mediation is also important. And what do we do with our knowledge about how to mediate learning in the spaces that we find ourselves? So if we are going to mediate learning in the spaces that we find ourselves, we know that cognition is modifiable and that we can support the learners that we have through mediated learning. So bringing that to the classrooms. What we have done, some of the studies, and I'm just going to put it out here. I had a lot of slides, but I had to just compress them, and I'm going to try as possible to run through them. We know that evidence is important. And some of the research that we've done in the past, I'm just going to run through a few of them, looking at what the benefits of multilingualism is to the teachers. We investigated teachers, and teachers actually believed more often than not that multilingualism was a benefit because they could learn from other people, they could engage with learners, they could develop their own languages, and they could help learners understand the content of a particular topic. They could use peer teaching, and they went on and on about the importance of that. But the critical problem is that there's also those challenges that are associated with that. And in dealing with all of this, we have to think about each of the challenges that have been identified. How then do we deal with the challenges? But that's a story for another day. We'll come to that. Teachers have indicated that they are literally thrown under the bus, more or less, because they don't understand what it means to be a multilingual learner, mostly in the class. They don't have the adequate mentoring that they require to be able to teach appropriately in a multilingual classroom. That the pedagogy that is available speaks to monolingual classes, and there's nothing. We teach them to teach reading, but the pedagogy that's used for teaching reading is the same exact structure that would have been used in a class where everybody spoke the same language and understood the same language. So it isn't really working. And I'm going to skip like like Prof did. So another project that we did was somewhere in Mpumalanga. It was a quality talk, South Africa, where we engaged student leaders within the classroom. And the first question that came to mind with the teachers is, so are we able to disrupt the setting of the classroom, the way they are seated? Because what you are asking us to do means that we have to change things. And how does that come across in our policies? Do we allow the teachers the free hand to do the things that they need to do to make it work? Or are we overly prescriptive? So active engagement with student leaders as facilitators actually worked within those classes. They were able to use their multiple languages to achieve learning and to conduct the lesson. The way the teacher themselves agreed was phenomenal, and they enjoyed it. And so with the primary learners multilingual intervention, we engage with parents, we engage with teachers, and with educational psychologists and learners themselves. With the parents were very vocal in terms of talking about what their language preferences are, even within their own homes. That we are multilingual families, but we have to establish which language we need to use within our own homes. And the language that we prefer, if we are asked within the school, is based on economics. And so what do we do to raise awareness with parents regarding the fact that if your children have to speak their home language in school, it doesn't take away from their ability to learn the English language properly. It actually adds to their ability to be able to do that. And some of the things that when developing policies, we tend to also ignore the voices of learners. Here, it was a project where we used quadrant photo story methodology to get information from learners who talked about, there we introduced Zulu and Sepedi within the classroom and helped them to learn English using those languages. And they were very happy that they could even do that. And it made a lot of sense to them. So in developing our policies and our lesson plans and curriculum, do we even think about the learners' voices in what they are learning and what they actually prefer to do? So assessment, like Prof. Kanji just said now, it plays a critical role. Assessment has to be for the right reasons. And using multilingual pedagogies, such as translanguaging and other pedagogies that are available, have to be linked to assessment, because there's no point learning and then not being able to demonstrate your knowledge in any way. And then I come to the role of educational psychologists. Here they have just been, I see our role as educational psychologists as just there as a luxury. And it's not the case, because educational psychologists play a pivotal role in the early years. And for instance, now we have about 23,000 schools, mainstream schools in South Africa. There are under 1,700 educational psychologists in the country. How does that work? It doesn't relate to that. Of that, about 1,000 are, in terms of race, whites, under 200, blacks, colored, about 60, and Indians, about 100. There's something has to shift there, because these educational psychologists play a role in early identification of learners, supporting them, helping teachers to know what they're supposed to do. So going into the commissions, we need to think seriously about how to get enough educational psychologists into the schools. And blah, 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 I'm going to skip on. So just skipping on, I mean, we need to raise awareness to promote a paradigm shift. We need people to engage and read and do things to show that they understand what we need to be doing. We need to use the support strategies. We need to talk about, in the commissions tomorrow, talk about those issues on how to practicalize the information that we have. The stats are okay, but what do we do in practical terms? And how do we make sure that everything we do is proud? I've run out of time, okay, so. So we have to make sure that the evidence that we use, the evidence that we have, we are able to practicalize and not just depend on the fact that we have those statistics alone. Those statistics alone do not work. And I'm going to say thank you. Okay, this is limited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Omidire, for that presentation. All these presentations are available for delegates, which is why I have that comfort of asking them to summarize the way I have been asking them. Now we're coming to the last part of today's session, and we'll close it with a panel which will be led by Dr. Mthembu, who is a DDG for curriculum at the Department of Basic Education. He is going to be facilitating the panel discussion, and the members of the panel, Professor A. Kanche, who was here, Professor Omidire, who was here, they are going to come back, Professor L. Eberson, Professor R. Evans, both from University of Pretoria. I don't see movement. Mvelase, Kuten, Mniswemvul, okay, he comes now. He was waiting for me to, fortunately, for the first time I was calling somebody whose praise name I know. Not that the other presenters don't have. It's my fault that I don't know. What is teen is Tagazel. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, evening to the tribe that is sitting under the tree today to discuss matters of education as one of the main pillars of our development. Maybe I must start by saying that the issue of classroom practice sounds very easy because all of us know the classroom and we also know the classroom practitioner, and it may look straightforward. However, it does not take that simplicity and straightforwardness when applied to specifics. That is when we need to think deeper so that when we talk about configuring it and changing it so that we achieve our outcomes in numeracy and literacy, then it means that we move from simplicity to complexity and also from the obvious to the abstract. Therefore, we know the everyday language that we use about teaching all the subjects and all the skills. We know the 4 T's: teaching, teacher, textbooks, time, and testing. We know people will always talk about differentiated learning, and they will talk about frequent practicing. They will always talk about collaborative learning. They will talk about games. They will talk about assessment and feedback. However, with the changing environment in the whole world, then we have to look at how we improve the attainment of learning outcomes in numeracy and literacy. And I've got a panel of professors here to support the discussion. And it is very important for me then to say that we are also aware, all of us here as involved in education, that numeracy and literacy are the backbone of future learning for each learner. I will start with Professor Kanji and request you, Prof, just to give us your opening input on the issue of configuration and reforming of classroom practice for improving literacy and numeracy as the topic stand.
It's working. Again, afternoon, colleagues. I think maybe the one, I'm going to make a 2-minute input here, and the one key issue I wanted to highlight that didn't come out strong enough is this whole issue of learner voice, learner engagement, and even extend it to learner rights in the teaching and learning process. And this, for me, this is something that actually practicalized the whole issue of inclusivity and equity, not only in the school or in the classroom, but in the teaching and learning process. And one of the key findings, and I've said this before many times, but it's such a profound finding that was the saddest but also exciting, is that when we spoke to learners who had been participated in this assessment for learning program that the DBS adopted, the pilot of it, which was run as a RC, a randomized control trial in over 100 schools. We actually, and part of the evidence, as Brian was saying, we need evidence, and the best evidence, colleagues, is from learners. So I'm going to raise 2 comments. One was, One was we selected learners randomly. Teachers were aware, and we got the permission, ethics, etc. The most funny is the one learner said, "My teacher told me to tell you that she's a very good teacher." Thinking that we were actually there to evaluate teachers, and that wasn't the case. We wanted to know how learners felt about these new techniques that were inclusive, that allows learners to take the lead, and in advanced classes that even allowed learners to determine what are the learning outcomes for today and what is the evidence the learner must demonstrate so that the learner knows she has learned. Let me say that again. What is the evidence that the learner must demonstrate so that the learner knows that she has learned today's lesson? And we don't do that in our classrooms. And the key find response from learners across grade 2, grade 3, grade 5, grade 6, all language groups, all quintile categories was this, and it was really sad. Now, ma'am gives me a chance to talk. Just think about that. If that was the most profound change learners felt, imagine what all our classrooms are going. And if we believe or if we prescribe to Vygotsky's theory that learning is a social activity, language is important, etc., etc., if there's no opportunities to talk, if there's an average of less than one question in a classroom, 40-minute lesson on the topic, how then do you engage learners? So that's the issue I want to bring up. If we can change that in the pedagogy, in the teaching, and definitely learning, I think it will make a massive difference. Thank you, Chair.
Prof, that's profound to say we must shift from calendar closure to outcomes closure. It is the outcome that should determine what we assess and how we assess. And having said that, I think Professor Omidire, you can actually take this further by actually just giving us your thoughts on how can teachers be better equipped to address instructional language issues in numeracy and literacy.
Thank you very much. I mean, the first thing that just comes to mind when I look at this reconfiguring and reforming and the role of teachers is that it's very important that we bring the joy back into learning. It's important that we bring excitement back to numeracy and we bring life back into literacy by ensuring that those learners that we are charged with actually want to be there. They're motivated to be there. And they understand that by learning to read, they can actually visit anywhere in the world, be anybody they want to be, because they can experience a lot through reading, getting them motivated to engage, to participate, and not being focused excessively on assessment and failing and those numbers that drive them into the ground and demotivate them. I think that's one of the things that we need to first of all do, to shift our focus away from this high-stake assessment that the teachers are often preoccupied with, to let the excitement and the fun come back into the teaching environment for learning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. At least you are actually emphasizing one point which is very important, especially at lower levels of learning, the point of edutainment, where teaching and learning should also entertain them so that they get motivated to be part of the encounter. Because you're actually telling us that the classroom is a black box. Anything that goes wrong in the classroom, the learning outcomes are not achieved. And that is where we stand. Then let me go to Prof. Eberson, just to give us your thought about the key challenges which are currently affecting the numeracy and literacy learning outcomes in the sector.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that's quite a question, because actually today we are here to dream. We all buy into the dream of the DBE. We all buy into the dream of thinking of what we can do to enable young children to be future fit. How can we be useful for young children to thrive? And so actually the lens, I think, is away from the challenges, but rather towards the enablers. And I also think that we are inclined to put a ceiling on what we think young children can do. So a lot of what we've been talking about actually maybe will make children knowledge consumers, little AIs being able to do a lot with information. Whereas actually, aren't we dreaming of wanting children to be knowledge producers? Would it not be wonderful if they were sitting here in a couple of years and they were driving this conversation with evidence that they had conceptualized? And what I want to share is a wonderful initiative with some of the people. Part of that initiative is in the room, Dr. Langa, Dr. Charit Mujafi, I see, and colleagues from the ESRC and University College London, where we ask children, it builds on what Funke was saying, we realized it's not before you teach a child to read, and before they read to learn, they need to love learning. There needs to be joy for learning. And lo and behold, when we in Northwest, in rural schools, created these opportunities for young children to love reading, suddenly they produced in Setswana, 6 to 9-year-old children, 306 books in their home language, explaining what they think rural life is like in their neighborhood, in their environment. And those books are all translated in English and can be used in both Setswana and English. Knowledge producers. I think this is a big dream for young children.
No, thank you. The love of reading and the love of interacting with these two critical aspects of teaching and of learning. Let me go to Prof. Evans, and then Prof. In your view, how can classroom practice be adapted to ensure numeracy and literacy learning is inclusive? We underline inclusive.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, colleagues. My comments relate particularly to the objective number 4 of the Lekgotla, and that pertains to teacher support. I have a problem that I'd like to explain, and then I possibly give a solution, hoping then to include the inclusivity. The problem that I foresee, we've all heard today how important language is as a form of mediating learning. And there's a common assumption that teachers, and I've worked specifically with student teachers, so whatever I'm saying pertains in truth to the student teacher, the pre-service teacher. However, I do believe it also is of value for in-service teachers. And the common assumption is that if a teacher speaks English, and this again could have been any other language, but because English is used so widely, I have used this particular language. If you are able to speak English socially, in a fluent way, it's assumed that you can use this language to teach. However, there's a critical distinction that needs to be made, because speaking English socially is not the science of instructional communication, and one ought to be focusing more then on what is called, in general, classroom language, classroom English. And in my observations over several decades, the problem is that students find, even mother tongue speakers, find it very difficult to express themselves in the language of learning and teaching. And they lack, although they're fluent and even to a very large degree accurate, they lack the complexities of being able to mediate learning effectively. Some of the key observations would be that the teacher instructs learners, sit down, turn around, keep quiet, and much of the interaction in language is in form of a command, rather than being able to explain or clarify, even praise, even reprimand, but that's the easy one. And for me, the problem has been, how do we support this instructional communicative competence, rather than just assuming that because the person does speak social English, which differs vastly from what is required in terms of cognitive academic proficiency, what can we do? Now, to overcome this and to reconfigure or reform classroom practice, I would start with looking at the policies. We know that Mr. Tech, the document minimum requirements for teacher education qualifications, stipulates that teachers ought to have, and I quote here, a proficiency in at least one official language, and then partial proficiency in another official language. Now, my question is, who determines what is proficiency? Who decides that? Who decides when someone's proficient or whether you're only partially proficient? It also, on the next page, indicates that all initial teacher education qualifications should be endorsed. Now, this is a very difficult practicality because, amongst others, if one has over 1,000 final year students, how do you, in actual fact, endorse their language? Now, what are the measures that we have to determine these levels? I think adequate proficiency is just assumed. There's no language support provided. And then we need to also perhaps reconsider these endorsements. If we were to prepare a national assessment tool so that all universities, all institutions of learning producing teachers were able to give a particular assessment or evaluation, I would suggest that, again, we should foreground not the ability to use the language English, but rather than to focus on the instructional competence using a particular language of learning. Secondly, to perhaps support this, one could create a national data bank of classroom English, cutting across phases, contexts, and having a whole lot of voice audio material from which we can then create a resource for teacher training and for professional development. I believe that B.Ed programs should have very particular explicit modules or ways in which they can support the student teachers in order to be able to express themselves comfortably and confidently. Perhaps the development of a self-assessment support mechanism. I think here of apps like Duolingo, etc., where one could then have the phraseology that one needs to manage a classroom, not only the behavior, but also the facilitation, the exposition of content. And then finally, this could also flow into or cascade into teacher education. I believe, moderator, that if we have students, teachers who are comfortable in using the language, who have a large repertoire in terms of classroom English, I believe it will be easy for them to then pull in the learners. Because currently, and I could regale you with examples, the teacher, my student teachers, they state things, they tell things. They have not got the ability to extend that which the learner has said. They cut short learners' responses because it's not the answer they expected, and they're not sure how to maneuver or navigate the situation beyond the unexpected response. In closing, I believe that the issue of language is not just a linguistic issue, it is a pedagogical imperative. Teachers, we know, are the mediators of knowledge, and I believe that we would be able to reconfigure and reform our classroom practice by empowering those not sitting in the desks, but those who are in front of the class, so that we can equip them with sufficient proficiency, instructional communicative competence, and classroom, I say English, it could have been Zulu, it could have been Afrikaans, Russian, French, it doesn't matter. It is a specialized form of speaking. It's a register required for the classroom and instruction, because every classroom should be a space where language is not a barrier. but a bridge.
Thank you very much for that. Language not being a barrier. But let me give you, each one of you, 1 minute, just to actually give us your view around the issue of multilingual education in the system. To say, in view of these two issues, which are the backbone of teaching and learning and of educational background, that is numeracy and literacy, how do you think this new approach, which DPE is beginning to implement, how do you think it will assist in improving the learning outcomes in numeracy and literacy, mother tongue-based bilingual education? Let's start with the Prof. Eberson.
Thank you, Chair.
And then after that, it will be Prof. Omidire, and then it will be Prof. Kanji, and Prof. Evans.
Thank you, Chair. So we say we're lagging behind 30 years with early childhood development, but we're lagging behind centuries with multilingualism in the classroom. Actually, if we have multilingualism in the classroom, we're just doing what we're doing in everyday life. As South Africans, we are extremely astute in managing different languages. It is one of our signature strengths. And what we are doing, if we include it in classrooms, is amplifying that signature strength. We are saying we are diverse. We are already living with that every day. Teachers already have a skill set outside of the classroom to negotiate and navigate around multiple languages. Children have that capacity. Parents have that capacity. And now we're saying let's be intentional in a class to ensure that we acknowledge every person sitting here has a different language, and how can we make the most of that? How do we celebrate that? How do we bring identity and culture and context to be lived experience in the classroom?
Thank you. Prof. Omidire, your 1 minute.
Okay. I agree with you 100%, being intentional about bringing the use of multiple languages into the classroom, which is what we do outside already. But then the thing that is usually very exciting to see is the way it affects the motivation, the attitude, and self-efficacy of the learners involved. Because they see there, we've seen this firsthand, the language is used. So this passage can be translated into Sepedi. Wow, and I can read the same passage in English and Sepedi side by side. I can listen to it in the classroom. And my teacher is not freaking out about that. And everybody else is listening to me. The way it affects their morale and boosts their motivation is something that we need to also consider. Because I think that's important.
Thank you. Prof. Kanji,
Thank you,
1
Chair.
minute.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to argue that language and bilingualism and the mother tongue bilingual language approach to be implemented is certainly a necessary, but is an insufficient condition for effective learning. And unless we have effective pedagogy that makes clear to both learners and teachers what the learning is, and then followed what the teaching should be, there is going to be very limited learning. There might be higher performance, but limited learning. And a quick example, Chair, and this happened in a case, in a lesson about learning different colors, grade R or grade 1 actually, the teacher used an example of a butterfly. And the learners had worksheets on butterflies, and they colored the wings and the eyes and the legs, etc. And they had activities, and the teachers asked questions. And when we asked learners at the end of the lessons, what did you learn about? They learned about butterflies. And the lesson was about colors. Unless learners know, I can point to red, or I must be able to identify green or yellow, it's going to conflate learning with the activity used to teach. And hence, language is but a necessary but insufficient condition, and that's why we need to improve pedagogy. Thank you.
Thank you. It is very useful. It will help us to turn the corner, but together with other factors. That's how I understand you, Prof. Prof. Evans?
Thank you very much. I agree with my colleague, Prof. Kanji. I support multilingual, bilingual education. I think it's a good start to work with the mother tongue. It's not going to be as easy as I believe it's set out, and I do think that the pedagogical skills are going to have to be highly developed to support what I'm advocating for, and that is also proficiency in the language of learning and teaching.
Thank you very much. Let me thank the panel and say to you, Chair, we are going to continue with the discussions in the relevant commissions. Thank you very much.
Big round of applause for the panel. We've now reached a point where in this session we're going to have discussions taking into account all the presentations that were done, as well as some of the things that came from the panel. But I'm just going to open for like 10 to 15 minutes because delegates will have ample time to actually engage and interact with the panelists. So I will just allow questions or comments. La umuntu engafa khona mangase ngamniki ithuba. Kodwa mangazofa umuntu ungayikhuluma kusasa indaba. Ningizwile. On my left, any hands on my left? Left? Left iqala la ngale speaker. Okay, from the speaker kuza la center. Anything from the center? Okay. Now, we on the right. Hema. I think there will be no one who will be inspired by your question. Avugo Moe. Okay. Dr. Naledi Mbute Mehana. Just those two hands. Hema. Oh, there was a hand that side. One. Okay. Ukhona umuntu ngala? Amengekho Hema. And I'm the only one chairing. I don't know.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to all the presenters. And I just want to appreciate the presentation on behalf of NAPTOSA. Again, for those who don't remember, I'm Hema from NAPTOSA. Two questions. The first one is linked to the presentation by Prof. Brahm, where the program he's speaking about, and it's almost resonating with me, and I think my labor colleagues also, around our concerns of a GPLMS that was seemingly, that Dr. Fleisch had at a platform, an NECD platform, agree that there were some flaws in it. But somehow reworked, repackaged, and sent out as the PSRIP program, which we also found a scripted lesson. And this goes smack in the face against what we just heard this morning about teacher professionalism, teacher autonomy, where we're undermining the integrity of the teacher. So I think while we want to help and we want to improve the system, we must do so in the best interest of both the teachers and the learners. So that's the one point. If you can clarify how different it is from a scripted lesson and a scripted lesson that you're giving to the teacher. Secondly, and I'm glad Ma'am Minister is now present, and the issue around the systemic evaluation. I don't know if Martin is still here though. And the issue around the ANA came up, and it seems to be coming up again and again. And collectively there we were teaching to the test. And the systemic evaluation that's in existence is a collective work of academics, DBE, PED, assessment colleagues, and people who have the requisite skills around how to do matrix testings, etc. So it's a homegrown product. It included the whole school evaluation sector, so we got context. What I'm surprised is that when we're speaking of it, we're speaking of an ANA that was just teaching to the test, and we haven't spoken about the results, which actually concur. There was concurrence with the TIMS and the PEARLS and the systemic evaluation and SACMEC study that was released. So it's quite worrying why we seem to be shifting away from it. So if, I don't know if somebody's here from the DBE to explain why seemingly the results of systemic evaluation is being marginalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Pass it to Dr. Mboda. There is.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I certainly want to congratulate colleagues today for very robust discussions and presentations. Mine just is going to the ECD presenter. I think it's Ms. Gies who was presenting on ECD and the Thrive by 5 index. What excites me about that presentation is that we have a tool in this country that can assist us with trying to do what we call normativity, setting standards for when a child is thriving or is ready. I just want to also caution in the same manner that as the presenters in the stage were saying, who determines what thriving is and by whose standards, and what is the determinant of when you say a child is thriving? And I think it's very important that as we refine that tool, because it's a survey, it's an ongoing product that is our own and that we are proud of as a country. I just worry that one of the blurs for me are two things. One is the definition of thriving, whose standards and who determines that criteria, and what is used for that determination as thriving, particularly if you have broad terms like quality. What is quality and what constitutes quality in a country like ours? And when we reach the determination that 3 out of 10 or 8 out of 10, what are the elements that really put children in that particular criteria? I'm saying this because sometimes we must always, at the back of our minds, have a clarity of mind when we actually put those norms, that they are now ready. If it is not clear what criteria you have used to allocate those, then for me it remains very gray. And I think that maybe it's an area that we can discuss, and maybe in the commissions we can take that step further. The last thing, my worry is that we have not, and I'm glad that Professor Oppesin has just mentioned now, that ECD has been late by 30 years, and I think we all agree with that. But the issue of language and multilingualism has been 350 years. So when Professor Kanji and others, and I'm very glad that he actually said that I disagree with what has been said. This is what a discussion like this does. But I really worry in the Thrive by 5 index, if the issue of language, which is very, very important in ECD and in early learning, does not stand out like the 3 important indicators, then we are going to lose it, because it is what has happened that we finally discover after all these years that we've left out the issue of language as a standalone, because you can't even begin to discuss thriving in ECD when you have not checked at the level of development of those children and what determines their success within any system. It does not matter which country or which home they come from. So I just wanted to alert to the fact that this is the mistake that we did with the curriculum that we have. You mention the issue of language and then you leave as if it will take care of itself. So if we can make it to stand out, it will then form part of the criteria and determinants, because you can also use it as a filter to check the readiness of the thriving mechanism that you are putting there for children, for you to know that they are now at a point of thriving. So I just wanted to raise those points. Thanks.
Thank you very much to both Hema and Dr. Mbude. Those were the last two hands that I saw, or the only two hands that I saw. And I'm now blind. So I won't see any other hand now. We've come to the end of the session, really, and I must thank you for being resilient, as I had asked. We did manage to save a couple of minutes. And most of all the papers read here and the discussions, the panel discussions, were meant to inform what is going to be discussed in commissions. And I'm sure all of us are enriched and are better than what we were when we came this morning. We are even more ready to tackle these issues in our engagements in the commissions, to which we are really asked to also participate robustly, as we have been doing during questions and answer sessions here. With that, I now have the honor of calling the Minister of Basic Education in the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable S. Kwagube. Simshayeleni ihlombe. Arim shapeleng matsogo.
A very good evening, everybody. First of all, I think I want to thank you all for, as the HOD says, for your resilience. But more importantly, I want to thank you for your inputs and the contributions that you have made here today. And I want to assure you that they've certainly been taken on board. As referenced in the OECD presentation, we can achieve our goal of improving quality of learning outcomes, even in a fiscally constrained environment, if we improve the quality of teaching and learning within the available time and within the available resources. To do this together, we will, with provinces and our key stakeholders and all of you, certainly look at what we can do to reduce the administrative burden on our educators to improve the quality of educator development opportunities available. And we want to expand educator access to curriculum delivery specialists. Drawing on what was shared by Prof. Metcalf, we also need to act with urgency in this regard, doing more with what we have and being informed by frank assessments of where we find ourselves right now. The data is there. We are moving with urgency to ensure that this data guides our strategic reorientation in improving early learning. The review of White Paper 6 on inclusive education and the review of post-provisioning norms are underway, and we will certainly take on board what was shared today and consult accordingly. It is absolutely important, and I want to assure the colleagues in this room that it's absolutely important that our inclusive education strategy ensures that learners are able to access learning and teaching support materials and exam papers in formats that are appropriate to their needs. It is an absolute must, and we dare not fail our learners in this regard. And so I want to thank you for all your contributions. I know this is only day one. And not just for today, but also for the work that we all get to do together in the sector. I want to thank the people who've traveled far and wide, those who've also made inputs to the kind of content that was delivered here today, and those who continue to share not only their time, but also their intellectual property with us. I am very, very clear and excited that there's never been a time when I've seen at least a sector more united and more on the same page about what needs to be done. I don't know about you, but I could see a common thread throughout this day today, from the morning right up until the evening. And it seems to me that we are on the cusp of understanding what it is that we need to do, what the problem is, what it is that we need to do, and how we need to move. And so that's exciting because for the very first time, we don't have a litany of priorities. We know exactly where we must go, and that means that now it's time for us to put action. It's time for us to move with urgency. And as the President said earlier this morning, that we are almost against time because the rest of the world and developing countries and developed countries are already far ahead than some of us. And so in order for us to make sure that the gap between those who have and those who have not, in order for us to be able to equalize South Africa in a way where those children who are born not out of privilege, but who are born in poorer communities are able to access economic opportunities one day, we have to move with urgency. It's the only way we are going to be able to undo the effects and the architect of apartheid. It's only when we are able to make sure that our learners are able to come from the same page and make sure that they have an equal shot at making sure that their lives are actually one that they can value and make an impact out of. So I want to say that we are clear that we need to increase access to ECD, the quality of learning and teaching, and the importance of strong foundational literacy and numeracy. So from our side, from the DBE side, thank you for honoring the invite. We look forward to engaging with you further tomorrow. It is only through your inputs that we can only truly improve our education system in the country. Thank you very much and have a good night.